nehmen keine Personenschäden in Kauf, wie es in dieser Szene 40 Jahre lang getan wurde. Aber der grüne Protest diente schließlich auch einer guten Sache, gegen die da oben. Nun sitzen die Grünen da oben.
Okay, ik ben live. I'm live.
Kritik gestört oder belästigt. Was ist das? Doppelmoral oder die Realitätsferne? Doppelmoral! Und auch Herr Lindner, ganz klar nein. Wir haben uns nicht verrannt. Unser Kurs ist klar. Wir wollen in einer sozialen Marktwirtschaft, in einer freien Demokratie, einfach nur unseren Job als Leistungsträger weiter erfüllen können. Ich kann mich noch gut an Herrn Lindners Rede im Bundestag anlässlich der Bauernproteste im November 2019 erinnern. Außerdem auch an einen sehr markigen Spruch. Es ist besser, nicht zu regieren, wie schlecht zu regieren.
Ja.
Herr Lindner, wie sich der Wind doch drehen kann.
Oké, de bron die is aan het stotteren, maar dat ligt hem in Duitsland. Ja, dat ligt dan bij hun. Dan ga ik dit oplossen. Hij moet wat kleiner, dat kan niet anders. Voor opnieuw tekenen. Dit wel mooi. Oké, in Duitsland. Ik zal de bron wat lager zetten. In Duitsland, daar staken ook bepaalde bonden van de treinmachinisten, zoals wij dat dan noemen. Conducteurs misschien ook. Ik weet niet of die in dezelfde vakbond zitten. Maar 3 dagen lang dus geen treinverkeer in Duitsland. Nou, als dat eenmaal hier en daar gestagneerd wordt. Ik weet niet of ze ook trekkers op de rijbaan hebben, want ze willen het transport platleggen. Nou, treinen kunnen een hoop transporteren. Dus ik weet het niet, maar ik gok dat ze de treinen ook wel tegenhouden met blokkades of anderszins. En ja, er zijn een hoop machinisten die staken. Ik zoek even, want ik doe weer 8 dingen tegelijk. Is dat nou niet beter? Anders doe ik het zo. Nou, is voor nu wel even goed. Dus ja, geen treinen. En dat zal ook zijn weerslag hebben op de doorvoer dan van andere treinen. Tenzij ze hebben besloten van nou, die Nederlanders hoeven er geen last van te hebben. Dus die trajecten naar weet ik van waar naartoe. Belangrijke plekken, die trajecten laten we open. Maar ik gok van niet. Dat is gewoon mijn persoonlijke gok. Dus dan hebben treinreizigers die normaal door of via Duitsland gaan natuurlijk ook last. Landelijke staking, maar er wordt maar 1 vakbond genoemd. GDL heet dat. Dat gaat over loononderhandelingen. Ik zal ook even naar de chat gaan trouwens. Die heb ik niet, hè. Hoe ga ik dat aanpakken? Ga ik als volgt doen. Kan even niet anders. Twitch erbij. Oké, Twitch komt eraan. Echootje natuurlijk ook. Echootje weg. Nou, in Twitch zijn wel mensen, maar wordt nog niet getypt. Dan Facebook. Ja, we zijn ook live met Owe Vries. Die is in Duitsland. En bij Lead Guitarman, die zit ook op Twitch. Is die live? Gaan jullie zo zien. Dan heeft Benny die... Ik ga deze even trouwens naar opzij zetten. Dit is handiger voor mij. Dankjewel Kreta voor de... Ik weet niet wat het is, maar een link denk ik natuurlijk. Hè. Kan ik die link ook gewoon kopiëren? Ja, copy link. Ja, dat is die. Dan ga ik naar Ilonka Dingetje, welkom terug. Geert van Laar, welkom terug. Billy Webtijger. Nicole Elissen, welkom terug. Goedemorgen, ja. Ben Boer, welkom terug. Kijk wat dit is. Wat nou weer? Oh, dat is goed. Telefoon erbij. Dan moet even het beeld op particulier. Hoe heet het? Op privé. Het geluid gaat gewoon door, dus dat maakt niet uit. Een pause app. Nou, daar gaan we. Het is raar dat ze hier geen sterretjes van neerzetten, asterix. Laten ze gewoon zien in Facebook. Pak dat nummer nog niet? Ja, nu wel. Nou, die moet goed zijn. Vindt Facebook dat ook? Lijkt er wel op. Ja, die keurt het goed. Wat zien we hier? Wippervoert. Zo te zien de snelwegovergang. Een treinbaan.
Ja, ik stehe op de Zürensbrück. Hier sind die Kranhäuser. Hier ist der Hafen. Hier
Haven.
sind die Boeren. Und da unten geht es ja weiter. Also ich bin nicht an den Anfang gekommen vom Zug. Aber ich finde es hier von der Kulisse her mega. Also ich habe lange Unterhose an. Ich habe eins zu holen. Mir ist warm. Und wie gesagt, da unten geht's weiter. Hier ist die Demo ein bisschen auseinandergezogen. Bin mal gespannt, wo die dann hier weiterfahren. Vielleicht kann ich dann, ich habe irgendwas von Neumarkt gehört, kann ich mir aber nicht vorstellen, da müssen wir wieder einmal rüber.
Ik moet onderwijl ook even de bol weer
Also kann mir einer sagen von euch, die jetzt
herschikken, want anders werkt het niet, hè? Ja, het werkt wel, maar dan heb ik niet genoeg scherm. Dus dit wordt hem.
Ihr seid wieder am Lästern hier. Ja, Moment. Die fahren hier die Schleife, die kommen da unten lang, genau. Ja, also von hier habe ich viele Möglichkeiten, euch die Demo zu zeigen. Und wer denkt, dass das alles war, das waren jetzt vielleicht 10% von dem, die man hier unten sieht. Und ich bleibe hier extra stehen, weil ich die Kulisse einfach mega finde. Für mich ist das hier wirklich ein Heimatgefühl, wie man so schön sagt. Ich gehe noch ein Stück runter, dann habe ich den Dom mit drauf und ich will die Plakate noch lesen.
Oké, dan ga ik even naar Facebook, naar de chat op Facebook. Momentje mensen.
Laufen einige Bezugsapparaten rum.
Je ziet niks? Oh, ga ik even checken. Oh ja, sorry. Ja, ik moet wel dubbel klikken. Ja, haast hè. 6 dingen tegelijk en zo.
Wir haben unser Bestes getan, wirklich.
Dankjewel voor de tip. Doet hij weer. Is er weer beeld. Klopt, zijn bange scheiters. Ik woon in Limburg, omringd de boeren.
Andere Teilnehmer.
Dit zien we nu.
Ihr konntet es live miterleben.
Die link.
Ja, hier kommt die Sonne raus, es wird auf einmal warm.
Duitse boeren staan vlak bij de grens met Nederland.
Weit weg von hier.
Nou, dat zijn, hoor ik net, uit Duitsland zelf. Oh.
Und jeder von euch kann sich hier ein Screenshot machen mit Kölner Dom drauf.
Kruipt er weer een reclame voor. In Duitsland zelf is Uwe Fries. Dan denk je, is dat een Fries? Nee, die heet zo. Het is een Duitser, geboren en getogen. Uwe Fries. Nou, die is daar live naartoe. Die gaat live en die is in de auto en ik heb al beelden gezien. Er zijn 600 boeren uit Nederland vanochtend richting Berlijn gegaan. Of die zijn er nu waarschijnlijk al, weet ik niet. Maar er zijn dus in ieder geval 600 Nederlandse boeren die mee gaan doen. Dat kon hij melden. Dan ga ik even bij Twitch kijken. Waar heb ik die? Daar, Twitch. Komt waarschijnlijk weer een echootje, maar dat weet ik niet zeker. Het wisselt. Ray, welkom terug. Goedemorgen, Siggy Saagsma, Dakris. Hey Dakris, is het... Jij bent Nederlander toch? Ja, hi, goedemorgen. Jij bent toch Nederlander, Dakris? Ik had je gisteren gemist. Ik had nog wel getypt en gezegd, maar toen was je al weg, denk ik. Nou moet ik lead gitaarman er nog bij zien te vogelen. Dan knal ik die er even uit. Die zet ik hier neer. Dan zien jullie het ook namelijk. Want daar gaat de Oer Fries live, denk ik. Die komt in de uitzending. Die is in de auto gestapt. Die is erheen gereden. Staat nu in de file. Richting de boeren. Moet misschien een stukje lopen. Dit is de andere live, mensen, op Twitch. Hier kun je ook naartoe. En ik zal die link ook in de chat zetten. Dan kunnen jullie switchen tussen hem en mij. En mezelf. Want hij heeft andere beelden dan ik. En Oewe gaat daar zo ook live. Of hij gaat dingen vertalen, dat weet ik niet precies. Dat gaan we merken. Maar dan kun je op Twitch dus heen en weer naar zijn kanaal of mijn kanaal. De link staat in de chat. Dat heet Lead Guitarman. Oké, ja. Nou, heel slim Dagris. Zo doen we dat. Dan hebben we Facebook. Misschien updates. Ik wil even scrollen mensen, sorry. Gaat goed. Billy Webtijger, welkom terug. Erik Wortel, goedemorgen. Steun van de boeren. Ja, 600 dus sowieso. Naar Duitsland. Zijn al vertrokken. Zijn er waarschijnlijk al. Hillegonde, goedemorgen, welkom terug. Nou, dan wil ik tussendoor ook nog even wat andere dingen. Waar komt dit geluid vandaan trouwens? Ilonka 1970. Ja, heel handig. Twitch, hè? Ook voor muziekverzoeken en dingen. Niet nu natuurlijk. Slakersnummers aanvragen. Maar andere keren wel. En ook spelletjes met de chat. Make a meme. Nou, dit was vanochtend. Even zonder geluid. Dan zijn we in Tuteren. Sneeuw daar. In Graafschaft Gelsdorf. Op de grens NRW en RLP. Wat is dat dan? NRW en RLP? Polen misschien? RL. Polen. Republic of Poland. En NRW is, dacht ik, Noord-Rijn-Westfalen. Maar ja, dat is Duitsland toch? Pumpie dumpie dum. Nou ja, enzovoort. Lekker fris weer, sneeuwtje erbij. Dan het treinverkeer voor de mensen die later binnenkwamen. Het treinverkeer dat gaat plat, want die staken ook. Althans, de grootste. Die heet GDL. Die hebben machinisten en die stoppen ermee voorlopig. Die hadden loononderhandelingen, dat liep niet lekker. Ah, hier komt het geluid van. Nee, die staat ook op gemute. Heb ik leadgitaar met een dubbel of zo? Staat gemute. Die staat ook gemute. Het wordt steeds mysterieuzer. Komt even echo. Zo, die is weer weg. Nou, mijn eigen live klopt. Oh, hier heb ik nog meer. Die staat op mute. Gevonden. Kijk, die is dubbel, die kan weg. Het scheelt weer geheugen. Dankjewel. Nou, had ik niet gezien. In de haarste rij. Ik heb Trien, een boeren Trien. Nou, op zich past het wel. Trein, inderdaad. Zo. Trein. En dan geluid is nu weg. Dan liet Gitaarman aan deze kant. Dan komt het ook in beeld. Kijk, het is beter. Nou, dit is in Berlijn. Met een Brandenburger Tor in de buurt. En daar wordt geschreven: it's going to come to a point where they aren't going to have a choice. They aren't going to have a choice. En iemand uit, ik weet niet waar vandaan, maar waarschijnlijk Amerika. Tracy Nature, die zegt: I wish our farmers would wake up. Ja, die hebben misschien nog geen dieselaccijns en andere accijns en verhoogde btw op landbouwvoertuigen. Dat speelt nu in Duitsland. Ik ben boer Harm, schrijft die Lonka. Ik kom uit Drenthe. Ik zit lekker op de trekker. Maar wel een dure trekker. Meer accijns, duurder in aanschaf, minder voor terugkrijgen. Oké, die hebben we gecheckt. Dat had ik nog meer. Moskou. Ja, in Moskou. Moet je kijken. En ja, anders was je niet hier. Wat gebeurt hier nou? Oh, wacht even. We gaan even luisteren. Can you hear me? Ja, daar is Oewe. En zie je? Here he is.
I don't know how to get it in the landscape.
You gotta turn it sideways, bud. But you're alright, don't worry about it.
No, I'm on the gimbal, and the gimbal is not turning on the landscape mode. I don't know what to do.
You're alright.
First time I'm really using it. But I'm arrived already.
Zo, ik heb even gevraagd of die ook live is op YouTube. Dit is... Elke keer als ik wat zeg, zegt hij wat. Hij gaat misschien even interviewen. Hij loopt stevig door. Dit is Uwe, Duitser in Duitsland. Spreekt heel goed Engels ook, gelukkig. Kan heel veel kijkers krijgen. Ik weet dus nogmaals niet of die live is op YouTube. heb het hem net gevraagd, dus dat gaan we horen. Even luisteren.
Was this just one of the meetup places you go?
This is the meetup point here. Here will be the speech, I guess. That is the on that truck. I guess I make a speech.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not sure. I think it's still quite early. I think they're still coming more. This is not all farmers here. This is little companies as well.
I think there's going to be a lot of people involved in that.
I love it. I freaking don't know how to turn it to landscape. Usually it should go automatically if I press a button. It doesn't work. So I don't know. It sucks.
Hey, jullie hebben zacht geluid natuurlijk. Ik zal hem ietsje luider zetten. Zoiets denk ik. Ja, zo kom ik er wel overheen, toch? Als het maar niet heel moeizaam luisteren is voor jullie. Greta, welkom terug. Hallo, Miss Henny.
How do the people seem? Everybody seem to be in support of it, or what, Uba?
What's that?
Everybody seems to be in support?
Oh yeah. There's no protest, no counter-protest here.
Geert van Laar, hij heeft heel veel pagina's en groepen. Wil jij mij die Teun livestream link via Messenger toesturen? Dankjewel.
Said I'm not very worried about anything happening in our countryside here. So it will be more in the cities.
Viola says you have to turn your phone sideways before hitting the live. Before you go live. Once you go live, it stays where it's at.
No, it's not the phone. It's the gimbal. It's in the gimbal, and the gimbal has to turn it to landscape mode. But it didn't work. It don't work. I don't know why. I'm not holding it in the fingers. It's in the gimbal.
And the gimbal's holding it the wrong way?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I can't help you there, buddy.
Oh ja, nu komt hij binnen, Ben. Ik moest even refreshen, want ik denk... Huh?
I know when I use the DJI software, I know that works, but I can't use the DJI software when I'm going live. That's the problem. But whatever, it's okay. You have a picture.
En dat het gewoon meer bekendheid gaat krijgen. Ik bedoel, ik sta hier nu...
And it's way better than holding it in the
Mijn man doet het normaal, dus het is niet... als hij niet kan, dan stap ik in de auto en dan doe ik het. Dus heel veel van onze kijkers die weten wel dat ik, zeker bij de boerenprotesten, eigenlijk altijd wel aanwezig ben geweest. En ik steun gewoon alle boeren over heel de wereld eigenlijk. Want laten we wel wezen, ook in Canada is het boerenprotesten en Nieuw-Zeeland, overal. Het is overal hetzelfde. Ja, maar dat zien ze niet, hè? Dat zien een heleboel mensen niet.
Die hebben niks goeds in het zien.
Waar ik bang voor ben, en je mag zeggen als je het er niet mee eens bent, is dat de gemiddelde Nederlander het blijkbaar nog te goed heeft. Want de tweeverdieners, met de kindjes die ze in de opvang brengen, Die brengen zo'n 4.000 tot 6.000 euro per maand harken ze schoon binnen.
Ja, dat
Ja, die hebben niks te klagen.
snap ik wel. Maar hoe heet het?
Ja.
Absoluut.
Ze halen het weer te halen valt. En welke, nou zijn de boeren elke keer de pineut, omdat zij aan het begin van de voedselketen staan.
Ja.
Zij produceren eten. En de eerste levensbehoefte van mensen en dieren is eten en water.
Ja.
En als je die kan manipuleren, dan heb jij een heel groot stuk.
Ja, maar goed, je ziet het nu
in je
toch.
handen.
Ik bedoel, een dak boven je hoofd is ook je eerste recht. En ook dat hebben we in Nederland al niet meer, dat recht.
Nee, nee.
Simpel.
Ja, je wordt gewoon uit je huis gezet om de moeten er asielzoekers in.
Ja. De basale levensbehoefte wordt ons gewoon afgepakt.
Ja.
Ik blijf het gesprek voortzetten met meneer, daar waar nodig. Even in beeld brengen wat hier een beetje te zien is. Tot aan de snelweg zie je staan,
Dat is mijn autootje.
staan de tractoren en ja, daar staat een Nederlands autootje met een Farmers for Defence vlag. En
En steun de boeren.
dat doen we zeker. Maar ja, er zitten weer allemaal boze Duitsers. Dat ze gewoon geen besef hebben.
Ik zal even kijken, Ben. Nog eentje. Ik check het even. Ik check van alles momenteel.
Als die mensen die nog niet wakker zijn, als die hier nou eens een half uurtje in die kougang gingen staan, misschien worden ze wakker.
En misschien ook gewoon eens met de boeren praten. Maar de mensen hebben,
dat heb ik
ik
al
bedoel, mensen in de stad hebben, ja, de melk komt uit de fabriek. Ja,
Ja,
nou ja. En dan zijn we toch uitgepraat?
Ja, dat is ook een beetje de korte de bocht.
Ja,
Kijk, je moet ze wel proberen elke keer erop wijzen wat er aan de hand is. Aardswoud.
Nou, dat is ook een blokkade. Het geschok ligt niet aan de lijf zelf hier, maar aan daar. Het komt schokkend binnen. Schokkende beelden. Het zijn schokkende beelden dit. En ja. Blokkade, denk ik. Rotonde of zo. Oké, nou hebben we ook gezien. Dat is het interview. Ik check even alle tabbladen die ik heb gezien die ik kan wegkrijgen. Het geldt allemaal weer geheugen. Dit is op een brug in Duitsland. Ik weet niet meer waar, maar het is niet veranderd. Die zet ik weer op pauze. Ik weet niet wat hij daar precies doet, wat daar interessant is of zo. Oh ja, Rusland. Ik gooi hem even tussendoor, even kort. In Rusland moeten bepaalde Russen, en er zit een balk, die zit in de website, dat is raar. Moskou dwingt sommige Russen hun paspoort in te leveren. Nou, dan lees je verder. Men verwacht dus dat die wetgeving is de 11e december ingegaan, dus verleden jaar. Oh ja, is de stap een voorbode van nog een gedeeltelijke mobilisatie? Nou, geen idee, maar ik ben aan het wachten tot, hoe heet die wel live gaat? Band Ivan, nee, Sanctioned Ivan. Die heeft het over dat soort dingen en die heeft misschien ook zijn paspoort wel in moeten leveren, want die ging naar Turkije en Thailand, Italië. Nou, Russische drones vliegen al wekenlang boven Duitse legerbasissen. Al dus dacht ik weet niet wat tactic is. Maar dan lees je verder en dan staat er: drones waarvan Duitsland vermoedt dat ze uit Rusland komen. Nou, dat is een beetje ver. Zo'n drone haalt het niet uit Rusland. Dat gaat hij niet redden. En die vliegen al lange tijd wekelijks over Duitse militaire oefentreinen en kazernes. En dan met name waar Duitse strijdkrachten Oekraïense soldaten trainen. Wat wel kan is dat het een sleepercel is, dus of andere Russisch georiënteerde mensen die lokaal min of meer, hè, zo'n drone de lucht in sturen en inderdaad filmen. Dat zou kunnen. Oké, dan hebben we die en die. En dan gaan we even terug naar Oewe, als die nog praat. Waar is het geluid? Staat aan. Hé, dat is vreemd. Oh, hier. Hoofdschakelaar.
Ich sage dir, das wird bis Frühlingsanfang, werden die sich nicht halten können. Die sind weg. Die sind jetzt schon weg.
Wäre wünschenswert, aber wie gesagt, es ist doch noch die Frage, wie geht es regierungstechnisch dann weiter?
Es muss eine Neuwahl geben, ganz einfach.
Aber vernünftige, was hast du für Alternativen? Was hast du? Wenn wir jetzt sagen, können wir offen drüber reden, wenn wir jetzt sagen, AfD ist eine regierungsfähige, ist eine Partei, wo ich sagen würde, passt. So, ist aber nicht regierungsfähig, weil die werden nie die Mehrheit bekommen.
Aber wenn die jetzt mittlerweile so viele Stimmen haben, wenn die so viele Stimmen haben, dass die gar keine andere Möglichkeit mehr haben, dann gibt das nichts mehr.
Nou, dat kan ik niet vertalen. Ik hoop dat hij het straks in het Engels doet. Want hij zit in de Engelse uitzending. Welkom nieuwe mensen. Volgen mag, hè. Heer boeren, boeren. Wie horen we? Uwe hoor je. En mensen die interviewen. Ja, ik ken ze niet allemaal. Er zijn een hoop Duitsers. Ik ken er maar een paar. Nederland zal wel dwars liggen met beelden en streaming. Ja, dat kan. Ik heb er nog geen last van. Is wel eens gebeurd, nu niet. Boeren 040. En er zijn boeren uit 040 richting Duitsland. Vanochtend al. Dank je voor het volgen, WAF 007. Er zijn hier allerlei dingen te zien, hè mensen. Ook humor en andere protesten wereldwijd. Nou, dit is dan om de hoek, maar het is wereldwijd. Duitsland. We hebben ook Canada gezien. Engeland, Ierland. Ja, Amerika, Canada, noem al die landen maar. Twitch link gedeeld, dankjewel Ilonka. Ger, welkom terug. Goedemiddag inmiddels, denk ik. Ja, goedemiddag. Oké, we gaan even luisteren of er al... eerst dit nog even. Militaire drones zijn wezenlijk onbemande vliegtuigen. Nou, dit waren van die 4-rotor dingen. En zelfs als je zo'n brommertje hebt uit Irak, dat is een soort brommermotortje, een vrij grote drone. Ja, die komt ook niet ver. Die haalt het echt niet van Rusland tot boven Duitse kazernes rond Stuttgart en zo. Dat gaat die niet redden. Ierland, wat is er met Ierland? Nou, er zijn ook gele vestjes protesten geweest. En ja, dat is doodgebloed. Daar hoor je niks meer van. Misschien is het er nog wel en dat het hier weer niet doorkomt. Maar ik heb al in 2 jaar, denk nou laat ik het op safe spelen. 1,5 jaar heb ik al geen Ierse protesten meer gezien. Even terug naar Facebook. Lingen, die hebben we gezien. Dankjewel Ben Boer. Nog een hallo Lingen. Dat is een blokkade. Die hebben we ook gezien. Die was aan het parkeren met een hele lange, weet ik veel wat voor apparaat erachter. Ja, ik heb hem gezien, Ben. Dankjewel. Die had ik dubbel. Ik had hem al laten zien met die trekker die over de weg wil parkeren. Een hele lange, ja, ik weet niet wat erachter hangt. Ik denk een of andere aardappelcontainer of zo die ze vol gooien terwijl die door het land rijdt. Wat zei ik nou? Facebook. Ja. Op Radio NL is nu wel iets over de boeren uit Duitsland in het journaal. Ja, bepaalde radiostations met name lokale die bijvoorbeeld familie hebben daar. Die zullen wel live gaan. Even kijken of die al Engels spreekt. Want hij gaat dan een recap doen in het Engels. En hij spreekt ook goed Engels, deze Duitser. Uwe Fries. Nou. Nog niet, hij staat te luisteren. Een livestream gedaan, dankjewel. Ja, die hadden we gezien, hè. Zijn vrouw interviewde iemand. Duitsland laat de leeuw in zijn hemdje staan. Een koud hemdje. -7 in, nou ja, dat was vanochtend. Nu schijnt het zonnetje en dan gaat het weer snel naar 0. Alle grenzen staan dicht, zegt Billy Webtijger. Blijf een week staan, genoeg te eten en te drinken. De rest had ik gezien. Nou, de NOS denk ik. Billy die meldt op Radio NL Nederland nu wel iets over de boeren uit Duitsland in het journaal. Dus dat zal de NOS zijn, gok ik. Oh ja, dat ging ik ook checken. Of Uwe live is op zijn eigen kanaal. Dan kennen jullie Uwe ook. Kun je die ook volgen? Want hij is een Duitser. De enige trouwens die ik ken. Die Duits is, maar live gaat in het Engels. Onder andere. Uwe Fries. Het is geen Fries, maar dat is achternaam. Schijnt daar heel normaal te zijn. Kijk, dit is hem. Hij is niet live. Anders had je dat bij het fotootje al gezien. Maar hij is niet live, dat is jammer. Hij heeft hem wel gepland voor vandaag. Dat is dus mislukt op een of andere manier. Of hij gaat nog live, even de tijd kijken. 9:32. Nee, toen zat hij in de auto. Dus dat is mislukt. Dat is jammer. Ik hou hem er wel bij. Ik ga ook gelijk even in mijn microfoon aan. Zal toch niet? Ja, gelukkig. We gaan naar Bouweren. Nou, we gaan niet naar Bouweren, want dat is geen plek, dat ik weet. Duitse boeren en er is eentje live, dat is Welt, dat is copyright. Oude live kun je wel een videoquote doen, maar een live dan weer niet. Nou, dat zijn alle... Oh, wacht, ik heb niet gefilterd nog. Laatste uur. Afgelopen uur heet het. 32 minuten, 9 minuten, 1 minuut 36. Boeren leggen het land lam.
Die Trecker positioniert, die Bauern motiviert. Schon in der Nacht bringen sich wütende Landwirte auf der B96 bei Berlin in Stellung. Der Verkehr auf der Hauptverkehrsader kommt zum Erliegen. Aber auch in der Hauptstadt treffen die ersten Blockadebauern schon in der Nacht ein. Eine Woche lang wollen sie demonstrieren. Gegen die geplanten Kürzungen bei den Subventionen für Agrardiesel, gegen die Sparpläne der Ampel. Der Zweck heiligt für sie die Mittel.
Wir kriegen ja sonst kein Gehör. Wir kriegen einen Herrn Lindner, Herrn Habeck, einen Herrn Scholz nicht an einen Tisch, um mit ihnen zu reden. Also sprich, müssen wir demonstrieren, protestieren, um Aufmerksamkeit zu kriegen. Und ja, das ist so unsere Hoffnung, dass wir so politisch Gehör kriegen.
Heute ist der Protestauftakt mit deutschlandweit mehr als 100 Aktionen. Hier nur einige Schwerpunkte der bereits angemeldeten Proteste. Die Polizei ist alarmiert und rechnet bundesweit mit Verkehrschaos. So sollen etwa in Sachsen und Mecklenburg-Vorpommern fast alle Autobahnauffahrten, zumindest zeitweise, blockiert werden. Am Wochenende waren Bedenken des Bundeskriminalamts bekannt geworden, die Proteste könnten von Rechtsextremen gekapert werden. Deren Forderung: der Sturz der Ampelregierung. Entsprechende Aufrufe finden sich in sozialen Medien. Joachim Ruckwied, Präsident des Deutschen Bauernverbands, geht in der Bild am Sonntag auf Abstand. Rechte und andere radikale Gruppierungen mit Umsturzgelüsten wollen wir auf unseren Demos nicht haben. Sorge vor einer Unterwanderung der Proteste durch rechtsextreme Gruppen.
Nou, dat is ach en wee. Er zit rechtsvolk tussen, extreem rechts. En de boeren kunnen boetes krijgen en zo als ze de autobaan blokkeren. Eigenlijk meer een overheidsverhaaltje wat ze ook verteld willen hebben. Nou, dit is nog steeds op die brug. Ik heb geen idee wat hij daar doet. En wat er interessant is, dat komt misschien nog. Dus we gaan even terug naar Uwe Fries, live uit Duitsland. Hopelijk in het Engels.
You know, there's Americans out here watching the stand with the Germans.
Ja, I told them. Genau so ist es. Und die Basis, wenn du dir mal deren Programm anguckst, die sind auch mehr links als alles andere. So.
Die Wagenknecht da, die hat
Die Wagenknechte sind eine DDR 2.0.
Ja, und ihre Parteivorsitzende, da ist auch eine Migration.
Der nächste Punkt ist, der Maaßen. Ich verstehe nicht, warum der das jetzt nochmal aufspalten muss. Warum hat er nicht gesagt, dann komm, warum gehe ich nicht zur AfD? Er nimmt jetzt wieder, der spaltet wieder nicht die Stimmen auf.
Der kriegt nachher irgendwo, selbst wenn er eine neue Partei macht, dann kriegt er 3%.
Nee, der kriegt bei 15, die AfD kriegt dann 22 anstatt 37 oder 35. So.
Eine neue Partei, die kommt bei der ersten Wahl kommt die noch nicht so hoch. Die kriegen dann irgendwo 4%.
Nou, dat is lullig. Hebben we het Engelse deeltje gemist. Dus ik kwam heel zachtjes staan erbij. Billy Webtijger die meldt dat de Fransen zijn ook onderweg. En bedoel je dan ook onderweg naar Duitsland? Minden, is dat DE of Nederland? Weet ik nog niet, nog geen antwoord. Want Billy schrijft, de scheepvaart doet ook mee, bij Minden ligt het dicht. Hij kan ook ijsvliezen bedoelen, waar schepen meteen door vastlopen. Bij Ter Apel was de grens ook geblokkeerd door boeren, maar de blokkade is inmiddels weer opgeheven. Want dus ben boer. Oké, Facebook is up-to-date. Even naar Twitch. Hey Lizzie, klinkt goed, dat had ik gezien. Hij heeft een kever. Ja, hij heeft een kever, net als jij. Botrix Official. Ja, die reageerbutton, mensen. Als je op een computer bent, doet het AUB. Dat voert het algoritme een beetje op, dat mensen het meer aanbevolen krijgen. Ik zal hem ook even gelijk op een andere categorie zetten, want ik zit nu gewoon chatten. En daar zitten er zoveel. Dus ik ga nu even op... jullie hoeven niks te doen hoor, er verandert niks voor jullie. Live gaat gewoon door. Speciale evenementen zet ik hem op. Kijken wat dat doet. Duits gezeur. Even luisteren of het alweer in het Engels is. Ja.
There's about 100 or so other people watching.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
100 Leute international gucken hier gerade. Kanadier, Amerikaner, Australier.
Wir haben hier als Märkischer Kreisverband der Landwirte diese Sache auf die Bühne gestellt und auf die Straße gebracht, weil es einfach reicht. Die Aussagen der Politik von Berlin sind schon anstrengend und schwer zu ertragen. Wie alle wissen hier, ist es davon gekommen, dass es an die Agrardiesel-Rückerstattung geht und an die Kfz-Steuer. Das war die ursprüngliche Aufgabe aus Berlin. Die Landwirtschaft soll in einem Bereich von 1 Milliarde mithelfen, das entstandene Defizit zu beheben.
Also den verfassungswidrigen Haushalt aufgestellt haben, wie direkt schon mal.
In Deutschland 200.000 aktiven Landwirten sind dafür zu klein. Das überfordert uns und macht uns mürbe und sauer. Deswegen sind wir hier.
We missen steeds het Engelse deel. Dat is jammer. Wie had het nou ook weer gezegd? Dat de Fransen naar, ja weet ik niet, ergens onderweg toe zijn. Robster die meldt op Twitch Ierland. Ierland hoort bij de EU. En rolt de WEF overspoelen met immigratieagenda uit. Nou, deze demonstratie gaat dan over andere dingen. De dieseltax en de landbouwvoertuigen die hebben een hoogere BTW. Dus die worden duurder. Lonen voor de openbaar vervoerfiguren. Er zijn ook een aantal aan het staken, vakbonden, niet allemaal. Minden is in Duitsland, oké. Duitse haven. Fransen richting Duitsland, oké. Op je profiel, gaan we even kijken. Zojuist. Zojuist, het is hartstikke donker. Dat was een Duitser. Hallo van Fulda. Is dat niet bij Frans of zo? Van dit Franse misschien?
1% der Bevölkerung sollte damit 10%.
Nou, als dat Fransen zijn, spreken ze heel goed Duits. Nederlandse boeren tegengehouden in Groningen. Fransen zijn ook op pad, maar ja, dat is gewoon iemand die dat zegt. Ter hoogte van Tol Charmant Sentis, Santi.
encore d'arriver, il y a énormément de monde. Comme vous pouvez le voir. Ça va pas durer longtemps, j'ai vraiment pas de batterie. Mais au moins vous voyez qu'il y a du monde qui se bouge. Et c'est très important.
Ja, dat is ook weer in het Frans. Ik zal de link kopiëren, want dan wil ik hem even doorspelen naar iemand. Maar eerst wil ik hem checken. Wat is een Franse krant? French newspapers. Le Monde natuurlijk, dat is ook op tv. Ik wil er gewoon naartoe, dat kan er weer niet. Hier vandaan misschien. Oh, hij stond eronder. Microfoon aan. Ja. Le Monde. Nou, even veren in een eigen kont. Prijzen gewonnen. Dit is in het Engels trouwens, dat is mooi. Nee, boeren, dat gaat hij niet vinden. Komt er even, farmer. Farmer vindt hij al niet. Ja, het is hem echt. Le Monde, France en dan de Engelse submap. Gaan we even naar de hoofdpagina. Want je hebt gelijk dan foto's met trucks of tractors. Tractoren. Trekkers. Oekraïne. Straaljager. Nou, die blokkeren geen snelwegen. Xi Jinping of zo. Wat is nou ook weer het Franse woord voor boeren? Even in de chat kijken, dat weet vast wel iemand. Het Franse woord voor boeren. Dieneke Hogevorst, welkom terug. Die schrijft op Facebook, hier wappert nog steeds de boer zakdoek. Voor en achter. Maar heeft het nog nut voor de Nederlandse boeren? Nou ja, strijden om ten onder desnoods. Het heeft zeker genut om niet te melden dat je het er oneens mee bent en waarom. En zo. Fijne dag Erik. Ben naar het werk. Heb ik wat gemist? Oh daar. Ja, ik heb wat gemist. Erik, werkzaam. Minder, ja dat heb ik gezien. Duitsland. Daar was geloof ik ook een clipje van. Les oh ja, dat is ook zo. Agriculture, dat komt uit het Frans denk ik. Ctrl F, dankjewel Ray. Ctrl F, Ctrl V. Nou, dat vindt hij al niet. Dan gaan we naar Agri gewoon. Ook niet. Dus Le Monde, die heeft het er niet over. Nou, dan gaan we in het Engels zoeken. Gewoon voor de zekerheid. Daar pak ik wel Google voor. Want die is gewoon het snelst met nieuws indexeren. Ik geloof dat al die kranten betaald lid zijn van hun. Nou, met Friends Farmers Germany 2024 zou het gevonden moeten worden dan. Farmers protest continues in Germany. Niks over Fransen in dat artikel. Hier staat French Southern Territories, dat is een ander topic. Germany fears strikes. Dat is allemaal niet op chronologische volgorde, dus dat gaan we even veranderen. Afgelopen uur, dat is prima. German farmers strike French Southern Territories, die hebben we gezien. Daar staat ook geen Frans tussen. Ook niet. Ctrl F, French. With French, missing French, dus die staat er niet in. Cognacmakers. Brandy import. Ander topic. Nou, geen idee. Niet te vinden. Niet met Google althans. Even luisteren.
Dass das nicht immer runter aufsah, aber
Oh.
Henrik und ich, wir haben
Welkom Tom Koop. Tom Koop is from Germany. He came there to see how the protests are going because living in the Cologne, he lives in the Cologne. But he didn't notice anything yet outside. I think that's because the farmers are going from the countryside towards the cities and the harbors. So, yeah, in the country you won't find any you won't find any farmers in the wild. Perhaps one or two, but yeah, most farmers are into the cities in the whole of your country. We just seen a map, and those pins are all over the place. So yeah, the farmers are. If you're in a city, you probably see some blockade by farmers. Nou, vertaal eens wat Uwe.
das ist genau das, was einen nicht zermürbt.
Nou, wordt nog niet vertaald. Dan weer even naar Facebook. Kijken of er updates tussen zitten. Oh ja, die haven. Die haven hebben we nog niet gezien. Benny heeft ook weer wat, Kreta heeft ook weer wat gestuurd. Lingen. Teun. Lingen. Waar had ik nou die haven gezien? Dat komt dus niet van Ben af dan. Het staat wel in zijn tekst op de chat. Minden is in Duitsland. Nou ja, maakt niet uit. Ik heb inderdaad een foto gezien met een haven waar schepen over dwars lagen. Dus dat zal dan de Minden zijn. DJ Miracle Dance, welcome. I don't know if you're Dutch speaking or English. It's about the protests by the farmers in Germany. But also Poland and the Netherlands are joining in, for not all of them, but a bit. So some border passings are blocked. And in Germany, yeah, most is blocked. The roads, there is no normal going A to B. The public transportation, the trains, unions are also on strike. Not all of them, but most. Oh, let's listen.
This is, it depends on what's going on now. So this is not fixed. That this is a one-time event.
So what all they say?
Yeah, you know, he said that here on the. That's what I said to you. Here on our local side, on the community, on the county, they have no problems with the politicians, and the politicians even agree that it's all bullshit what they do federal. But at the end, they can't do anything. You know, that's the problem.
Well, then their local is going to have to start putting pressure on their uppers.
Yeah, that's what he said. But you know, therefore that you need people with balls.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the thing in Germany. People don't have balls. Ah, man.
I don't think, being it's just a local there, Uwe, I don't think that this is, I don't think it's representative of what's going to go on in your whole country.
It's fucking cold. That's the car.
Oh yeah.
All right. Gonna set up and then come back.
All right.
Oké, dan ga ik daar even inloggen. Want anders heb je 3 streams door elkaar heen. Dat vond ik niet handig. Dus nu kan ik daar bij gaan. En dat gaat ook veranderen, hè? Anderen kunnen er ook bij. Bedankt voor het applaus. Tum, duurt even. Hallo people, hallo Robert. Do I have hello people? Hello.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
hold
Barry?
on. I have to mute something. Do I have some? Yeah, now it's muted. No more echo.
You got it?
Yeah. What did Uwe say? Because we missed all the English parts.
Oh, basically, he'll be back in a minute. We'll talk more about it. He's getting in his car and stuff, but he'll be back on here in a minute.
Ah, okay. Then we will hear.
Yeah. But basically, you know, the same thing we've all been saying is even the local politicians agree with the people. It's the what we would consider the federal, the upper end, is the one trying to foment this stuff on all the people, you know?
Yeah.
So it's not like they don't have support of the people or their local politicians for the most part. It's just they seem to be at a loss as to what to do about it. But in my opinion, grow a pair.
Yeah, most of the time those local politicians, in the Netherlands at least, they want to progress within their own party. So if the law gives them the power to how do you say this, to redirect the excuses, of course they will say they think the same like you, but we can't do anything.
Well, that's the thing is they have to be held up and accountable and do their damn jobs, speak up. You know, that's all there is to it.
Especially, especially within the party, because you don't know how that works out then.
Well, and that's another thing too, is the party politics getting in the way.
Yeah.
It's the same song and dance in every country. Party politics. That's the biggest scourge on this planet. It should be gone. There shouldn't be any party politics. You either got the truth and common sense or you don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it's like with any crime. They have a motive.
Yep, for sure. You know. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out, because like Uva's just at his local stuff, you know.
Yeah.
What's going to be the game changer or the player is what's going on in the bigger cities. That's where I think where you're going to see what's going to actually go on, you know.
Yeah, and it is in a lot of cities, because I saw a German news flash. They had like Google Maps or something, and it's really in all over the place, those pins. I think I saw like 50 of them, and cities I never heard of.
Oh yeah.
And also, but this has not been confirmed yet, the French farmers are also in the way to Germany at their border. And
they are.
And there's
they are already in Berlin.
Oh, they are there already. Okay. And Minden is a harbor that has also been blocked by fishers.
Lots of Dutch, Belgium, French, and Polish.
Yeah, Polish and you, Dutch and
there was hundreds of Polish yesterday at night came from Poland to Berlin.
Yeah.
I think that's where you know, they're not gonna focus on any of the smaller areas. They'll focus on the larger ones where they can make a larger impact. But it's good to hear that when Uwe's talking to these people that, you know, people are aware of what the heck's going on, you know.
Yeah, these people. But did you talk to civilians too, Uwe?
Yeah, there was all civilians. There was only half of them were farmers.
Ah,
The rest
okay.
were whatever, handyman, plumber, electrician.
Yeah,
Just people like me, you know.
yeah.
Viola says, so when you going to Berlin, Uwe?
The thing is, even if I would go there, I would not get in there. I would have
Well,
to.
yeah.
I would have to
You'd have
stay
to be there already.
way outside to and then go with public transport because it's all locked. It's all
Yeah.
locked.
And public transport may not be in use.
Probably, yeah.
Well, that's why I say the impact of this and how it plays out is yet to be seen. This is just the beginning.
They have
This was my first time, anyways, and yeah, on one side it's okay for our little county here, but on the other side, it's a little disappointing as well. It should be way more people coming there and saying presents and saying fuck off. They have to change. But as you see, everybody walks by and gives a shit. That's the problem.
Well, I'll tell you what, they'll give a shit when they go to the store and can't buy anything.
Yeah, but then what I said, then you will see these people going violent against the farmers and accusing them to be the accountable for the shortage. That's right, there will be, but there's a reason for why.
Well, that's exactly why I said we need to make sure they get out, that people understand what's going on. You know, that's the biggest thing, is getting people to understand that.
DJ Miracle, you can whisper me now. I send you a whisper and then you can answer. So, yeah, I'm curious what you will send. Thanks in advance.
You sent me one? Barry,
What? Sorry?
you sent me a whisper?
Oh, then I did the wrong microphone. No, it was 2 people in Twitch that have links for me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't get anything from you, buddy.
No, that's correct.
Don't be sending me no weird pictures of nothing, guy.
It doesn't work, DJ Miracle. The link says doesn't exist. Oh, it's a group. I'm not a member of that group. That's it. So I can't see it.
What's that?
The link he sent me is from a Facebook group that I'm not a member of, so I can't see that post.
Oh,
I don't do Facebook anyways. Fucking shit.
no. Well, that's one of the reasons why I don't, because it's closed off to so many people. You know, it's not like on here where anybody can just come and watch. And that's why I have a real problem with Facebook.
Well, you can watch if you're not on Facebook.
Several of them I've seen that you can't.
Yeah, if it's in a group, when people say it's not for everyone, it's not public, then you can't see it. That's the same on Lickabout that I use. But when I have one open, I couldn't log in this morning to factor authentication. I got a link, I clicked it, and I could see it while not being logged in. but it was said to public, and that has to be so.
Yeah, that's why I think people, when it comes to this stuff, need to quit being so exclusive, because this stuff needs to get out to everybody.
Yeah.
What's going on.
There's another reason for me not using Facebook. It's way too unsecure. Way too unsecure.
Oh, yeah. Well, me.
And I don't need to share my private life with everybody in the fucking world. I don't need that.
Now this is why people have like
some people in Facebook, they posting everything. They even show when they go to the fucking toilet, man.
Yeah.
So that's insane.
The day before you see what.
And then they're wondering about stalking and criminal shit. What the fuck?
The day before you will see what they ate, and the day after you will see how it came out.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you,
insane.
A lot of people would post on Facebook when they go on vacation and come home and find their house broken into because they posted on Facebook that they weren't home.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But you don't need a real account. Even if you only make a page, then you have an account which you just let sleep. You don't use it. But when you get a link for Facebook, you can see it.
Yeah. I don't know. I've lived this long without one.
And another option is Lick About, but same thing. If you don't post there about your personal life, then it's okay. But the nice thing on Lick About is that everyone can see it. They don't have to log in or anything.
So let me ask you, Uwe, you're talking to them people. Were they talking about anything other than the taxes and stuff? Were they talking about everything else that's going on?
Even kijken, zijn er updates?
Oh yeah, they talked about climate and even the pandemic shit. So people who join those events are awake. They know what's going on.
Well, that's why I think it's important to get this stuff out to everybody. There's going,
Dankjewel
Tracy
Greta
said,
voor de update. Even kijken wat dit is.
Sure, farmers down there would wake up, but it's like I told her, they're going to have. There's going to be a point in time when they're not going to have a choice. You're either going to speak up, or you're not going to exist.
There's another big problem in Australia. It's so huge there, and it's so open land that it will be nearly impossible to make an event like this with the farmers in Australia. It's nearly impossible. Because,
it's pretty spread out.
Yeah. It's so big. And you have to make several different events, but you can't do a huge event in Canberra or whatever. That will not work out with that huge country and every farm is so. I mean, they have farms. They are bigger than this county. That is not a joke. That is true. So, and they have to use helicopters to search their cattle and stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That would be one cool blockade. Helicopters coming down into the high roads.
That's no joke. They use helicopters to find the cattle.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
Well, I know one thing. If they run out the farmers in all of our countries, which is what they seem to be doing, they want to control that. Who knows what the hell they're going to be importing out of, probably China or shit like that. And you can tell that there's a big push for that in all of our countries.
Then most of the stuff will be synthetic, Robert. It will not be even natural anymore.
Yep.
Like freaking laboratory in fucking meat.
Welkom Amalou, goedemiddag, welkom terug. Even heel in het kort weer een samenvatting. De Duitse boeren protesteren de hele week. Doen wegblokkades en openbaar vervoer staakt. Grotendeels, niet allemaal, maar de meeste. Er is een soort planning, nou niet een planning, een verwachting die de boeren hebben opgesteld, een lijst. En dat houdt in dat dus ook de schappen leeg gaan van bepaalde producten binnen een dag of 3, 4. Mensen zijn ook al aan het hamsteren en zo. Dan gaat het sneller, hè? Die producten. Polen die heeft ook deels geblokkeerd aan de Duitse grens, Poolse boeren. België, Frankrijk, Nederland. Er zijn Nederlandse boeren, Franse, Belgische en Nederlands, Frans, Belgisch en Poolse. Die zijn ook in Duitsland. Dus die willen ook weten hoe en wat. Dat is in hun eigen landen natuurlijk dan ook goed bekend. Oh, luister even verder.
Stream I got up, I'm not sure where it's from, but
2-1. This is not Berlin, that's for sure.
Erik, de chat staat weer open. Als je naar Lead Guitarman 1 gaat op Twitch, dan staat de link weer boven in de chat.
did you put that? Well, good.
If we got 100 viewers on this small event, that was a good impact.
I'm looking for this other live. Which link is that, Uba? I got so many in the channel.
That guy is called René. That guy is called René. And it's a link, that's a little box. It's not only the link, it's in a little box. It's maybe, I don't know, I definitely sent it last night and not this morning.
Cool.
That's quite a lot. But what you could also hear on the public, on the talks to the people, that everybody is quite pessimistic that this will change anything. And that is not a good sign as well. You got to show some optimistic to everybody that it has impact. Because you go to an event and you take yourself down already, there's joining there, is not believing in it.
Okay, I found it, Uba. Let me look and see.
And maybe even share their link out in chat, that more people can sub him up.
Second.
I never knew that guy before. I just met him on that Telegram channel I joined in yesterday. So he was on his way to Berlin when he came to the chat.
Looks like he's live, but
There you
doesn't
go.
look like he has much going on.
Is hij at the Brandenburger Tor?
Welkom 8 mensen op mijn kanaal.
Zet.
Is hij at the Brandenburger Tor? At Parliament?
Welcome people on my channel.
yeah.
Do you speak English or
We're
Dutch?
in Berlin.
Nederlands of Engels?
Ja.
Where are we all
Hold on, I'll
from?
bring it up. Give me 1 sec.
Where are we all from? Waar komen jullie vandaan? Nederland hier, Amsterdam. Netherlands, Amsterdam. I just rated the channel what you're looking at, Lead Guitarman 1 on Twitch. And we are flipping around between, no not flipping, zapping around between all kinds of channels on diverse social media. We hope to find French clips, but they also do titles, and if they even do titles, but they do it all in French. These are hard to find. Polish, hard to find. And yeah, a lot of Germany is blocked now road-wise near the cities, of course, because the farmers are going to all kinds of cities. And not just 1 or 2, but yeah, all the big cities in the neighborhoods.
Sachen sagen. Ich bin einfach nur dankbar für jeden, der hier den Weg gefunden hat. Ihr seid das Beste, was dieses Land zu bieten hat. Alle, wie ihr hier steht, jeder Einzelne. Vielen Dank für euch. Folgt uns gerne mal bei Facebook oder irgendwo. Guckt mal vorbei, was eure Oderlandbauern machen. Wir bedanken uns vielmals für die Zeit und dass wir hier für euch sprechen durften. Wir haben euch alle gern. Wir kommen wieder. Und wir hoffen, dass die ganze Woche noch so erfolgreich wird wie dieser Tag hier heute. Danke.
He was saying thank you to everybody who came in there to support, and they will come back.
Hi! Ich stehe hier für die ganzen Pferdehofbesitzer und die Pferde-B-Sitzer, die direkt von den Bauern abhängig sind. Und wenn die Bauern sterben, dann sterben auch diese ganzen Höfe. Und dann gibt es auch keine Pferde mehr in Deutschland. Und deswegen sind wir hier an der Seite der Bauern, weil ihr macht eine tolle Arbeit. Und hier sind so viele tolle Leute, vom Transportunternehmen bis hin zu den Handwerkern, die wirklich super Arbeit machen, die das Land versorgen und die ausgesaugt werden von unserer Politik. Ich habe noch einen Herrn Lindner im Ohr, der gesagt hat, ich regiere lieber gar nicht, bevor ich schlecht regiere. Hat er vergessen.
Er macht nichts falsch.
Wir haben einen Bundeskanzler, der einen Eid geschworen hat. Hat er vergessen. Und deswegen stehen wir hier an der Seite der Bauern, um dieses Land wieder zu einem lebensfähigen Land zu machen.
Oh, weia.
Ich hoffe, dass auch normale Bürger wissen, dass Lebensmittel nicht im Regal wachsen. Und dass unsere Rentner nicht Flaschen sammeln sollten. In dem Sinne, Leute, hoffe ich, wir sehen uns alle bis nächstes Wochenende und darüber hinaus, bis sich was tut. Danke.
What did she say, Uwe?
She just said she's working on a horse farm, and yeah, that the food is not growing in the stores. So, and she was talking about our freaking politicians as well, our Kanzler and our finance minister and all these freaking morons. And yeah, there's another part of the convoy. It looks like they maybe left early or didn't make it there.
Dadurch, dass heute überall Blockaden an der Autobahnzufahrten in vielen Kleinstädten und überhaupt landesweit, bundesweit, wir uns ja auf die Straße begeben und unseren Unmut kundtun, dass hier so viele herkommen. Aber hier sind genauso viele wie am 18. Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr das alle möglich gemacht habt. Wir sind ja schon länger auf der Straße. 2019 hat es angefangen. 2019 bin ich der erste Traktor gewesen, der auf der 5 zur Goldelse vorgefahren ist. Ich wusste damals nicht, was mich erwartet. Ich hatte da ein bisschen Panik. Wie reagieren die Berliner darauf? Schmeißen sie irgendeine Flasche in die Scheibe oder irgendeinen Stein oder wollen das nicht? Ganz im Gegenteil. Uns hat nur Applaus, Daumen hoch, egal ob Polizei oder sonst wer. Jeder hat das begrüßt, dass wir hier waren. Und ich kann mich noch ganz gut an den 18. erinnern, wo ein Minister hier stand als Staatsminister und gesagt hat, die Bauern sind hier nicht die breite Masse und wir können sie ruhig ein bisschen opfern, damit wir unser Geld zusammengestoppelt kriegen für Ukraine oder sonst wen. Ich muss mal sagen, heute steht hier die breite Masse. Vielen, vielen Dank an alle.
In dit geval ook het beeld, hè, dat het een beetje schokt en zo, dat ligt aan de bron. Want als je linksonder kijkt naar Oewe die in de auto rijdt, dat gaat een stuk soepeler. Dus de schokkerigheid zit hem in de live vanaf de Brandenburger Toren gebied.
Vor allem brauchen wir Fachkompetenz. Da drin, den größten Fachkräftemangel haben wir leider dort.
What's he saying, Uwe?
That we need experts in politics and not anybody with no idea on what they're doing. That's one of the reasons here in Germany as well. We have ministers on positions they have no fucking clue about, you know? They never worked in that business, they never did anything and have no idea what to do and what is the best for economy or for the farmers or for whatever. They have no idea about anything.
That's why politicians should not be a career. We need to have real people in those positions.
Yeah, you have to have experience in real world, you know? If you were a teacher or you had fucking a plumber business or whatever, you have to have experience in life.
Und wir haben ja in diesem Jahr Wahlen. Und da kann ein jeder mit seinem Kreuz etwas dazu beitragen, dass wir vielleicht eine Änderung herbeischaffen. Weil ich weiß, warum sich hier auch niemand blicken lässt. Wenn wir hier eine riesen Kundgebung haben, die ersten Traktoren stehen schon seit 2 Tagen bald hier und es hat niemand den Arsch in der Hose, von der Politik hierher zu kommen. Das ist echt Wenn ich als Volksvertreter mich nicht mehr in mein Volk trauen kann, weil ich die Hose voll habe, dann kann ich diesen Job auch lassen. Wir stellen uns so auf, wenn wir uns sprechen.
Ja, tschüss.
Ja, das mag ja sein, dass sie alle noch Urlaub haben. Aber es ist ein völliger Realitätsverlust. Ich bin ja oft, wie gesagt, im Bundestag oder Landtag. Ich kann ja sagen, ich kann euch ja manchmal nicht mal den Vorwurf machen, Herr Politiker. Aber ihr habt einfach euer eigenes Habitat geschaffen. Ihr habt keine Berührungspunkte mit unserer realen Welt hier draußen.
That's exactly right. All the politicians, they have no empathy and no freaking contact to the real world. They're living in their own fucking clown world and they have no idea what is going on in the real world.
Exactly.
Aber das sind alles Kosten, die haben sich gesteigert und das geht seit Corona. Und das kann man einfach nicht mehr bezahlen. Wie gesagt, Wir haben 300 Hektar Betrieb mit einer Regionalvermarktung, eigenen Schlachtung, Gastronomie dran. Ich bin jetzt dreimal gebeutelt worden, damit ich hier von den Steuererhöhungen die umsetzen muss. Ich muss jetzt irgendwann oder ich muss jetzt im Januar eine neue Karte schreiben. Preisliste für den Hofladen, Preisliste für die Gastronomie. Es muss aber am Tagesende auch noch einer bezahlen können. Und wenn wir alle Produkte produzieren, die sich keiner mehr leisten kann, ja, dann geht unsere Volkswirtschaft vor die Hunde. Und es ist ja so, wie Reinhard auch schon sagte, wir haben ja hier kein Einkommensproblem oder kein Steueraufkommenproblem. Wir haben 1 Billion Steueraufkommen im letzten Jahr gehabt. 1 Billion. Ja, da fehlt nicht viel bis an die Billion. Ne? Wir hatten unter Ludwig Erhard mal 50 Milliarden. Wir hatten vor Corona 500 Milliarden. Wir haben mit den Steuererhöhungen, durch die Inflationserhöhungen, die in Corona-Zeiten angefangen sind, die in der Ukraine immer weitergegangen sind, mittlerweile dann fast die 1000 Milliarden, eine Billion erreicht. 920 Milliarden ganz hoch. Aber es ist doch so, dass wir das Geld mit der Gießkanne in alle Welt verschieben. Und wir für unsere
Ja, ik heb hem gezien, Ben, dankjewel. Ik had hem ook van 2 andere mensen. En ik heb hem even apart bekeken. Ja, je ziet materiaal rijden, maar bedankt.
Because they don't have money for kindergarten or school. No, our facility on the kindergarten and schools is absolutely insane.
Well, that's the thing, Uwe. They got money to fly all over the damn world and talk bullshit, but they ain't got the money to fix the infrastructure nor take their education.
Yeah. Yeah. So, folks, I'm gonna make a lunch stop here. I'm hungry. So, I will get to you guys later.
All right, I'll see you in a bit, Uwe.
Take care, guys.
I'll go as long as these are streaming, Uwe, so come back in.
Und das fängt mit dem an, was wir uns tagtäglich auf den Teller packen. Da müssen wir ganz genau gucken, wo kommt's her und was ist da drin. So, genau. Und 1000 Label oder sonst irgendwas auf die Verpackung. Man muss ja schon bald einen Zettel dran tackern, dass wir noch 1000 Stück drauf ziehen. Wir brauchen regionale, sichere Lebensmittel aus einheimischer Produktion für unsere Region. Mehr brauchen wir nicht. Vielen Dank. Ich habe zu danken. So, eine Redner schaffen wir jetzt noch.
Ein Redner noch.
Wer von euch beiden war der Erste? So, der Herr mit der orangen Weste kann auch schon mal hochkommen.
Genau.
Hallo Leute, ich bin Paula, ich bin normal, ich bin nicht Bauer. Aber was ist denn normal? Ich wollte euch danken, dass ihr alle da seid. Es ist mir eine Ehre.
All right, give me a second, I'll check it out.
Und ich würde mir wünschen, dass die Ware, die unsere Bauerngeber auch an uns weitergegeben werden, ohne dass sie manipuliert werden. Ich finde es schrecklich, dass wir so viel E-Stoffe haben und überall Soja drin ist mit Giftpflanze, habe ich gehört. Eher Schokolade, Kekse oder so holen. Ich will das nicht mehr. Und wir müssen endlich Nein sagen. Ich glaube, wenn wir nichts mehr kaufen, was E-Stoffe hat oder Sojaprodukte, ich meine, das ist echt viel, Leute, dann werdet ihr sparen und die Regierung wird merken, dass wir ihren Scheißgift nicht mehr fressen.
That other link just seems like a woman talking. They don't seem to be doing anything at the moment.
Arschkalt.
Ein Megafon brauchst du, glaube ich, nicht.
Werden die Füße auch so?
Ja, ja.
Ich merk's bald nicht mehr.
Dran zu bleiben, weiter dran zu bleiben, damit wir tatsächlich ja auch zu den Landratswahlen verhindern, dass diese CDU wieder macht, die ja wieder sich mit den Grünen fesseln wird. Also, auch Konservative. Ja. Oh, fantastisch, oder? Fang das mal ein hier, ist das schön. Danke. Mach so.
Ja, meine Lieben, und jetzt eventuell für die bulgarischen Zuschauer. Ja, wir reden einfach mal ein bisschen auf Bulgarisch oder wir lassen ihn in Bulgarien. Euer Micha hat ja 10 Jahre in Bulgarien. Mišu, 10 години работа в Bulgaria. Immer много приятели, още приятели, Zucker, gerade Dresden und jetzt mal auf Bulgarisch. Bitte.
На всички българите живи здрав от Дрестен, Германия.
Благодаря.
Sehr gut.
Das ist ja, und sonst alles schick. Ja,
What they saying, Barry?
Wenn du wieder runterfährst, kriegst du dir wieder Kaffee mit. Mach ich. Aber
Hast du Kaffee versucht?
Yeah, what they say? What they saying?
Yeah, I'm not that good at German. I know some words, but I don't know what he said.
Ah, okay. Looks like they're a little more excited there.
Yeah, I think it's a train station or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
You know, the thing of it is they won't show any of this in the news. I guarantee you that, unless something bad happens.
Ja.
Unterstützen den Projekt, den Protest natürlich. Ja, die Leute ziehen jetzt friedlich, aber bestimmt in Richtung Staatskanzlei. Jetzt gibt es weiter Mittelbilder von eurem Micha, die Alternative zu Funk und Fernsehen.
Und ja, danke fürs Zugucken und
Katja loopt vast.
What's that, Barry?
Oh, Mike again. I'm watching a live stream from a Dutch vlogger in Germany. She comes originally from Germany, but she has a very bad connection. That's too bad.
Turn that down a little bit for now. Yeah, I don't think any of the trains are running today in Berlin, is it?
Not everyone is on strike, but the most are, and a lot is blocked. So it will be not a good idea to depend on the public transportation.
Can you see the chat, Barry? Ziggy Zagma says something I can't understand. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I have the Ziggy now here. Oh, okay. Ziggy says Katja has stopped streaming because where she is at there was not a lot happening.
Gotcha. Well, truthfully, that's what it needs to stay where nothing crazy happens. I think they just need to make a point at the moment.
Well, it's already happening behind the scenes. I have not found videos of it. They will surface. People are hoarding tobacco, for instance. This also got made more expensive. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
and when stuff is going out in the stores, then that brings new toilet fights or stuff with it.
Yeah.
It's only day one.
I think he said she was in Dusseldorf, and there were just 60 people at. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
At
what I'm
most.
saying, Shiki. A lot of people are going to the big cities, and the farmers that stay home or are in a province where there is not a lot of farming land. Yeah, there will be spots that even have less people around, because everyone is going to the bigger cities nearby.
Yeah, that one that Ugo was at, he figures they had 500-600 there, which I think is pretty good for just a small local area.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure. The thing is, though, Ziggy, this even though they're gonna poo-poo on this stuff, but it shows that there's people who are paying attention, um, and that's what needs to be done right at the moment. And hopefully, they don't have any opposing side doing something stupid.
Now, this I did understood. That's the common denominator. The German government is not here for the people.
Yeah, I think that's kind of ubiquitous across all of our countries right
Yeah.
now. That's the hardest part, I think, is getting people to realize that it isn't just one country they're doing this to. They're doing to all of us.
Hi, and MDA on my Twitch says if something stupid happens, it's probably controlled.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I told Uba, even in the smaller ones, you want to make sure you pay attention, because it wouldn't shock me one bit in the least for them to put people in there just to cause trouble,
Yeah.
to make the whole thing look bad.
Yeah, they don't want that people over the coming days are joining.
Well, that's going to be the thing, Barry, is to see what happens and where this goes. And I think the longer it goes on in many places, the more apt they'll try to do something.
Yeah. And how long did they wait in Canada? That was like 4 weeks or so?
Yeah, but I don't think our government's going to make that mistake again. They don't want this to get international attention, guarantee you.
Well, I don't think that that's possible anymore, because even our big papers have mentioned this. Dogfight. Yeah, Robert is muted, I think. I think the dogs were having an argument.
Yeah, my labs got into it.
I'm switching through a lot of lives, and it's almost all the same. tractors in the streets, driving, standing still. Traffic being...
Well, I think right now with it just beginning, I think a lot of that's what it's going to be. But you know, the big telling thing is going to be to see what the politicians' reactions are, and if this actually continues enough to have an effect. That'll be the big tell.
Yeah, and I think they won't react too heavy at the first day. It's cold, and perhaps they're hoping that it will bleed that by itself or something.
Hallo?
They probably have a plan already for when this happens.
Oh, absolutely. Where is this one? I think this is somewhere in Berlin, Ziggy. Let me look real quick, see if it says.
It can be anywhere, Sicky. We saw the Google map with the pins, and name a big city in Germany or there is a protest.
It says, I don't know if you can read that or not, but on protest, Dresden.
Yeah, Dresden, yeah. Oh, natuurlijk, Jason, HNMDA. Ik denk dat klinkt bekend, maar ik heb het ook over een andere MDA gehad. Een stof. Ja, wanneer in Nederland? Het is al gebeurd hier, hè, eigenlijk. En ja, dit is zoveel groter. In zoveel steden. Echt de hele Duitse map is bezaaid met pinpoints op Google Maps. Van steden, ook steden waar ik nooit van gehoord heb qua naam. Ja, dat is geblokkeerde boeren hier en daar. Ook,
the only thing that I see here, though, do you notice any mainstream media out anywhere? Do you see any reporters?
Not in this shot, no. But they are there, even if it is just for when something happens.
Well, my thoughts are when you see mainstream media, that's when you better watch for somebody trying to set something up.
Yeah. Yeah, and these days I've seen it in France and Germany and Netherlands. The not so known reporters, that get known simply by seeing them because they are in their own programs, they walk around with the phone. So they make the same sort of footage as Uwe did, but when it becomes news, then this footage will be on the national television. So they are not walking around anymore per se with a big camera on their shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, Solmir says there also blocked several border crossings with France, Poland, Austria, and the Netherlands. Yeah. My question, Solmir, is it farmers or is it government blocking people from traveling to get to some of these protests?
Well, in Poland it was truckers, mostly truckers. And why wouldn't they let their own people go to Germany? So in the case of Poland, I would say it's the people themselves.
I don't know. I could see them trying to stop more people from coming, for sure.
Yeah, that's their best case scenario, but I don't know if that is even possible with these amounts. And it's all over Germany, so.
Yeah, for sure.
There's always a city nearby.
let me point this out though. When it's spread out all over the place, you don't have to manage as much. If they were all going to Berlin, then you're talking a whole different story. Kind of like what went on in Ottawa in Canada, where everybody was going to the same place.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't know that having it so spread out, even though it's a lot less apt to have them disrupted everywhere, but I don't think it'll have the effect it would if they were all going to the same place. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, for sure. It's like in France. They also did this more than once. That it is in the whole of France, protest. But these are more peaceful and dancing and making music.
Well, so was Ottawa, Canada. And look what happened there.
Well, these blocked roads and the people in the city got agitated. In France, they didn't get agitated.
I don't know. We'll see.
But this is simply too huge. I also wonder where are the people walking towards?
I don't know.
I hope Uwe has one ham sandwich and is back again.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah, he will be back, but on the other hand, they are not telling anything at the moment.
Well, to really tell you the truth, there isn't much to really tell. I think, that's the problem with this, the way it's going at the moment. We hope for everything to stay peaceful and everything like that. But I'll wait for him to get done talking.
So ist das. Ach, schön ist es hier. Ja, jedenfalls friedlich, aber bestimmt hier in Dresden, wie in ganz Deutschland. Heute sind die Menschen unterwegs. Unternehmer, Bauern, ja, Mittelständler. Ja, sie haben einfach mal die Schnauze voll von der Ampelregierung und sagen, es reicht. Ja, und jetzt geht es weiter mit den Bildern hier aus Dresden, aus Sachsen. Ja, Werbung in eigener Sache. Wenn es euch gefällt, was Micha so macht. Nur mit eurer Hilfe da draußen kann ich das alles ein bisschen machen. Jeder Euro zählt. PayPal, Bankverbindung findet ihr unten im Kanal. Und jetzt geht es weiter mit den friedlichen Protesten aus Sachsen. Ja, heute aus Dresden. Die ganzen tausenden Menschen sind unterwegs in Richtung Staatskanzlei, wo die ihren Unmut kundtun machen wollen.
Mensen op Twitch, niet schrikken. Ik ga jullie raiden naar waar de live is en waar ik ook zit. Dus ik blijf ook gewoon live. Maar ik raid jullie naar de officiële live. Om het zo maar even te noemen. Okay, 10 more people incoming.
Cool. From your channel or?
Yeah, from my channel. Welcome raiders. First off, try to hit the bell icon. There are more lives on this channel, interactive with chat. You can join into the panel, voice, and yeah, so follow. Good idea. Why not? Just do it. This is your chance. Only a few million spots left, so be quick.
Welcome to everybody that showed up. Yeah, you know, the thing of this, Barry, we won't know what kind of effect this is going to have actually until it's over. Like I said, it's going to depend upon whether this sways politicians or not. And that's a pretty big ask at this time in any country, I think.
Yeah, of course. Oh, Lietje is in chat. Lietje, do you want to translate for us? She has been living in Germany. She worked over there, etc. She's very good in Deutsch, in German. So I wonder if she says yes or no.
Well, she's more than welcome to join the panel. Links at the top for anybody that'd like to.
When they are speaking, because they are all going live in German. A missed chance, same in France.
Not really anything at the moment, but I guess when the guy talks.
Yeah, let me check my lives again, because these were all driving around and stuff. Yeah, here they are talking and I think interviewing. I will get you the link. It's in the private chat.
All right, one sec.
She's eating her pea soup. Well, there's nothing yet, Lietje. Enjoy your soup. And Jason, are you here too as well? And are you on my channel or Lead Guitarman 1? Without L? Ietje? Oh, Ray? What do you mean, Siggy? Okay, Jason, if you want, you can join the talk, the studio at StreamYard, on top of the chat. There's the link. The rest you know. If you want, it's not needed, not per se or something.
Yeah.
Dit is live just froze.
That other link doesn't look like they're doing much.
Oh, the link I sent.
That other link, Barry, doesn't look like they're doing anything more than just watch.
He was not interviewing anymore.
No.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh yeah, he's standing at a crossroads or something, or important corner, I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see if any of the politicians decide to say anything.
I think the opposition will.
Ja, wie soll ich die Situation jetzt beschreiben? So die Emotion von mir, ja, nee, ich bin ja neutral, ihr wisst ja, aber es geht mir.
Jason, bedoel je geen zin of dat het technisch niet lukt?
Mein Sohnemann und die Kinder das mal sehen, was wir gemacht haben für sie. Der Papa, der das alles ein bisschen dokumentiert hat, die Tausenden, die für Freiheit, Frieden und Zukunft für unser Land und für die Kinder auf die Straße gegangen sind. Ja, ich denke mir mal, wir können uns in den Spiegel gucken. Wir haben es versucht. Ich habe es versucht, alternativ zu berichten. Und wir haben es geschafft oder auch nicht. Es wird die Zeit bringen. So, das war die kleine emotionale Rede. Ja, lieber Sohnemann, wenn du das Video irgendwann mal siehst, dein Papa hat dich ganz sehr lieb. Und du siehst hinter mir, die ganzen Menschen sind für dich, für euch auf die Straße, liebe Kinder. In diesem Sinne, jetzt geht's weiter mit den Bildern von eurem Media. Und ich denke mir mal, in vielen, vielen Jahren werden die Leute sich das Video umgucken. Und auch die Kiddies und auch mein Sohnemann, der das jetzt sieht. Oder jetzt nicht sieht, wenn er groß ist, sich das angucken. So, das war so eine kleine emotionale Phase. Jetzt geht's weiter von eurem Media.
Okay, Solidjes translate. Oh yeah, you found it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is I don't know. We're not going to see the effects of this, I think, until
Welkom DJ
after
Kuzo.
everything plays out. And I guess it's going to depend upon the tolerance of the people in the government.
Yeah. Yeah, and the opposition, because they can rile people up as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Auf YouTube, auf Facebook, auf Odyssey, auf Banggood, das ist eine chinesische Plattform, dann auf der russischen Plattform.
I'm not sure what I'm not sure what the name is there in chat there, Barry.
HNMDA, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's short for het nieuws, maar dan anders, meaning the news but different. So it's an abbreviation. He's called Jason.
Oh, okay, Jason. I'm not sure what he said, but
he can't log in because he doesn't have Facebook or YouTube. And these days, when we log into Stream Elements, we need that.
Oh. He needs it to log in. He needs to get it to get on the StreamYard. No kidding.
Yeah. If you do it, you probably don't need it. But the guests, you should dive into settings if you don't want it. I think it's some kind of first troll defense that you have to log into it.
I'll have to check that out then.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was the case.
Yeah, I'm always logging in with my Facebook credentials.
Oh yeah, for sure. News on X is I guarantee you that all over X is probably all kinds of stuff.
Are you watching a live, Liedje? That's nice to follow on X. Making a clip about this with music, voice over. This is the Dresden Walking Club. They have many members.
Firefighters joined the German farmers' protest.
Well, Paul, I found a headline there on X that the firefighters are joining the protest as well.
Oh
in
yeah,
Germany.
they did too in France indeed. Yeah, possible. Yeah, have these also got pay cuts or something? Why not?
Yeah, the Davos meeting. Yeah, trust me, I've dug real deep into the WF. Them people are certifiably lunatics.
So, meine Lieben, jetzt haben wir einen Zeitzeugen, obwohl er zwar aussieht wie 18, ist aber ein Zeitzeuge von damals von der Wende. Und was hast du zu der ganzen Geschichte jetzt hier, wie es jetzt gerade so ist, die Massen friedlich, aber bestimmt, oder?
Ich glaube, wir beginnen heute Geschichte zu schreiben. Ja? Und wir Alten haben ja schon die Erfahrung von
Gegendemo, Lügenpresse, danke.
Der Edna hat noch heute nicht mit. Brauch ich nehmen an, wie kriegst du was? Ja, wie jedes Mal.
Ja, dann geht es nochmal von vorne los.
Wir haben ja die Erfahrung von 88, 89 und die Erfahrung kann uns Alten niemand nehmen. Wir werden es auch diesmal schaffen, diese korrupten Banausen,
Yeah, that one I don't buy. Elon Musk on drugs. Yeah. Joe Biden on drugs, maybe.
Schon ein bisschen länger und auch deine Emotionen. Wenn ich dich jetzt so angucke, so, dir stehen fast die Tränen in den Augen.
The Global Resistance. Go to lead guitarman. Oh wait, I will rate again. There are people, new people. Hold on, peeps. I'm not going offline. I'm just going to raise you to the source of the live. And on top of the chat there is the link.
Welcome aboard, Jason.
Ah, he managed. Perhaps you can introduce yourself, Jason, with the news but different.
Yeah, I have a sound problem, so I gonna.
Hey, that's weird. My counter says 11 people, but only 3 are raiding. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them can opt out of that.
Oh yeah, that's possible.
Okay, I hope my sound is now right.
Yeah, good sound.
Because I had a
we can hear
very
you.
big echo. I'm James Wolmaers from the Netherlands. Starting in 2018 on the streets in Den Haag with the Yellow Vest movement, trying to get the Yellow Vest out of France into the Dutch. We started the movement in the Netherlands with several Yellow Vests who started. It became bigger and bigger and bigger until the farmers' protest in the Netherlands. That was huge, very huge, but I think it was at the time controlled. and the yellow vests were overruled by the farmers, and then came COVID, and all the protests in Europe, yeah, died. Yeah, that's what I think. And
Well, I suspect, Jason, that I can see them gearing up to try another thing like COVID.
yeah. They tried with the monkeypox and some polio lookalikes and that sort of things, and they try to. Um, yeah, I need to start to think in English, so my words are not ready yet, but
That's okay. You're all
it's
right.
okay.
You're all
Okay.
right.
I think indeed the movement of the government is starting to make people frightened again
Yes.
for new things, some different things. But I also am frightened for this protest because if the farmers now go protest, where does the food come from in several weeks?
Well, see, and therein lies the rub. And I hope people understand that freedom doesn't come without sacrifice. If we don't do something, then we're not going to have the opportunity to do anything in the future.
No, that's true. So no.
You know, and the thing of it is, for them, this is about the only way they can make an impact to get people to understand that right now this is by the people's choice. What are they going to do when it's the government's choice? That's the problem.
If the government has locked us up, and then we have no way to go anywhere.
Exactly.
Um, we have to know that everything starts with food, and everything comes from the land. If it is your clothing, your food, your things in house, everything. There is a farmer involved, and most people have no idea where their food is coming from, where their things are coming from, and
absolutely.
Most people, and it sounds denigrating, but the most people in this world are very, very, very stupid.
They're naive. I wouldn't use the word stupid. I'd use the word naive.
Yeah, but
meaning they don't
naive,
understand.
I agree that stupid is too much, but naive is too little.
Yeah,
People,
that's true. Maybe ignorant would be more of a word.
yeah, but ignorant is a bliss, eh? But people here in the Netherlands can't count anymore, huh?
Oh, trust me, it's the same thing here.
Writing is a very, very big problem. Because of the internet, we have a word, and it is in short is effe, and it means in a short time. And they write it now because it sounds like two F's. They write it as FF. Yeah, and that's okay. When you do that in school, the teacher don't put a right line through it, but it says okay. You know what you mean. So the word is okay. If you use the wrong letter with the same sound, and you can read it, and then the teacher says, "No, we know what you mean, so it's okay." And that's how they don't know when it's wrong, and people don't know when things are wrong or right anymore, and it's very disturbing.
Well, it's throughout history. This isn't anything new in history.
No.
How do
Every
you
100 years,
control people? How do you control people? You dumb them down. You make sure people can't communicate.
Yeah, that's
No
why I
understanding.
use that's why I use the word stupid, because stupid people are easier to control.
Oh, absolutely. Um, the thing that I'm looking at is if you look at you know the past protests from all over the world, Canada, Australia, here, and other places, it's been the same scenario all the way through them. And that's why I tell everybody or anybody I know that's at these protests to make sure they pay attention to what's going on in the crowd. Because every time there's a big protest in the country, the government's learning more about how to discredit it. And then the mainstream news is going to make sure people don't understand what's really going on.
Yeah, but the farmers, don't they know that the media is the second problem, and maybe for them the first problem, because they don't give any notice of this.
In the
I
Netherlands,
don't
they
know
do.
how.
I can't speak for the German farmers, but in the Netherlands, I've seen a lot of farmers tell SBSS and RTL and such. No interview with you.
Yeah, but there is no protest in Hilversum, because there is all the trouble coming from. In Den Haag, they think about the problem, and in Hilversum, they publish the problem, or the solution, or the framing they need to push. Um, so I don't know how it is in German, because I know that there are three large networks: ZDF, DRF, of three major companies I know from my youth. Um, th- how is it in Germany? Is there one big
Yeah.
corporation?
Uwe is from Germany and he tells that it is the same as in Belgium and 90% of the Netherlands. It's all one media house.
Okay, because
Well, even across the world, all of the media companies in most nations, when you boil back to it, are owned by the
yeah,
same six corporations.
yeah.
You
But
know,
with country wise, in Germany, I think all those farmers need to go to the media park in Germany, and I don't know how it's named in Germany. Um, but then I think there is also one big industrial yard where all the media companies are joined, and that's where the farmers need to go and lock them up and lock them down. So the reporters need to report about what's going on outside, because they can't go outside. Um, and put all these farmers round them up around such a thing, and they can organize a coup for the media, and then they can publish it around the world. The media is not gonna tell any story. That's what's need to happen, or they need to go to the Dutch Parliament and round them up, or the media. So the media is the most safe way, because they can do it without any violence. If you go to the Parliament, now you can count on violence from the government, because they are more willing to defend themselves.
well, to me, it comes down to that people are still how should I say this? There's a lot of people that don't understand what's really going on. They still live in a world where everything is normal to them.
Yeah.
And until it gets on their front porch and they have to deal it face to face, they're not going to understand why this is important. And I think more and more people are starting to realize how much they're actually being lied to. But how long does it take before they decide to speak up and react? That's the big rub. And
That's why what you said. That's why I think the media is very important for the protesters to reach. And if you are in this amount of people, then you should get a bigger microphone. So you need the media to wake the rest of the people.
Well, I know as far as the mainstream media goes, I don't think there's anything people could do to get them to start representing the people anymore. They're supposed to be our fourth level of government. They're supposed to be the watchdogs of government, and they're now co-opted by government.
Yeah. They are bought by the government. They are the government.
Yes. Well, they're servants of the government now. You know.
Yeah, and they are the police because they say there is a lockdown, then there is a lockdown. They say there is a politic decision, then the politic decision is there. When the media says it, it's there. So yeah.
Oh, absolutely. That's I'll tell you another thing that I think is important is that people understand that this isn't unique to just one country. Everything that we're seeing happening here, it's worldwide, absolutely. And I think that's also part of the problem, albeit I think the people online are aware of that.
Carolien Brouwer, welkom. Goedemiddag. Ja. Ja, mee eens. Marie Dame, goedemiddag. Alma Creativa's in de house. Marijke Bultmeijer, Louis Kreuning. Welkom. We luisteren even verder. De link zit in de chat, hè. Dat is de live, zeg maar, waar ik in het panel zit ook. Geluid.
They have been told and they telling them themselves to others to keep them educated and to keep their status intact. Because if you are a CEO from a small company, and I don't know if the director, CEO, owner, and you need to bargain with other companies, you can say you don't like the yellow of the rainbow flag because there is someone in that other company that is gay. So that other company think that the gay is being discriminated if he works with companies who doesn't like the flag. So he loses his order. And that's only with educated people, because non-educated people, and not the stupid ones, you need to know some things, but not definitely in school. The people who are on the streets are the people who have experienced themselves some government problems, some government lies. They are lied to and they noticed. They have government contracts which doesn't keep up the promises they are telling. So
they don't stay to their word.
Yeah. And so I think that the highly educated people are the most educated sheeps in society.
Yeah, in some ways yes, in some ways no. There's a certain, I think, sect of it that are. But yet, if you look at the past 4 years, there were several educated people from higher learning who were pushed out for speaking up about what was going on, that it wasn't the right thing to do. And those people were censored and silenced. So it's not just unique to education. It's unique to an ideology. That lies the problem. We have many people that are educated and scientists and all kinds of stuff who very much are awake and know what's going on, but they're censored from being able to speak up to have any impact. That's a big part of the problem. You know,
Yeah,
so
So some high educated doctors who yeah, but that are the people who are uh, honored by their jobs.
yes,
Um, I can't honor a doctor on this moment if he says only one thing about the goodness of COVID. If it is,
yeah,
you could better take a diaper. Maybe it's good to take the shot. Then it's no doctor anymore. If a school,
correct. But let
in my
me let,
eyes,
let me say something to that. I actually follow a researcher who asked the question about how far are you willing to go to speak up, to risk your reputation for speaking up about what's went on. So there are doctors out there. There are researchers who are speaking up. I mean,
yes,
my own family doctor lost his practice because he wouldn't follow the narrative. Um, so the problem in lies is just like when they mandated it throughout countries and forced people to take it to keep their job or to be able to go to the doctor or go buy food. It was forced upon many, and I feel sorry for them. But there are many who are finally starting to figure out how much they were lied to. But in the same token, they have to be willing to admit that they're wrong. We still have a lot of what I'd call denialism,
yeah,
escapism, all
uh,
these
uh,
things.
and the children on schools right now,
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
that's gonna be a very, very, very big problem because most of them are too lazy to get out of bed even. Let's and then they have to work for
Yep.
$12 to $13 an hour. Um, they think they get a partner and the female who gets 100K a year as basic salary, and
Yeah.
they haven't any clue about life. Um,
Well, that's you see, and that's by design of our education systems. Is they don't people don't live in the real world anymore. They live in a fantasy land. And once they get into real life, they find out that this fantasy land disappears. That's the hard part. Um, and you're right, we're gonna have major problems with that in the future. There's no doubt about that.
and also I think we get a shortage of people, and some people think that's a good thing, but I think we have a major problem in birth, uh, and then especially on the European um, side. And I don't want to sound like a racist, but the white
No, you
people,
don't. You sound like a realist.
yes, but the white people are losing uh, very, very much terrain. And if I look around, and I have done two interviews on the Dutch television, one about 5G and one about national socialism. Um, I miss the white people around me. Uh, I grew up in the Netherlands. I'm born in the Netherlands. My mother is a pharmacist, and she went to the city, and my father came from the city. My biological father I never known, and he's from a country far, far away, and my mother loved him. And that's the story short. But I grew up in the Netherlands, and racism has never been an issue for me. Yeah, for the other people, but never for me. And
Yeah, imagine that.
I grew up in a very white town. Yeah, I was the only colored, and because I was little, my space was very little. There were a few other people in my town. Uh, I grew up in Almere. There I'm living still. And 100 people, ongeveer, were black, of colored. Colored. No, I'm not black. I'm colored.
Yeah. Right.
Nowadays, it's almost 1 in the 100 is white. And if I'm on the streets, I have to search for a blonde woman. I can't see a blonde woman in the streets here. You have to look around, and maybe if you lucky, you see one. And then is the question: is it a white blonde woman? And- But it's it's turned around. We have here in this city almost only colored people living. Most of them are coming from here, are born here. But it the de verhouding, wat verdorie, it doesn't add up anymore. Europe isn't Europe. If you see the pictures in Paris, it sees black from the people, but but not because it's crowded.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think what you've seen go on has improved society?
No, in no way, no way. But I saw that in my youth because the problem in my youth we couldn't go to the swimming pool because there were other people who were very naughty to the little girls where we were swimming with, and we were just swimming and going to the scope and watch a movie, but they are very naughty. And we didn't know that kind of things in our youth, even. That's also the whole sex education. It's going over the roof. Why does an 8-year-old boy or girl needs to know what that kind of thing is? So um, it's no improvement in no way. If you look to Europe, what Europe has built, then you see buildings and if you look at the countries where these people come from before there was war and terror, and that were also proper prosperous countries where people worked for their things, and I don't know how it has happened that they are not proud of their own country anymore.
Ah, see, and therein lies the rub. Now, let me ask you this. Do you not think this is by design?
Yeah. I know the design, the Kalergi-plan. We have a Dutch word, omvolking, what ook exactly the same means. It's by design because they are leaving their homeland, so they are not entitled to the grounds they are born on. Here they are going to mix, and here we are moving out of our places. So, Barry, als je er bent, grondrechten. The ownership rights of land in the Dutch is thinning. So, large corporations can buy all the land, and
Exactly.
then we have nothing at all. And the man that come here, if you leave women and children, you go to war. And if you want to defend women and children, then you send the women and children to flee, and you stay to defend your country. And the people that are coming to our countries, leaving their women and children, so they are coming to war.
And I think you know, there's only a couple reasons that can be for what we've seen.
Do you notice that there are only the integrated colored people in this picture, what you see. You can
Correct.
see me on this demonstration, but I am one of the few colored people because I know what's going on in this country. In the
Well,
protest, in the night, and the BLM protest, there you see no white people and only people from color who are demolishing all the things we have built.
Well, and that's the thing. They've turned what I would deem as an opposition to break people along racial lines, but it's manufactured, and that's why they're taking moving people. I think from many other countries that will not integrate into the societies that we live in, and that doesn't matter what color they are. It has nothing to do with race. They're going to make sure that they cause as much turmoil culturally as they can, because that makes it easier, because people will not become united then. They're literally breaking cultures across every country in the world.
Yeah, and they have it done very keen, because if you say something not nice to me, then I can say, oh, raise it, and you're done. And many white people think that way. That if they say something isn't right, and the colored people using the racism card, that they are terrible people. Um, but if someone says something to me, then it is because of what I've done, not because of who I look, of what I look. And many black people in the European countries use the card because then they can win any argument. And the white people are, what is the word for that? There
Well,
are
the thing that I'll point out, you as yourself being a colored person, and it seems to me that it's pretty telling for a person like yourself to notice how that's being used as a weapon against society.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't get people to have a reasonable discussion about this stuff to understand that that's being fomented upon us. It is used to create turmoil in our cultures, in our societies.
I can give you a very nice example. I'm a bus driver, so I transport people from A to B every day with very much joy. So, but we have a lot of people who don't want to pay for the bus drive. So we call that zwartrijders. They get in and go have a seat and don't pay. Mostly I am the one who had a gelijk. Mostly I get them out. You have to pay or you get out. So my bus is always clean, or only paid people can arrive. But sometimes some people are stubborn, so they say no, just drive, and mostly of the time I say then please check in. You need to pay, and then you get the words. You say that because I'm black. 60% at least of the people in the bus are black. So no difference. And then I stand up and I look to the back, and then she's going sitting or checking in or getting out because her argument doesn't work. But they think they can always say that. That you say that because I'm black. Yeah, show the fuck off. You have to pay. No color, the color doesn't give you a free ride. And the problem is,
Yeah, but
many
let me ask you
black.
this: do you think that governments, by the way they've treated culture in our countries, haven't fomented this stuff?
Yeah, yeah. They get the full credit for this.
Yeah, for
The
sure.
the placement of those people, they are always clustered. You have all the here. If they are coming and they are willing to integrate, that's very good. The most of the people of the future of the past, they came here to get a better life, and that people those people, they were set in clusters in living areas. So they didn't integrate because there was no must. They could do exactly as they do at home because no one else could tell them what the values were of the Netherlands because the most of them, they haven't Dutch neighbors.
Yeah, that seems, you see that everywhere though. I see that here, where the very people who come in and say they want to leave their countries because of the way their society is, but yet they move to another country and want to foment upon society the very same things that they left, that they claimed that they were leaving. And that's part of how they're destroying our cultures, how they're destroying countries from the inside. Um, yeah, I think you're correct, Somir. I recognize that name. I believe that's correct. Um, you know, and I don't know how we combat that. I really don't, because like yourself, being a colored person, I am. For you to recognize it gives me a little bit of hope to understand that this isn't about race, is what they're doing.
Yes,
But those who use that, don't understand that they're playing right into the hands to the people who want to destroy their lives.
No,
You
and
know,
I how we can the only thing we can do to this is to speak up. If someone
exactly,
does,
for sure.
if someone does something, and he pulls the racism card, you need to pull a big middle finger back. Fuck you, mate, with your racism card. Daar gaan we het niet over hebben. That is not the discussion. It's this or this, not your color. It's you don't pay. I don't like what you're doing or something like that. But don't pull the racism card. I saw a very good meme where three CEOs on a desk try to hire a person, and on that picture there's nothing, and the picture beneath, the same CEOs and the same person on the desk, and by the first picture the mention is that's the way we hired you because you're black, and now we are gonna fire you because you're black. Well, she can do anything else as being black. So that's the whole problem. Also from the rainbow movement, they are not getting people on places because they are good. No, because they have a disability. And
Well,
how can
okay,
you how can you
if
run
you've
a
been,
business if you not put the best people on the right places? You
and
need.
that's exactly the point of what's going on. I don't know if you're aware of this, but what's called DEI or ESG, where they're literally forcing companies to what's called diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, the social diversity score
Yep.
for companies, because if they don't have the right amount of score, they can get a loan from BlackRock or Vanguard, and so they can continue their company. That's ook the main reason why all the companies signed with the rainbow flag. That we last year we had a booming rainbow year, and because every company who has subsidy needs to put that flag before their store, because if they don't, they can't get their credit.
Yeah, and therein lies the rub, though. It's just like you can use the example, the same thing with COVID. You can use the same thing with the vaccine. You can use the same thing when it comes to, as you're talking about, the idea of they want to have people boxed, categorized, and not able to think outside of self. And there always has to be a problem that is not made of their own. And that's how you end up with incompetent people in positions they shouldn't be in. And it has nothing to do with their race or their background. It's everything to do with they don't longer pick people on their competency. There's other factors that they're driving forward. And that's just nothing more than they can destroy societies to me more. Exactly, Somir. Problem, reaction, solution, for sure.
Yes. Even kijken, even horen wat ze zeggen.
What's this guy saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I start listening, but I think it's a speech. So I mute my microphone.
Wir fordern deshalb schon seit 2,5 Jahren endlich einen Untersuchungsausschuss Polizeigewalt im Landtag zu beantragen. In einem solchen Untersuchungsausschuss könnten Polizeieinsätze aufgearbeitet werden und es könnte ermittelt werden, wer angeordnet hat, wo gegen Spaziergänge vorzugehen, wer angeordnet hat, dass Pfefferspray freigegeben wird und die Schuldigen zur Rechenschaft gezogen werden. Und das wollen wir. Die Schuldigen müssen dafür auf die Anklagebank.
Ja,
Die meinen aus der scheinbaren Anonymität heraus, weil sie wissen, dass die Staatsanwaltschaften, die weisungsgebundenen Staatsanwaltschaften, solche Verfahren ohnehin einstellen. Diejenigen, die meinen, dass wir freiwillig werden, die werden sich noch wundern. Wir werden keinen Namen und kein Gesicht vergessen, bis die Leute auf der Anklage sitzen. Dafür setzen wir uns ein. Und das gilt auch für den Vorfall heute. So, es ist wirklich ein sehr, sehr schönes Bild, hier alle Vereine auf der Straße zu sehen. Und jetzt begrüße ich den nächsten Redner, Wolfgang Schmiede. Er hat immer feurige und ein bisschen lustige, ja, Redebeiträge. Wolfgang, komm bitte zu mir auf die Bühne. Ich komme dann auch noch dran, keine Angst. Liebe Freunde der Freiheit, liebe Restdeutsche, ein herzliches Glück auf aus Zwönitz im Erzgebirge. Hier eine Bestandsaufnahme der jetzigen Situation und eine bessere Idee für unser gemeinsames Deutschland. Die Frage, die das deutsche Volk stellen muss, ist eigentlich ganz einfach. Möchte man das Land heruntergewirtschaftet, so wie in Argentinien nach 100 Jahren Sozialismus und Bevormundung, bevor man eine kluge und dem Volk verpflichtende Regierung wählt? Oder will man einen Regierungswechsel, indem wir weiter einen Klatschhasenverein mit Pöbeltourette an der Spitze haben? Wir brauchen einen Systemwechsel! An Frechheit kaum zu überbieten, indem der Finanzvernichter Lindner absondert. Es ist mir eine Ehre, unserem Land zu dienen. Denn woran erkennt man die FDP? Merkt man an Justizminister Buschmann, der das Strafmaß für Kinderpornografie heruntersetzen möchte. Es soll kein Verbrechen mehr sein. Einfach nur ekelhaft. Die grünen, fleischgewordenen Doppelzentner Dummheit mit dem Verstand. Die grünen, fleischgewordenen Doppelzentner Dummheit mit dem Verstand von 3 Meter Feldweg haben seit langem einen noch perfideren Plan, nämlich wir Grünen müssen dafür sorgen, so viele Ausländer wie möglich nach Deutschland zu holen. Der Wirtschaftsvernichter und Schlangenölverkäufer hat keine Ahnung von Steuern oder Wirtschaft, weiß nicht, was Insolvenz ist und kann mit Deutschland nichts anfangen. Und als Kanzler haben wir einen Demenzpatienten, der sogar im Hochwasser die Stiefel vergisst. Ein ehemaliger Bundespräsident schämt sich ein Deutscher zu sein, hasst und verachtet dieses Land. Die deutsche Wirtschaft wird gezielt zerstört und aus dem Land getrieben. Energie und unser tägliches Leben wird bald nicht mehr bezahlbar sein. Und irgend so ein irrer Mensch verlangt auch noch einen Ukraine-Soli. Folgt auch bald noch ein Gaza-Soli. Milliarden werden in Afrika oder sonst auf der ganzen Welt verteilt, anstatt die deutsche Landwirtschaft zu stärken. Denn die Landwirte sorgen mit ihrer Knochenarbeit für unser täglich Brot. Sie sind es, die 7 Tage die Woche, 365 Tage im Jahr ohne Unterlass schuften. Vergreift euch nicht an unsere Bauern! Auch wenn der Bauernverbandspräsident mit dem Özdemir, der die Bauernader mit feuchten Träumen vergleicht, anschließend herumläuft. Die Bahn ist peinlich, schmutzig, unpünktlich und einfach nur eine Lachnummer. Deutsche Straßen und Brücken sind marode, aufgerissen, zerstört oder es sitzen Klimakleber, Analphabeten drauf. Wir alle, du und du, bezahlen mit ständig steigenden Sozialversicherungsbeiträgen die Zähne, Entbindungen, Dialysebehandlungen und Facharzttermine von Menschen aus Afrika, Afghanistan, Syrien und sonst woher. die dann in der Klinik Ärzte und Pfleger zusammenschlagen, weil sie nicht schnell genug behandelt werden. Im Bundeshaushalt klafft ein Loch von ca. 60 Milliarden Euro. 50 Milliarden verbrauchen in diesem Land Lebende, die überhaupt nicht hier sein dürfen. Also wo ist das Problem? Es ist kein Platz mehr am deutschen Tischlein. Deck dich! Zusammenfassend kann man sagen, mit jedem Tag, an dem die Ampel regiert, steigen die finanziellen Nöte, ideologischen Zumutungen und Gängelungen für rechtschaffende Bürger ins Unermessliche. Und nun einige Ideen für ein besseres Deutschland. Arbeitsscheue, Ungelernte und dumme Kostgänger aus dem Bundestag und den Ämtern werden dem Arbeitsmarkt zur Verfügung gestellt. Deren Konten sollen gepfändet oder eingefroren werden. Alle Dienstlimousinen werden sofort abgemeldet. Wir müssen auch unser eigenes Auto nehmen, um auf Arbeit zu kommen. GEZ, Finanzamt, IHK, Statistisches Bundesamt und weitere Abklingbecken für gescheiterte Politikerexistenzen werden umgehend geschlossen. Das Lieferkettengesetz, welches Unternehmen bei Strafandrohung nötigt, aufzuzeigen, wo in Afrika, Südamerika oder Asien Kinder ausgebeutet werden, um Kobolde zu fangen, damit in Deutschland die Klimaziele eingehalten werden, wird ersatzlos gestrichen. Lobbyisten oder anders auszudrücken, Schmiergeldempfänger, Schutzgeldeintreiber, Geldwäscher und Verteiler wird es nicht mehr geben. Die Ministerien werden auf 5 reduziert, denn wenn man jetzt schon 10 Ministerien schließen würde, merkt das auch keiner. Gesetze und Verordnungen werden auf ein Minimum reduziert. Die Staatsquote wird auf 10 bis 12 reduziert, 10 bis 12% reduziert. Denn der übergriffige Staat hat sich auf seine Kernaufgaben zu beschränken. Das ist innere und äußere Sicherheit, Gesundheit und Bildung. Und dabei wird Deutsch gesprochen. Es werden moderne, saubere und günstige Kernkraftwerke wie bei unseren Nachbarn aufgebaut. Das Geld verteilen, getarnt als Entwicklungshilfe, wird sofort eingestellt. Steuern auf Arbeit werden abgeschafft. Wir Sachsen lassen uns von der Brüsseler, Berliner und Dresdner Bürokratiekrage nicht mehr bevormunden. Es ist unser Land und ihr habt kein Recht, es uns kaputt zu machen. Wir wollen euren Sozialismus nicht. Auch in diesem Jahr sind Wahlen, unter anderem auch in Sachsen. Wir werden den Kandidaten der Nationale Front als Freie Sachsen zeigen, wo das Herz der Sachsen tickt. Wir verkörpern die fleißigen, anständigen, freiheitsliebenden Menschen in der Mitte der Sachsen. Wir sind es, die die Corona-Aufarbeitung und die Bestrafung derer, die uns das alles angetan haben, voranbringen. Wir Freie Sachsen sind es,
Welkom mensen op Twitch. Ik zal even kijken wie er zitten. Wie zijn er? Sleeping Beauty Syndrome, that's a nice name. Okay, the other names I do not recognize. And at the moment there is no one that can translate that German over there. And yeah, I think panel leader Robert is getting a sandwich or something, I don't know. So the talk is silent at the moment, literally. And what is in the image, the German guy speaking to the crowd, yeah, we don't know what he's saying. That's too bad. It's day one of the protests in Germany, but also along the borders of Germany, in Poland, Netherlands, Belgium and France, are farmers active. And some of them went into Germany to support the German farmers. What else? Nurse with Wound, I think you are over at lead guitarman now. Let me check. Yep, at least you're not here. And next, when we are going to talk again, I will put the category on just chatting. Goedemiddag Ulrich, welkom.
Een hele goede middag, Barry Henderson. Fijn dat ik weer in.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
Someone care to tell me what he said?
No, yeah, about the carbon tax scam. Carbon tax scam of Al Gore paid by George Soros. And well, basically, the cutting of the non-elite. Basically, it's mass murder, the slowly murdering all non-elite with the higher energy prices. So a high energy price means the price of everything goes up, because to produce a product, you need energy, to transport it, you need energy, and to sell it, you need energy. That's causing massive hyperinflation. But he talked about a lot of other stuff as well, so you only mentioned that he also talked about two genders, basically. He thinks there should only be two genders.
Yeah, that's one of the kind of things I think is a big problem at this time. 2 + 2 is 5 is not going to work.
That's exactly the point, and that's by design. You know, don't get me wrong. I don't care what kind of life someone chooses to have, but you can't foment someone's, shall we say, think or ideology upon society.
GPS, the live is hier. De link komt in de chat.
No. Dictatorialism, totalitarianism. I think
dit is een restream, maar ik zit hier. Even kijken hoor, komt die? Ja, die. Daar is de live. De chat is ook levendiger. Zie je daar.
If you look around at this time, I think we are in the same place as World War II. Only the weapons are not guns, there are the jabs.
Right, it's hybrid warfare.
I think. Say that again there. Global resistance, say it again.
It's hybrid warfare. People can check the wiki article.
Oh, for sure. It boils down to they're using the institutions and the structures of society that we've built to tear it back down. And they've used the idea of fomenting upon society things that are absurd. And they've got people believing that those absurdities can be real. You know, I mean, I can say I'm a pink fucking elephant, but I will never be a pink fucking elephant.
If you want to be, you can.
No matter how you look at it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, until a real elephant comes and stomps my ass.
Yeah. Let's try to be a fluffy bunny, or to try to be a lion, and then get right up to a real lion, and definitely
see what happens.
Yes.
Lion and the cobra. But hybrid warfare, the wiki article says hybrid warfare is a military strategy which employs political warfare and blends conventional warfare, irregular warfare, and cyber warfare, war attack, with other influencing methods such as fake news, diplomacy, lawfare, and foreign electoral intervention. CIA
and
control
psychologically
of the mainstream media, CIA Operation Mockingbird, for example.
It's
They have their disinfo campaigns.
It's the war about our minds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, almost nobody talks about synthetic telepathy.
Sorry?
Almost nobody talks about synthetic telepathy, mind-brain control.
No.
They've had since 1974 the apparatus to remotely monitor and alter brain waves. Maleg patents. And the patent is not provided unless it's a working device.
Galaxy, I can't see your name exactly. Do you know Jochem de Jong?
I don't.
Okay. Because he knows a lot about the 5G towers and the patents. You name the patents. I'm not a very good reader because I'm dyslexic, but I know a lot of things about the things they can do with the towers they are placing. I think the towers are the biggest threat for our extinction. Because of the patents.
Actually, I think the biggest threat to that is the jabs, the vaccines.
Yeah, but
I think the idea that they fomented upon the medical, what they've done with the medical is they've normalized the idea that the government can tell you what you're going to get, even when they know they themselves, and it's proven that it is ineffective.
42 gigahertz destroys people's neutrophils. It's scientifically proven. It's a PubMed Central study. 42 gigahertz microwave radiation exposure destroys neutrophils. And still they rolled it out anyway. They claim the weaponized frequencies also proven by the 5G crowd control that uses 95 gigahertz to burn people's skin at the stadiums, also at Amsterdam Arena. 5G crowd control. You can check it out. So it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt it can be used as a weapon, and they use beamforming technology. So yeah, but you are Jason of. I'm not.
It's everything on internet. I'm doing on the Jason Wolmuis. I am having a website, Het Nieuws maar dan anders. And I try sometimes to break down the news, NOS and RTL. I take one of their uitzendingen, and I translate them in Dutch, in simple Dutch, and I explain what they're saying and not saying, because 99% of the news is lied and is manipulated. So that's what I'm trying to do in the Dutch, and I'm doing that since the early 2000s. I'm in 2018. I'm started with the Yellow Vest in the Netherlands, in Den Haag. Yes. I am very fond of seeing of the yellow vests in the German stream, because in the Netherlands the yellow vests are pushed down, trolled, and framed. In 2018, I started with the yellow vests. One of the top members. I did a lot of things for the yellow vests till the farmers came. The first big farmers protest, I was the last one standing in my yellow vest, and I was arrested, and then the demonstration was cut down and stopped by the farmers themselves. And that's when I started to get back, because I thought all the things in the Netherlands were controlled. And Corona came, and that's when all the demonstrations were controlled, where very little people stood up and have got very very good funds and disappeared. And now with the Dutch farmers, I hope this will flew over to our country, because the Dutch farmers are not very awake in my mind. They are only for their own standpoints, and it's very difficult for the en dat doe ik even in het Nederlands, sorry, voor de boeren en de burgers om samen te komen. De burger kent de boer niet, en de boer kent niet wat de burger.
Let me ask you this though, Jason.
Yes.
Do you not find what you just said is ubiquitous across all aspects of society?
Yeah, we don't know what the other does.
Well, and that's the thing. And I would like to point out to people, and I've said this on other panels, and if Barry was on, he can attest to this. What I try to get across to people is that what's going on is by design to get smaller groups of people of different beliefs or different, shall we say, I hate to use the word agenda, because that's not what I mean.
But it is an agenda.
Well, it is and it isn't. What's important.
Niemeter, Waka Waka, welcome. I will give you the link of the live where the chat is more active. That's the live. That's where I'm in the panel, and more people are chatting there. Every now and then I rate them, but I hope to see you there.
And
or
getting people to understand that is the hard part. That's the hard part. Getting people to understand that this isn't about any individualistic or one group of people. They don't care where you come from. They don't care what political ideology you have. They don't care what religion you have. They don't care what your color, your race, your creed, your nationality, or if you're dumb, smart, or stupid, or otherwise. What they care about is control of society. And they will use every tool that they can that people will allow them to do that. And that's the boat that most people are missing. And give me 1 second. I've got a Labrador that seems to think he wants to speak online too.
Maybe he has a good word to say.
Well, maybe I can cut in here. The more real resistance to genocidal tyrants, the better for the people above all. And the blocking real resistance with algorithms. So we should keep on trying, because it's clear what their agenda encompasses, and we shouldn't let them do that to us all. We should preserve our welfare state, the civilization we have, make Putin cyber tech impossible, make global gene drive genocide an impossibility that's easy to do, easier than recovering from the damages. Perhaps they will never recover from it themselves either. So creating the greatest depression, letting it happen is, of course, also criminal. They're supposed to protect and serve the taxpayers, to be waakbaar en dienstbaar in Dutch, and ons beschermen en dienen. That's why they get trillions of our taxpayer monies. But the bankers will make 100 trillion from that cyber attack. When all money in bank accounts has spontaneously disappeared, then they're never going to pay that back. And of course, they can buy tons of carbon credits with the gold they have. They only do business in gold bullion, and they know all that money is gone after that cyber attack. And I wrote 18 Dutch politicians, and because it's important, I tried to spread this message also via your channel, so people can write to their energy provider and explain that it's easy to make Putin's cyber attack impossible by disconnecting the computers that regulate the power supply from the internet. They call it droop speed control only mode, so we know with certainty they can do that. And otherwise, we have no power supply this winter. And also, governments can order that a technician disables the Intel management engine hardware backdoor in these computers that, of the internet and the banks themselves, which are a bit harder to protect, because of course they have to be connected to be able to transfer money and to be able to use the internet. So, but that's crucial, because otherwise they can declare martial law and confiscate all our possessions, put the American people in worker camps under federal supervision, Executive Order 11,000. So that's why we must prevent that by whatever means necessary. So any help is appreciated.
Yeah, something that I'll point out here, though, is the systems that we're using when you talk about our infrastructure and our financial systems and our economic systems were not created by us. They were created by the people in control. And we are like the financial system. It's unfair to society because those who create it out of thin air. There's no intrinsic value. But yet it's used upon countries and people to garner the actual real wealth, which is their productivity and their actual land. Every time the IMF makes a loan, they aren't giving them anything of value other than money that they've made out of thin air. But getting out of that system is an impossibility because we have no other means of trade at the moment. And we have to have that in society to have a functioning economy in a society. So what's been done is they've garnered control of the key places when it comes to our finances. And now what they're doing with what we're seeing now is they're garnering control over the production of our food. And that's not just happening in Germany, that's happening globally.
Yeah,
and once they have that, it's game over. Go right ahead, Jason.
With the food, where my concerns are lying is they are vaccinating all the livestock at the moment, and
Funny
also
that, huh?
with the mRNA, and if it's going to live, the eggs from the chickens that will be new chickens will be polluted with the mRNA, and is the whole supply, is it is there any clean food in large
That's a
proportion?
very good question.
Because also I noticed, and because it's the beginning of the year, my news is not very up to date on this moment, but I noticed that there is an Israeli company who makes the printed meat, and there are a lot of companies in the Dutch that are using that brand. So how much from the meat in the supermarket, in the restaurants, is already printed meat, and the chicken in the supermarket, if you buy it, and sometimes you have to, and I know it's sometimes hypocritical, most of the meat I get from the farmer because it is much finer, quality better.
Yeah,
It's
for
also
sure.
it's a lot more expensive. But if I get some meat from the supermarket, it's tasteless. The structure is different. So do we get chicken if we buy chicken in the supermarkets? And we had in the past we had a very good control mechanism. De keuringsdienst van waren and all kind of labels that are in my eyes were good. Some type of control about the food. But now all those companies are subsidized, busy with the sustainable development goals. So how many of those companies do the controlling for the people instead
Right.
of
Well, let me
for
point out. Let me point out something about what you're saying. It used to be that where you lived, your food was grown locally and sold locally.
Yeah.
And then the only thing that was imported was stuff that could not be grown at that point in time.
Yeah. Fruit in the
Now,
winter,
what we have,
summer, these kind of things. Yes.
right? What we have now is you have multinational corporations who are moving in to control the whole systems, everything from the farm to the distribution to the point of sale. And this is what's going on here with these protests. They're moving towards pushing the farmers out of the equation because they already know in the future, much of this is going to be automated. They won't need farmers. And if they have their way, they won't need to produce as much because there'll be a lot less of us.
Shall we let try to listen to the speech?
Yeah, I'll throw it
Well,
up.
I wanted to add something about, we're talking about the mRNA platform, that this is not medical advice, but Professor Arne Burkhardt made clear why that mRNA platform is totally unusable to treat disease and infectious disease. And there's a book, doctorsforcovidethics.org, d4ce.org, so people can download the book, and that explains why it's unusable. It's called mRNA Vaccine Toxicity. Though, according to many sources, the renowned Dr. Peter McCullough, the spike protein is the bioweapon, so that's something to dig into.
Yeah, there's many of them doing that. Let's listen to what this guy says, and then we'll continue the conversation.
Was ich euch als kleine Story erzählen will, in der Strafverteidiger-Hotline, die seit heute Nacht online ist, haben wir im Übrigen über 1000 Hassanrufe, Beleidigungen und so weiter. Ich weiß es nicht und ich verstehe es nicht, wieso Linke und Grüne diesen Protest so angreifen und uns so beschimpfen. Das ist mir völlig unklar. Im Übrigen, der Versuch, die Hotline lahmzulegen, wird nicht klappen. Waren wir schon schlauer. Aber das hat mich tatsächlich erschreckt. Weil das, was hier auf der Straße passiert, das, was unsere Landwirte hier auf die Straße bringen, ist doch eigentlich genau das, was auch im Interesse vieler ökologisch interessierter Menschen sein müsste. Vieler Landwirte, vieler Unternehmer. Das hat doch nichts damit zu tun, dass hier irgendwelche Faschos einen Krieg ausrufen, sondern das hat damit zu tun, dass wir unserer Regierung erklären wollen, dass es so nicht weitergeht, weil sie, deutsch gesagt, scheiße sind. Und auch da geht es mir gar nicht um persönliche Fragen. Sie machen einfach eine miserable Politik. Und als Jurist kann ich das einschätzen. Ihr könnt mir glauben, so ein Schrott, wie dort abgelassen wird, ist unvorstellbar. Diese Regierung wird mit Millionen und Milliarden von uns, von unseren Steuergeldern bezahlt. Und trotzdem stellt sich der Wirtschaftsminister gerade vor 3 Tagen vor die Kameras und sagt, regt euch doch nicht auf, die Subventionen sind doch nicht euer Geld, das bezahlt doch die Regierung. Eine derartige Inkompetenz, das ist es, was uns so wütend macht und wir haben alles Recht dazu, das muss man mal klar sagen. Und ich will zu den Landwirten mal ein Wort noch verlieren, weil ihr Landwirte ja schließlich die Initiatoren dieser Geschichte hier seid und weil ihr das alles angestoßen habt. Wir können nicht auf der einen Seite eine ökologische Landwirtschaft verlangen und verlangen, dass wir gesünder und besser leben, dass wir unsere Umwelt schützen, wenn wir auf der anderen Seite, mit der anderen Hand sozusagen, euch immer mehr aufpressen. Das wird nicht funktionieren. Und gerade die Landwirte unter uns sind doch eigentlich die, die am nächsten mit der Natur verbunden sind, die am meisten die Werte, sagen wir mal die bürgerlichen Werte, die deutschen Werte auch unseres Volkes, sorry, man darf diese Worte ja gar nicht mehr sagen, hochhalten. Und diese Landwirte werden jetzt immer mehr ausgequetscht und ausgepresst. Wozu? Damit wir immer mehr dicke, ungebildete Kinder haben, weil sie alle nur noch Fastfood essen? Das will ich nicht. Der Hintergrund dieser Proteste, und das wollen wir nicht vergessen, nein, der Auslöser dieser Proteste sind immer mehr Subventionswegfälle für die Landwirte. Das ist jetzt aktuell diese Dieselsteuer gewesen. Es ist aber nur die Spitze des Eisberges. Das Hauptproblem betrifft uns alle, vor allem Unternehmer, aber auch uns als Bürger. Das Hauptproblem ist die verdammte Entschuldigung, nicht die Demokratie, die sind verstopft. Nein, die Bürokratie. Wir werden als Unternehmer mittlerweile so gegängelt und die Bauern betrifft es besonders hart. Ich kann doch nicht den ganzen Tag im Büro sitzen, wenn ich eigentlich am Acker fahren müsste, damit ich irgendwelche Anträge ausfülle. Das muss ein Ende haben und das werden wir mit diesen Demonstrationen und mit diesen Protesten hier nicht erreichen. Aber was wir erreichen können, und das hoffe ich, dass wir gehört werden, dass wir diese Ampelregierung, die unsere Interessen nicht vertritt, wegbekommen, dass wir als Volk, als Bevölkerung, als mutige Leute das Gefühl haben, wir dürfen wieder gehört werden. Unsere Meinung ist wichtig und wird in Berlin gehört. Dieses Gefühl wollen wir wieder haben. Und insofern, ich sage das nochmal, ihr habt vorhin auch die sächsische Staatsregierung angesprochen. Ich bin ehemaliges CDU-Mitglied und im Grunde genommen schlägt mein Herz immer konservativ. Aber es ist an der Zeit, endlich zu hören, wie das Volk hier wählen will. Und hier wollen eben über 50% kein Rot-Rot-Grün. Also ich glaube, wenn ich richtig sehe, über 80%. Und deswegen, Herr Ministerpräsident, Herr Kretschmer, Sie sind nicht das Schlechteste von all diesen Ministerpräsidenten. Aber es würde an die Zeit kommen, mal den Arsch in der Hose zu haben und das zu machen, was die Sachsen wollen. Nämlich eine ordentliche Koalition mit denen zu bilden, die unsere Meinung wiedergeben. Und das muss passieren. Und wenn du das nicht kannst, Herr Kretschmer, dann pack dein Zeug und dann wirst du im Sommer genauso abgewählt werden, wie hoffentlich diese Bundesregierung in Berlin. Hoffentlich nicht erst im Sommer, sondern hoffentlich zwingen wir die jetzt zum Rücktritt. Ich will einen letzten Satz noch sagen. Nein, nicht mal einen Satz, nur 3 Worte. Genug ist genug. Als nächsten Redner und dann komme ich. Frank aus
I'm not quite sure what all he said. Anyone care to fill me in?
Yeah, I'm still here, but my German is not that good that I can translate from German to English, because I am terrible with the translation. I don't know in this case where it's going about. Only what I hear is the tone of voice.
Yeah, it's very telling, and I could tell I knew a few of the words.
Yeah, that's also, but if I translate, it's my interpretation, and I don't know the words anymore. But yeah, I know I know where the sound is coming from. It's the desperation out of the heart, the and that that it's controlled from the upper hand, and that we need to yeah, we need each other to
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's what I said. We have to come together.
Yeah, we need to know our neighbors again.
Exactly.
I don't know how it's in where you're from and how it's in your place, but in my place, it's very difficult to know your neighbors, and especially when it comes to troubles. We have a Dutch saying: "You don't put your dirty laundry outside." But
Correct.
I,
Yeah.
I think we need to do that. We don't want to talk about salary because that's a non-speakable thing. But we all work, so we need to know what kind of work we do and how it's paid. So if your neighbor does work and not that he is lazy or what that kind of stuff, but if he is earning much more, then we need to speak about that kind of things. So and not on a not on a disagree on a loyal way, I mean, because if yeah, the respectful because we don't know what kind of trouble we have here a neighborhood where several people live in the same house and the rent is different. Only the rent, not the light and the gas and that kind of things. But that's because of usage, and that's also stupid. But the rent for the same house for different people is different. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
you have the same walls, you have the same. It's not that the one house has a bathroom or a build out or no, the same houses, different people, different rents, and that's not fair. If you have the same house, you need to have the same rent. Uh,
but
uh,
see, let's hold on. Let's break down what you just said. What most people don't understand by that, and those who benefit from it, will fight vehemently for it. That's
mhm.
why the people who are in power got there. It creates an imbalanced system that's not based upon merit, not based upon actual competency and competition for who is the best.
No.
And it should be even across the board. And that's where that ties back into what they're doing with the DEI and the ESG stuff, where they're creating an unequal playing field by the very virtue of the people who should be in those positions.
Yes, and
Um, it falls in the same way when it comes to jobs, education, housing, even to the point for some people who they pick for a mate, if they pick any at all. And that's very readily apparent in the rainbow push. So therein lies the thing is a lot of people don't understand that all of these things are the same concept foisted upon society from the top. And when you look at it and exactly what you're saying, it explains all of that. Because what happens then is you create animosity in other people. Why does this person get that benefit and yet this other does not? Why is this person paying less when somebody else paying else? What's the rub there? But see,
yeah,
as long as they keep that, they keep the support of the people that they're shoving through instead of being based upon merit and being based upon equity.
yeah, we have some rule for
Nimator, goedemiddag, welkom terug. Makkawakker, welkom. Oh, sorry. Makkawakker, welkom terug. Nimator, welkom terug.
really weird, I think, because if you are in a wheelchair, why do you need to go to the doctor so he can get a stamp on a form, and then you can get your fund, and every half a year, and maybe it's a year, but that kind of stupid rules, and somebody who has an accident on his holiday with his keys can be at home 2 years without any notice. And there are such crazy rules for all that kind of things, subsidies for work disability, for all kind of things, and the fairness is far away. It's never fair. It's always that one can get it and that one can't get it, and why that is, it's always a question.
Yeah, for sure. But now you understand what I'm saying about how those same tactics, I guess, if the word to be used, is used across the board when it comes to all aspects of society.
All aspects of
And
life.
yes, correct. And that's how they garner the support and get into the positions that they do, because they pick the lowest common denominator. And when they do that, those people will support them vehemently, even if what they're doing goes against their best interest, because they don't understand what's happening. And I could rattle off several examples of that. But therein lies the problem. And that leads to what we're seeing now and what we've seen across the world in the past 40 years. If this isn't rectified, and there's going to be many people screaming up and down about the farmers protesting, oh, it's shutting this down, it's doing this, doing that, because it stops my day. Well, it isn't based on ideology. This isn't about religion. This isn't about, which person you support on the side of a war or something. This is about a basics of life.
Yeah, if you if you can get any food in about half a year from now, that's where this is about. And I think the end of the year we have or a social credit system where we are hooked on everything, or we get war and we are in the fight to getting our freedoms back. Because we don't live in freedom anymore.
No,
But
absolutely not.
we have now a little opportunity. I may hope to turn the tides.
Well, and that's that's the crux of it all.
But I'm
We're
saying,
literally we're at the precipice right now of
yeah,
what humanity is going to be in the future.
I said
If,
that in 2018. That
Yep.
it's drawn or drove. I don't know the English saying, but it's now or never. I'm saying it
Exactly.
from off 2018.
I will say this: if they get digital currency through and they take away cash, it's game over. It won't matter what you do, because that'll lead to digital IDs. That'll lead to the whole digital banking thing, all of that. And you won't be able to get out of the system then, because you will have nothing to get out of the system with.
No, that's why I'm thinking 5G is the biggest threat, because that's the wall of the prison we are going to be in. And
Well, hold on, let me explain something to you. They don't have to use that. If they give you a card and they can tell you where and how you spend your money, they control your movement. Because if you go 50, let's say they want to say you can't travel more than 50 miles from where you live.
yeah, but
It's just a random number.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you go outside of that area, you no longer have a means of trade, because
No,
your card won't work.
no, but that's not big enough for the elite. With the 5G, they can control our movements, and if they only have the credit card where we can't purchase in another place, then we can have friends in that place that can help us purchase some things. And with the 5G, they can control our friends, our
Okay, but hold
movements.
on. No, hold on. Let me explain something to you. They can do the same thing with the cards, because it's very simple. And they've already done it in places with different protests. I use, for example, the protests in Canada and Ottawa. And I can say this myself succinctly for where I live, because I am under the gun for the very same thing I'm going to explain right now. When you help somebody else, they not only go after that person, but they go after the person who helped them.
Yeah, I know.
Now, for example, myself, let me finish explaining. Myself, I donated to the people who contested the election. Now, I didn't do anything to foment any of that. I didn't protest anywhere. I didn't go burn people's buildings down like many people did. I didn't go and cause a ruckus anywhere. But by the very nature of supporting the people who, from a political standpoint, contested it, and now most of the stuff that we've contested has been proven, but yet I'm still under the gun from the political class and the legal class because I donated to the people who contested it. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're talking about. What I'm trying to explain is they don't need it.
No, they already can they control our banking accounts. We in the Netherlands have nu the banks in the name of safety. If you purchase if you do a transaction above the €1,000, you have to explain to your bank what you're going to do, and if you pull cash out of the wall, and it's a large amount, and you do that 3 times, then you have to explain why you did that and where you want to use it, and so they are starting to close the gap, to make it less convenient to purchase large things and to stash cash. They don't want cash, but that's not limited enough for the elite. They want to control every movement, and if they have the grid fully functioning, then they can see us walking without cameras. They can target us without cameras. They can control us without cameras and without any other device. And I think that if the 5G, and 5G is the name we given for all the things that's complied with it, is round and is fully functional, then the walls are closed, and then it's for the people not done to get out anymore. Not we have some form of movement on this way, and with the credit card and with the bank card as controllable thing for the elite, they have not fully control over us. With the grid closed, yeah, then we are rats in a mice in a maze.
Well, I will say this. From my standpoint, I don't even think they need what you're speaking of.
Because on this moment, on this moment, I can give my son €50 in his hand, and that's for the elite. That's something they don't want because they can't control that kind of thing. I can go.
That's why they want to get rid of cash.
Yes, but I think that they also need that 5G grid to.
I don't think they do. I don't think they need it at all. I've seen it in action. You know, here I'll give you for example. You look at when Venezuela crashed and their currency crashed. They literally had to pay people by the hour because the currency was losing value so fast that if you worked more than an hour, you weren't able to buy a loaf of bread with what you made. Same thing happened in Argentina. Now, a little ray of hope is Argentina has actually got somebody in that's smart enough to understand to boot out a lot of these systems that have been put in place and also take back sovereign control of his country or their country. I'm afraid that we're all going to end up in the same boat in all of our countries.
We are on the same boat. And
The only
we
thing
will
is
think,
now, the thing it is now is it isn't just these little small countries that are easy to manipulate. They're doing this across the whole Western world. And people talk about like China or Russia or anything like that, the BRICS nations. If people think that they're immune to it, they haven't been paying attention. Because their economies, whether people want to admit it or not, are relying upon the Western world. If they have nothing to sell their goods to, then they have no economy. And that's why they don't have to worry about those countries, because the control system's already in place for that.
Perhaps I can say something about this
You know,
stuff. Boycott CBDC carbon credits in 15-minute prison cities. So boycott CBDC carbon credits in 15-minute prison cities and keep the cash society for emergencies. Hashtag cash is king. Boycott the ID 2020B system. They call it sever all ties with the WHO and WEF. That's it. And
absolutely.
Real resistance is growing. Peaceful, true resistance. So I'm happy about it.
Everything that happened that's having to do with the 17 SDGs, keep it behind you and boycott that kind of stuff also. But that's the same agenda, and the agenda, the SDGs. That's the trouble we're in, and it's sold as something very good and very green, but it's very bad and very dark.
No, it certainly is not to benefit society. There's no doubt about that.
And benefits only a few.
Yeah. Well, and herein lies the thing that a lot of people understand is there's one thing they can focus upon, and it isn't. There's several things, be it from the financial system or as the global resistance. I forget what your first name is, but when he's talking
Ulrich.
about, the ID 2020, Ulrich, that's right. Sorry about that. How that stuff's all tied together, and now you foist upon on top of it what they've made businesses do with the DEI and the ESG and the rules, and you go read those, they're absolutely absurd. There's nothing socially or societally acceptable about them, and nothing beneficial at all, other than to destroy the cohesiveness of society. So what it boils down to is they're attacking every aspect of our social structures and our life structures. I'm not sure what that means, Jason.
Oh no, we had it about cash is king, and I have something for civil resistance.
I know that people are so fucking afraid of it.
It's a very nice thing you can do on your own porch, on your own front. It's a bag with a schabloon in it, and it's like if you are shopping. But if you have a spuitbus, sorry, ik weet het, spuitbus weet ik even niet de naam van. Maar dan kan je met spuitbus in die tas spuiten en dan staat het schabloon. En ik heb verschillende schablonen en die verkoop ik nu. Dus I sell bags with a schabloon with cash is king.
Spray paint.
Yes,
in places where that's legal.
Yes, the bottom of the bag is a schabloon. And it's the schabloon says cash is king, and I have different other Dutch sentences, and that are spray paintable on the sidewalk in front of supermarkets, on the marketplace. But that's not the that I cannot say. That's not what you have to do. But you can do it on your front porch, on your front yard, or in your kitchen, on the floor, if you want to be a nice person. If you like the farmers on this side, you can do it on other places, but it's not legal, of course. So it's not my verantwoording if you do that yourself.
Well, one thing I'll point out about something you said, sometimes doing the right thing may not necessarily be legal.
No, I know, but I have several times the police on my doorstep because I did something that I think was right, and the police thought that was wrong. So I have also been at Hotel Justice for several weeks because I did something I thought was right, but the police thought that was wrong. So I know. The right things for the wrong reasons are wrong. The wrong things for the right reasons are right.
Well, people can also use krijt, you
Kinda.
know, the stuff they write on a blackboard with, and it washes off easily, or they can get permission from some people, perhaps that are solidary, to show their solidarity with the farmers, and then they allow you to make a nice spray painting and stuff like that. So I think it is a good idea, and there are legal ways to do that, but you have to get permission first.
Yeah, but the krijt spray paint. If you have a link for that, because I have searched for that, but everything I've found was not more sold out. So if you
Let
have,
me ask you this though. Well, go ahead and finish that now, and I'll say something.
no, go ahead. I was finished.
No,
Oh, sorry.
what I was getting at is, I think what we need to concentrate on is the capture of minds to pull people and make them understand that the systems that are created, you know, to use an analogy, it's like we're trapped in a version, a conglomeration of the movie Matrix in 1984, all wrapped into one.
Yeah, and then with the future of the Hunger Games.
Yeah, with the future of the Hunger Games. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good analogy.
That's what we got to prevent. And they're called crayons. Crayons are used by street painters also, and it is washed off by the rain, etc. So it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's not
or chalk.
permanent.
Yeah, some
Chalk.
girl.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
So some Dutch girl is also
Yep.
get caught by the police because she was chalking on the street in the Netherlands. So I don't know if chalking on the streets in the Netherlands is an illegal activity at this time.
Well, I think on the street it's not allowed, but on the pedestrian, on the trottoir, there it is allowed. We can look at all these paintings. So that's not on the road where the cars drive, because you cannot put anything on the road. It's too dangerous.
Oh yeah.
But I
But
think they allow it on the sidewalk. I mean, sidewalk.
yeah, but she wasn't on the 18 or something like that, because that's only possible if you Extinction Rebellion, eh? but I meant the chalking she did was on a pedestrian or on a plane or something where you can walk as a normal person. It was not that she was on illegal grounds, but the police that didn't like what she was writing, so yeah, she took a hit.
Well, therein lies the other rub, though, is the enforcers of the rules of society are going to be confronted at this point in time with some moral and ethical questions. And I know I have a couple followers who are in police enforcement, and they're good people.
I don't no, so sorry, but I think none of the working men and women on the police force are good people. None. If on this time, you can't be that ignorant if you want to be a police officer. So if you have that uniform
Well, no,
on,
that was the point that I was going to get to. Was the fact that our systems are being corrupted from the top down.
yeah, I know. But
and this is why I say, even when it comes to that point, we have to remember that we're still a society. And those are going to be hurdles that we're going to have to get over and address. And we can't, it's just like people who were forced into the vaccine and then looking at the repercussions of it in society. they can't be ostracized because of that choice.
No, but every police force,
Um,
everyone on the police force has seen what happened in the Netherlands on several occasions. And on one occasion, I can think, yeah, the media has it right. And so but nowadays, with the rules where they thought they, the job they should do, and where they come for the police to be a servant for the people, there is a day they see, hey, that's not what I'm doing right now. And on that moment, you have some time to think about it. But there has been happening so much on on that ground that you can't wear that uniform with honor on this time. If you want to be that policeman, then you have to be a sheriff on this time, and you have to say, no, I'm not going to do this. And that's not happening with the police. And they still have an army of people who want to fight against the people. So there is no honor in the police force. The only thing they do here at this time is writing tickets. And in supermarkets, they don't come anymore. They have now cashiers, the girls behind the kassa, who control people, who has to do everything for by themselves in the shop, scan their groceries, and pay the groceries self, and then their bag will be controlled by a 15-year-old girl, and they don't have money to put an extra girl behind the counter. So with the police force, they are degrading. Yeah, it's also in the plan, because the police force is the last line between people and the elite, and they are for the elite, to protect the elite. But nowadays, every officer, every car I see with the police logo, um, it's my thinking is, go find a job. A garbage man has more honor than you. And no offense for the garbage man, we need them, but please, officer, nothing what they do contributes to society. Nothing.
I won't go as far as to say that. There's many out there who do still try to keep. Go ahead. Well, I was going to say there's still many out there who actually fight crime and try to, keep society functioning and safe, in a reasonable manner, not in an authoritarian manner. Um, Unfortunately, there's many who do not. And we can't use such a broad stroke to say all, because it is not all. It's like just saying, if I were to pick out that all bakers bake bad food, we can't brush with a big stroke like that, because there are differences in society and nuances.
Okay. All the officers, or all the men in justice that can be in contact with me are the ones who don't do their job as we expected.
Trust me, I've had good and bad experiences with law enforcement myself. I'm no stranger to that.
I put recordings offline. Sorry.
Pardon?
I put recordings
Go ahead,
online. I put recordings online of police officers my attempts to press charges in 4 matters. And basically, it's state abuse of power. That's the topic now. Besides the US and Israel state-sponsored terrorism, we see that only innocent civilians were shot in the Capitol building and 5 unarmed protesters were shot in the Netherlands, not government officials. So they were shot with real bullets and not with a water cannon or with tasers or with rubber bullets. So that's insane, of course. And we didn't even see a protest about that or anything. We saw the other protests, what's his name again? Anyway, the police is supposed to help me press charges, and politicians and all government officials are supposed to help make Putin's cyber attack impossible, which is easy to do. The George Floyd protests, for example.
Yep.
So that was the thing I wanted to say about that. And what do you think about these protests of the farmers? Are they for real, or are they control the position? Are they going to achieve anything? And what could that be? I think they can achieve stuff. I also saw a yellow vest wearer. They've also achieved things. Many
I
people
love
don't
the
know
yellow
that.
vest.
You love them or you loathe them?
Love them. I am a yellow vest, and I stopped wearing I stopped wearing them because every time I wore a yellow vest, the first question I get from persons was, "Ah man, get a job." En in Dutch, we kregen echt ontzettend veel negatief commentaar dat we idioten waren, gekken waren. En ik werd er helemaal scheidsziek van. Ik heb best wel wat gedaan in dat gele hesje. En ik heb respect voor de Franse gele hesjes. Maar hier in Nederland, als je ermee liep, dan moest je eerst de racismekaart 4 keer wegspelen voordat je überhaupt met een gesprek kon beginnen. En ik draag ze nog steeds, alleen dan niet meer aan geel hesje. Totdat in Nederland eigenlijk weer een beetje respect komt voor het gele hesje. Want dan neem ik hem weer als eerste aan. Ik heb hem nooit weggedaan, maar ik heb hem wel even uitgetrokken voor mijn eigen aanzien.
What he said.
Ja, please. Mijn Engels komt er niet
No,
van
that's
lekker
quite
uit.
alright. That's quite alright. That's quite alright.
Ik heb het.
Yeah. Let's welcome back Uwe back to the panel. Welcome back, brother.
Yeah. Welcome,
Hey guys.
Uwe.
Hope you had a good lunch there, man.
Yeah, I did. Actually, I got Greek.
Good.
So.
Well, yeah, but everything to me is Greek today, whether it's Dutch, German, or whatever. It's all Greek to me. Sorry, bad American.
I opened this chat I joined yesterday with all the protests, and I haven't watched in there for 2 hours, and there's 267 messages, man, and videos from locking the autobahns. It's fucking crazy. Fucking awesome. I can tell you, man, locking the A2, that's the most driven autobahn in Europe because it goes from east to west. So everybody who goes to Poland, whatever, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, they all drive on the A2. Everybody. So to locking that autobahn, that's fucking impressive, man. Fucking hell. I hope they stay there for a couple of days. They are prepared anyway. They got a barbecue. They got everything. Fuel trucks.
Yeah. Well, like the question is that he asked whether, we think it'll be effective or not. I don't know. I don't know. I hope that the thing is, what's going on isn't for politicians.
I hope
that's what people need to realize. It's for people.
All those people need to talk to the people who say, but this isn't in the news. No, I were there. So the most of the people don't know what's happening. That's the naive, stupid people. The question is naive too little, is stupid is too bad. But most of the people don't believe if you say, hey, there were 100,000 farmers on the streets. They don't believe it because the media doesn't say anything about it.
Well, yeah,
And
for sure. It's just like here in America when there's a protest and they say, well, there's only a couple thousand people, when in actuality there was closer to 1 million.
yes, I know
So
all about that. The problem is, if I went to this event in Germany and I was that will be there, and I'm coming back to Almere where I live, and I tell this to people. Those people are all colored, and all those people, they um um it it hasn't got any interest because they are here paying their rent, having a job, uh, and they don't know there is anything wrong because they are used to paying rent, going to the job, coming home, watching TV, and they like that. And that's far way better than what they think they're coming from the cotton farm, and from
right.
so it isn't of none of their interest. So that's why you don't see any almost none colored people in his picture. You don't see there any. We have in the Netherlands we have a few demonstrators that are colored, but the most of the demonstrators are the white people, because it's their pension. It's their whole world that's cut under their feet. Whole families are uh, cut down. Family values are cut down. And for the colored people that are here, they have no roots here, so they have nothing to fight for. And the government has learned to the people in the Netherlands, the white people. Speaking of that, they have no roots here. You have no ground rights. Is it saying that right? Um, so most of the Netherlands is not from the people, but from the king. So if you have a piece of land, it's always from the country. It's never from you. It's very
I do not
difficult to own land.
I do not accept self-proclaimed kings and prime ministers
No,
as
no,
and
no.
such
Me neither.
leaders
Me
as
neither.
such. If they're
Uh,
with politicians, then they're guilty of treason, so I don't accept them as rulers or anything. And perhaps it's just equal representation. So if there are not many blacks in the country, then you're not going to see many black people protest either. Basically, it's sort of a reflection of the population.
no,
So
no, no
perhaps
way.
that's
No way.
present to a certain extent what you talk about. But I think also in the US we see black protesters regularly.
Yeah, yeah,
Also with
but
these
then
types
then
of
then you have a
protests for
black
farmers
then
and
you
stuff.
then you have a black protest, and then you have a subsidized lamp protest because black people go only on the streets when they get paid for it, else they don't do it.
You know what? That sounds
Or-
very much like the issue you had always with your national team in football, that the blacks and the whites are always fighting each other, you know? You have always been one of the best teams in the world, and they never was successful because they were fighting inside all the time, the blacks and the whites, you know? And this sounds exactly the same.
yeah, but that's true. It's the same way. If you put black ants and red ants in a jar, they can live with each other. There's nothing going on. Black and red ants. If you're gonna shake the jar, they're gonna argue with each other because they think the other kind has shaken the jar. and they don't know who shaking the jar, but they point it to the other color, because that's the most easy way to point a finger. If you have a nice difference, religie, heritage, sex, gender, football. If you have a difference between two people, then you can make a huge argument between them, and you can do whatever you want as third party.
What I'd like to say about this is I think that discrimination drives a wedge between the people, discrimination based on skin color, sexual preference, and religious preference. So we don't need that. We need to unite against genocidal tyrants that openly advocate for lowering the population with 50 shocking illegal book quotes, these Georgia Guidestones that are no more, and Cobden Club memo, for example, about lowering the population, quote, by whatever means necessary, unquote. And if we're helping them with that, we're doing ourselves in. And, well, basically, lots of people have been talking about billionaires. I think that these $1 million Georgia Guidestones make clear that there are people there in on and they're promoting this population reduction business basically, and they have lots of money because otherwise they can't place these $1 million Georgia Guidestones, you know. So that's a big threat to humanity. I attempted to press charges in 5 matters, and I already read this stuff that I wrote down. So waiting for live video signal. The broadcast is waiting for signal has ended. Perhaps it's going on somewhere else as well, the protest, but
Yeah,
then
I
we
think-
can
I
take the
think he
whole
ended.
screen. Perhaps.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find another one.
But you have the channel, right, Jason?
Sorry?
Perhaps we should all tell our name and what we're about and stuff like that. Your channel name, I was wondering, do you have a channel?
No, I have a website. En dat is www.hetnieuws.nl of www.hnmda.nl. En
So where you from? You're from Almere?
Sorry?
Where you from?
I'm from Holland, the Netherlands. Almere is the place where I live.
Oh, that's very close to the border, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's very close to German border, isn't it?
No, it's if you have the Netherlands, you see in the middle of the Netherlands a large island, as speak, and I'm living in the left bottom corner of that island.
Okay.
It's not a real island, or but then it's in the middle range of the Netherlands, more to the coast than to the border.
What stream is this?
It looks like a very advanced website.
I'm working on it. I try to find all the alternative news from everywhere, and I put it on the website. And I try to do twice a week
Okay.
a show where I explain the things they say on the news. We have 2 Dutch giant news stations, NOS en RTL. En meestal pak ik één van de uitzending van allebei. I take one news uit de uitzending, one journal. Yeah, one whole broadcast I take, and I explain then what they don't and what they do say, what's going on in the world, and I try to make complots speakable. So if something, some nice movie of a nice meme comes along, then I try to explain that in a simple Dutch. We call that hier Janneke taal. I'm trying to explain what's happening. That's what I try to do. when I'm home, and on the streets I try to be burgerlijk ongehoorzaam. Oh, ja, oké, dat is... En je hebt daar aandelen in, hè?
Where's our geoengineering? Roger, hey, see it today.
But seriously, after the cyber attack, I think they should repair the damages that they haven't planned to do so, but that's their job, to protect and serve us, like with Nord Stream. They should have repaired that already. It's quite easy to do. And that it's, we can boycott CBDC, so shop owners and others can also make sure that the euro stays present to pay with, because we need a cash society for emergencies in reality. The NASA Masons also made clear there will be a solar storm EMP, for example.
They will never ever repair the Nord Stream because they destroyed it themselves, you know? So they will never fucking repair it.
Well, but that's what they're supposed to do. So after the cyber attack, they have to repair the damages, and it's no excuse to get rid of the virtual fiat currency system, basically. It's basically a reason to have an only cash society rather than a cashless society, of course, if that happens. And they could have easily made this cyber attack impossible already by disconnecting the computers of our power supply from the internet, at least, basically. So the idea is CBDC is not what we want. People don't want tyranny. They want a limited federal government that does what it's supposed to do. And it's more about secret societies, I think, that Kennedy warned us about.
Yeah, but that is the problem, that they don't give a shit what we want.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, they're in on annihilating the populace, obviously.
No, they don't.
Definitely.
They see.
They already have.
If you listen to some of the videos from their own mouths, you have the one woman from. I'm not speaking from the people from the WEF, stuff like that, and associated organizations. You know, be it whether it's Council on Foreign Relations, whether it's the North American Council, or if it's any of those, they're all the same damn people. They just change names. Same thing like they did with the WHO treaty. They just keep changing the name.
Yeah.
And they very much have said strictly basis. The woman states that they want depopulation, and the one man stated that they want to become gods of men. They will be the gods over men. To the point that he says, if you try to stop me, I will kill you. He makes no bones about that. And it's not hyperbole. They literally said that.
Yeah, but I mean,
just
the
like
Luciferian,
as simply as they're saying you'll own nothing and be happy.
Luciferian
That's their
politicians,
plan.
it's Luciferian satanic
And unless you can get enough
inversion.
people to take it, well, it doesn't matter how you want to define it. It boils down to the same thing. It's getting people to wake up and to understand that this is real. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's not some kind of sky thing. They're literally doing this, and they're telling you that they're doing it. That's the thing. All the information that people want to know is right readily out on the internet. You can go read it.
Everything they do is to lower the population, quote, by whatever means necessary, unquote, under the guise of saving lives, creating climate change, and progress transhumanism, basically.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They want to.
But this is just the first step. This is the beginning.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Uwe.
They want to reduce the population. That's what they do. And that's why they don't want us to have cheap energy and all that stuff. They don't want us. That's why they did all that shit, That's what it's all about.
Otherwise, they'd look into
what it boils
caloric power, geothermal energy, and sea energy, which is more efficient than wind turbine energy. And they're going nuclear, right?
Well, what it boils down to, Uwe, is they're going to create a condition where the average people live like rats and fight between each other. They don't have to take care of the population then, because the population will take care of itself.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Once they live in the 15 minutes area, in like chicken boxes, and are like in a jail, like they are in Gaza. You are in a jail, in a 15-minute jail, and it will come to the point that people getting so sick on each other and killing each other.
If we don't watch out, they'll turn the world into the
Yeah.
Gaza Strip. And we've seen that movie with Julia Roberts, Leave the World Behind. And I think that's also misdirection. So it reveals part of the truth. Some call it predictive programming. But it's also misdirection because after the cyber attack on the power supply, there's no more tap water. The electrical pumps of the tap water won't work anymore. And if they declare blue force tracking, then a civil war is totally impossible. And anybody who breaks the home quarantine rule is automatically shot by the Talon robot army and the killer drones. So, and I think they'll have more than thermal imaging cameras.
Yeah, I think your analogy. I think your analogy of about that is predictive programming is spot on. That analogy I do believe is absolutely spot on. And you're going to see more of that. And people don't realize how much they're influenced even by something as simple as commercials. It plants the seeds in their heads and they don't even realize it. They don't even understand they're being manipulated.
I don't know who of you have
to get
seen
you to
the
think
movie.
a certain way.
I don't know who of you have seen the movie Transcendence.
Well,
You
which
should
one?
watch it.
Which one?
Transcendence. Transcendence.
Transcendence.
Oh, Transcendence. Yes. Yep.
That's absolutely sick that we don't even know how far they are these days. But what they're showing in that movie, nothing of that is impossible. Nothing.
No,
Well,
but
just
but
like
I
what
think every.
Eric brought up with.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jason.
Oh,
No,
think
but I was just going to point out like some of the things that Ulrich brought up, like the idea behind killer drones. People say that will never happen. I can guarantee you they already have them. You'd be a fool to think they don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's getting people to understand because they always have this idea that the government is out for the best interests of the people, when the exact opposite is true. And people will say, well, no, they don't have that. They don't. Wait a minute here. They already got drones that can take and fly themselves and bomb half the damn planet. Do you really think they can't program a little one to kill your stupid ass?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're getting people to understand the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
It is humorous, but it's very true. Picture this. You have these protests going on here. If the government really wanted to go full on authoritarian, the very same things that you can bring up that were used to be fantasy 10 years ago are now reality. They could very easily drop 1,000 drones into this group of people. And if they wanted to annihilate them, they could. That's a reality of the power that the government has nowadays.
Just look what you can do with the private drone these days, It's a little fucking DJI drone. Look what you can do with all that. And then you can imagine
but
what's going on in the real world.
Here in the Netherlands, you can't fly a drone anymore because every drone you fly has to be registered, because else you can get a fee and can get jail time, because you're not allowed to fly drones anywhere.
Same here.
No. The government can fly with drones where they want.
That's a European law, guys. So every drone over 249 grams, you have to have a license, but you have to register every drone you fly. Mine is registered as well. So, but you can fly.
Yeah, and there's a reason. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just like I use the example gun laws. They don't want you to have the ability to fight back. So if you have to take and register every drone that's out there, and every drone that's out there nowadays, the newer ones, has built-in GPS and tracking, and they literally cannot and will not fly into a zone they're not allowed to do, and they can be shut down or changed at any point in time at the whim of the government.
Yeah.
You know, it's literally taking out of the hands of the people the ability to do anything you want with it.
The drones have
they understand what that technology can be used for.
the GPS recognize the military zone, and it will not fly in there. That drone will automatically stop on that certain area where the military zone starts. It will not fly in there.
Yeah, taking buy off the shelf parts, build and program a drone yourself without all those safety things in for the government, and watch how fast they show up to the door to arrest you.
Yeah, right.
Guaranteed.
Yeah,
100%.
You know, so that's another thing that's very obvious if you look at it, of what the actual intentions of many of these governmental organizations are. It's not about taking care of the people, it's about control of the system. You know, and they don't want you to have the ability to get the upper hand on them any more than what they have to. You know, and I don't know how to put it any more plainer than that. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
You know, I guess I don't know what else to say about that, but to get back on what this stream is on, one thing I wanted to point out is this is only the first step. They managed to shut down all the protests across the world with the whole COVID thing. That's why I said people need to be very wary, because I think they're gearing up for another batch of bullshit.
I'm sure they do.
And the rub to that is this time it may not be bullshit. You know, it's readily apparent right now that the first one likely came out of a lab. And I'll say likely just to take in shall we say, appease the skeptical, even though there's no animal reservoir for it, which, you know, scientifically, they say follow the science. Well, there's your science. There's no animal reservoir. So that only means one thing: it was created in a damn lab. Who's to say that the next one fomented upon the people of this planet isn't actually as deadly as what they claim this one to be at first? And to think that they don't have that already, well, you already see colleges that were in the news, and they had ones that had 80%, up to 80% death rates. Let that loose in society, and they'll say, well, it'll burn itself out. Yeah, it'll burn itself out. But when? When half the planet's gone? You know, that's the thing. Oh, here we go. We got an Aussie coming up, folks. Hang on to your feet.
What? What did you say?
On here.
How you doing, Zeke?
Not bad, guys. How you going?
Not bad.
How you doing, mate?
I'm not ashamed to say that I've missed most of what's gone on here tonight because I've been chatting with someone else. But I just noticed earlier there was the whole race thing being discussed about, you know, the demographic there and all the rest.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting to bring up, you know, why aren't there more colored people there? And I thought, well, it's Europe. So it sort of made perfect sense to me that there's hardly anyone there that's not European.
Yeah, but you know, you've got to realize that the Netherlands and France and England, all these, most of them black people coming from their colonies, you know. That's a different story in Germany. We didn't have many colonies with black people. But the Netherlands, England, and France, all their colonies were black people in the Caribbean, in Africa, in the South Pacific, wherever, you know. So that's why they have
Yeah.
many black people in their citizens, you know.
Yeah, well, America's an exception to that because the between the combination of Barbary pirates and other African slave traders, they've got a lot of African Americans due to that. But it's not so much that there was any British colonization that had any part to do with that beyond probably the very start of that. But you know, in the United States, what is it, Robert? Something like 8% of the population is African American.
I think it's like 13%. But I want to point out something though. In an interview or a talk that I was listening to last night, like in London, with their housing problem. When 50% of their housing that they use generally for the public is right now housing illegal immigrants. 50%. 50% of their housing is housed illegal immigrants. That has nothing to do with race or anything like that. That, in my opinion, is an invasion of a country. No matter whether it's economic or otherwise, it's going to destroy them.
Exactly.
No society can sustain that.
No, and that's the goal.
You know,
They
so
want
to.
Yeah, go on.
Well, exactly. That's the goal. But something like Jason was pointing out, which Jason, I believe, is colored, is pointing out that he's not seeing these people out there protesting either, even though everything that's going on is going to affect them as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And they don't.
Oh yeah, of course it is, because they're ignorant
it's
to the
just like the
facts.
protests we have here in this country.
The only thing colored about me is the outside.
And that was the whole. Well, I wouldn't even go as far as to say that, because, like, as I said before, you either look at people from a racial standpoint or from a humanity standpoint, and I look at humanity.
Yes, me too.
Well, that's the rational standpoint. That's why, Robert.
They're brought in from places. Yeah. Well, also to the point that I think Jason was getting at. Many of these people don't understand what's on their doorstep. They're just happy to be there because they think they've got it better than where they came from. And what they don't realize is they're being useful tools to foment the very thing that's being fostered upon society to destroy it.
No, well, I mean, this tactic hasn't been a secret since the Communist Manifesto.
That discussion.
The concept that's being used is a Marxist /
Jason actually
Lenin.
pointed out in the beginning. Everything we're seeing now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, useful idiots. An idiot in that instance only means someone ignorant.
You know,
that don't
first
understand
stages
what's
of
going
people
on.
understanding
The racist debate should not be even there anymore. You know, it's bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit, man. It has nothing to do with any skin color.
Well,
no. It's divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
good and there's bad, and that's it.
But I think Jason makes
there's a certain group, they have way more bad than other groups, and we all know what this group is.
It's a cultural divide. That's the issue. It's a cultural mismatch.
Exactly.
It's not compatible. Yeah.
They're living like tribal, like fucking thousands of years back.
Well, that's kind of, I think, what Jason was getting at. There's many aspects and many reasons for a lot of the things that we're seeing. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is we can focus on any aspect of any of this stuff. What I'm trying to get to is that what we're seeing now is the first stages of what started prior to COVID. And I'm hoping that this sparks off the rest of the people to finally start opening their eyes and understanding that what's being fostered upon society are those at the top who are pulling the strings. And it's very apparent by some of these speeches, and even some of the people that Uwe talked to, that people are becoming aware of that. I mean, any of us here, how did we become aware of this stuff? We're not unique to society. Everybody lives in it. Eventually, sooner or later, people are either going to have to face the truth, or they're going to be thrown by the wayside. There's no doubt about that. They'll be the first victims of the very thing being fomented upon them.
Well, it's not a new concept either, Robert.
But I'll make no bones about it. No, it's not.
It's old as time itself,
Yeah,
though. I mean, as
for
long as
sure.
civilizations have existed, this sort of misinformation and divide and conquer has existed. And all they do is now pretend that you're all part of one thing and you're supposed to be getting along, and then it's your fault you don't get along. Not that they've gone and thrown a shitload of friggin' hornets in with heap of spiders, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. But how many people in this day and age, though, Zeke, understand that?
Well, not many, because they're all watching TikTok.
That's the rub.
Yeah, or they're making TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they're
But then
unfortunate
you're
enough
doing
to not even have
something.
that luxury.
By the way,
they don't
Zeke,
even
I'm
have
still
that
waiting on
luxury.
your video.
Which one's that? What, the Michael Jackson dance one, or the? Because that makes Uwe.
Oh no,
quit
the feet
panels.
pics, man. You've been short and changing me on that.
Oh, the feet pics. Oh yeah, I'll get onto it.
Oh well, yeah.
I was just shaving my heels down with a file before too. You should have kept a video for me.
All right, good. But anyways, you know, we're looking at a broad scope of the world right now, sitting on panel and in chat. All of us are pretty much in tune with what's going on with the world. How do we get the rest of society to wake up and understand that if we don't fix this shit right fast and take back control of our countries and our sovereignty and our governance, and I hate to use this word because it's been turned into a nasty word, but nationality.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong
nationality.
with being proud of who you are.
Well, it's actually important to be.
And that seems to have been turned into a
It's
dirty
actually
word.
important to be. It's incredibly important for humans to be grounded in an identity. It's crucial to the core of a human being's psyche to be grounded in a functional community. Humans don't behave healthily if they don't have that. It's
Exactly.
100%. Yeah.
It is very, very sad, but I think the only solution is, Robert, the only way to get all them others on our side is to get to the worst case ever. Because if they didn't woke up yet, and they didn't wake up with this protest, and the media is not changing their freaking propaganda shit and their fake news and their lies, the only way to get them is if all our countries falling in pieces. That's the only way to get them.
Well, and unfortunately, Uwe, I think at that point in time, the trap will be set. There will be no getting out of it by then. Not in a way, in my opinion, if they have what they want, let's say in the next 5 years, where national borders become a thing of the past, that's what they're working towards. We know that. There's no getting out of it then, because you're going to, as Zieg pointed out, if you don't have an identity, you have nothing, and you're going to have so many zombies running around who are going to identify not as a sovereign, but basically just like a bee in the hive. They're going to be nothing more than a worker bee in the hive. Or if you want to use an analogy from movies, we could use Star Trek. They'll be part of the Borg. And that will be their identity. there won't be Dutch, there won't be German, there won't be Australian, there won't be American, there won't be Canadian. None of that. It won't exist anymore as a concept. And I don't know how to get that through people's heads that
Me
a
neither.
lot of the things
I'm
that they
trying.
think are reality are not.
That's the big problem. The question you are asking: how do we get people on board? Let's not say it's that way. If people don't see there's anything wrong by now, then I don't know how to reach them.
That's what I said. Ben,
Yeah.
that's what I said. It's impossible.
Jason,
We have to.
With the media, how they act, it's impossible to get them if they are not using their own brain and stop watching this fucking mainstream media and believing that shit. It's impossible to bring them on our side. It's impossible.
We have to
Uwe,
expose them. Expose
The
them
thing
and
is-
explain why they're traitors, mass murderers, and they must be prevented.
Well, that's definitely part of it. Exposing truth always matters, but also understanding the human condition matters. So humans are individual compared to most animal creatures, beings, whatever, because we both have an individual identity and a group identity, and we want both. And if you take away the group identity, the person will just want to be more of an individual to compensate. And this is what happens where people just end up losing their shit and going off the rails, school shooters and everybody else, because they get so absorbed into whatever they believe that they no longer think of everybody else. And that's what they want everybody. They want everybody in a position where they no longer identify with themselves and with their peers. They identify with an idea that they've just adopted. And a prime example is like in Australia at the moment, there's a lot of white guys who they're not terrified to speak out against anyone of colour, but they are terrified. They're driven, more the point, to shit on their own kind. It's like the old self-hating Jew thing, and they basically spend a lot of their effort. Like a prime example, we just had a burnout competition festival here in Australia called Summer Nats. Now, security guards went apeshit and started bashing people. The security guards were all of Pacific Islander descent. They were all Maori, Tongan, all that sort of thing. I pointed out to a group of guys, car enthusiasts, isn't it a bit funny that it's only one group of people doing all the violence? And the immediate response was from them is, oh, what, so white guys never do anything wrong, And this is all white guys saying it. And I'm like, so you're going to deny the exact evidence before your eyes for the political idea that you feel you are compelled to conform with, despite it being completely irrelevant to the facts in front of you. That's where people are at.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, basically, it's the
Yeah.
lack of knowledge, basically. We
Absolutely.
have to show them why they are the victims, basically, who the mass murderers, child murderers, war criminals, and the traitors really are. As long as they don't know that that's what they really are, they're not going to do anything about it. They will let themselves be annihilated with the measures.
Because they're desperate to be part of the collective. You take away their individual liberty, as Robert said, you take away people's individual sovereignty, and they're going to immediately compensate by being more and more conformative to the masses. And if that means they hate themselves and their own identity, their own factual, their own objective identity, whether they're white, black, yellow, or otherwise, they will do that. They will forsake themselves and what the objective truth is around them to conform, because they're a herd animal at the end of the day.
And people
Just
like
unite
it
them against
to give.
genocidal tyrants, basically.
Well, we're already seeing that.
People like it to give the responsibility to others that they don't have to take care about anything, and they don't see what is going on. And this has been going on for decades, guys, for decades in our Western world with a decent social system, The US don't have a really decent social system, but there's other reasons for what they do. But in our countries like Australia, England, Germany, Netherlands, Canada, France, Italy, there is a decent social system where people get a decent welfare if something happens, or whatever, and they think we give our responsibility to our government, we trust them, they do all good for us. But if you think about your life, what did any politician ever did good to you or to anybody else? Give me one example what any politician did good for any of us.
Oh, but they gave us $900 each when the global financial crisis hit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and if your salary was do good, you could pay it back. That's
Yeah.
one of the things that was COVID. COVID went wrong with the small businesses. Most of the small businesses accepted the COVID support financially, and they need to put a sign on the contract. But when they didn't do all the things on the 17 SDGs, they had to pay it back. If they didn't put signs on their shop, they had to pay it back. If they had too much money earned, they had to pay it back. And now, 2 years later, most of the small businesses are going broke because of the COVID support.
Yeah.
And all those things the government does to us is not to make us better or safer. No, it's only to make us controllable.
No, for sure not.
Well, it's a gilded cage. It's a trap. It's like low-income housing, right? So when they give people the opportunity to buy houses with support from the government and support from financial groups, that philanthropy financial groups and that sort of thing. In Australia, as a prime example, we've got government-driven shared equity homing. Now, the problem with that is when you put a person who's sub-market, they can't afford to be in that market. You then give them 70% of a house, right? And you pay, the government puts the 30% deposit basically. What the government then does is makes them sign a contract for that 30% where they're liable for all the rates, insurances, and then all the maintenance and everything else. This is a person who can't afford a house now buying a house where they're now 100% liable and held at, basically gunpoint, because that's how the government holds everybody, at gunpoint. The police have guns, so you're held at gunpoint to maintain that house that they don't have the money to maintain. So what happens when the house starts crumbling? Oh, government doesn't care. The land value's now gone up because that's not a new area anymore. It's now an established suburb with shops and schools and everything. So they go and take the house off them, refurbish it, and sell it for a profit. It's a gilded cage. They don't help anybody. They use everybody.
That's what they've planned, of course, to steal all our possessions, to make everybody own nothing.
Absolutely.
To enslave humanity. And how many of these politicians are Freemasons, we can wonder.
I think all of them.
Well, it doesn't. Here's the thing that I point out, or it doesn't matter what group, because it isn't just one. People have this idea that the people at the top are in a condition where they all belong to one centralized secret thing, and they don't. What they do is they work in conjunction that benefits their status, and they look at the rest of society as being below them. They don't have to be in any one singular club. And that's the crux of it and the rub of it. And so it's also part of what keeps people distracted, because they want to find a singular point of failure. And there isn't. These people work in conjunction for the benefit of the whole of what they deem as a class of society. Whereas us people down here in the real working world are nothing more than useful sheep to them.
The Freemason term is cattle.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter which, you could call them lemmings as well. It doesn't matter.
Lemmings better, because they are doing exactly as they told.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, there was a video from Crowder about that, Robert. Crowder did a video about it where someone was arguing with him, and Charlie Kirk's addressed this too, where it's been brought up to them that, oh, so you think that they're all working, meeting up and conspiring. And it's like, no, they don't have to. Their goals are akin to each other. So if something's already moving in a certain direction, so something can be applied to move in a certain direction, they're all going to do it anyway. It's not something that requires any sort of conspiracy or conspiring. It just requires common goals. And there's lots of aspects of life where your goals are in common with lots of people. You're not meeting up with them, are you? You're just happy if things go that way. And that's the crux of it, really.
What I was most impressed of from the beginning when we came together, that it doesn't matter where we came from, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, US, we had people from Chile, from Netherlands, from England, from France. We all knew what it's about, and we all talked about the same shit from the beginning. We didn't knew each other. We never met each other before, but from the first day we knew what's going on. From the beginning, we didn't knew each other. We are still the minority of awake people, and are not able to bring this fucking message over to everybody. It's really frustrating, man. It's frustrating. Even that we are really, really small county.
Therein lies the rub, though, Uwe, because. Go ahead, Uwe.
Even that we have a really, really small county here, it was quite disappointing that there was only 400 or 500 people there. There should be at least 10 times more. Everybody, the women who stay at home, whatever, could go there and support. Every retired people could report. Come and support the protest, especially the retired people. They get fucked here big time as well,
Well, you know the 15-person rule, don't you?
No, I don't know that.
So for every person that pipes up, there's 15 that would have done if they'd just been encouraged.
Yes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
That I call that the 80-20 rule. And business uses that. It's actually taught in economic class if you're going to run a business. 80% of the people will say nothing when only 20% of the people will complain. So when big corporations talk about whether they're going to fix a fault in something, they only have to rely upon 20% of the people even saying anything, and then even a lesser number of that actually following through with anything. That's why they can get away with putting out faulty products, because it's cheaper to pay the lawsuits than it is to actually fix their shit. And that's something I think as a global thing, that's one of the first things that needs to be addressed, is this idea of corporate personhood. The idea that a corporation has the same rights as an individual is an absurdity. It's an aberration to humanity.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
It absolutely is, where they put profit above people.
Yeah, and the institution of that idea doesn't make sense to me either, because it's not like that's encouraged through any sort of religious ideas. So as in it would branch back before modern times. It's a very odd thing we've adopted very recently, and I suspect it has roots in feudalism. But again, I don't understand how it's so strong in society.
Well, it sells a dream, Zieg. And it also, even though it in some ways benefits small businesses and the lower people in a little way, not in the way it does big corporations, though. And, an example, the United States gets a big whack when they talk about the United States does this or America does that. When in all actuality, the only reason these multinational corporations are here is because they are allotted the same rights as an individual. When if they were made to answer for the things that they do, which is not the people in itself, it's these corporations and the ultra rich. It isn't the 1%, it's the 0.00000.1%. I mean,
I think in America you've only got to earn over 300K a year to be in the 1%, don't you?
Exactly. So there's a lot of things that are bandied about that most people who don't think beyond what's the nose on their face don't understand. That's the crux and the rub of it. And global, you know, what you said, we shouldn't judge people on their religious preferences, sexual preferences, skin color, whatever. You're absolutely correct.
Very correct.
The only problem about that, and I will put one thing on that. If your preference is one thing, that's fine, but it should not be fostered upon society as a whole. You know, just like I don't care if someone's gay, but in the same token, I don't want men going into fucking women's bathrooms, nor my daughters, even if they may identify themselves as a woman. That's just
my entire
logic.
That's my entire problem with theocracy in general, and hence why I have a problem with Islam.
Well,
yeah, you know, that's the next thing, Zeke. You have to really, really separate Muslims from Islam. That is the thing. The Islamists, they go in a violent way on their Quran. They say everybody who believes in another God or in no God than Allah is an infidel. And an infidel is basically nothing. You can do whatever you want to with an infidel without getting charged. That's what Islam does. But not every Muslim is the same. And that is the big difference. And that's what I meant with they're living like tribal, like thousands of years back in those countries like Afghanistan and wherever they come from, where these extremists are.
Well, the thing is, Uwe,
that is absolute sick. Absolute sick.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'll point out this is that the ideology they're living under, the learned behavioural societal behaviour that they're living with is not thousands of years old, though. I mean, it's only 600 and something years since, you know, certain bits of technology that were invented that made it even possible for us to be where we are these days. And it's only been 100 and something years since the start of the Industrial Revolution. So the ideas that they are with, you know, what's Islam, 1400 years old now? It's not that long ago that people lived very carnal lives.
Yeah, but you've got to realize that
very
Christianity was not but much better back in the days.
Well, you got to measure the two. You got to measure the two by what the doctrine says, though, Uwe, not by what the people do. See, I'm a bit different to a lot of people. I wouldn't put any of the Catholic Crusades or anything to do with Catholicism, especially the Spanish Inquisition or anything. I wouldn't even lump that on Christianity because the original Stoic Christians have nothing to do with that. Just like the Islamic texts are written by the descendants of and by the man himself, Muhammad, who was a raging paedophile warmonger. So by that standard alone, I don't think Islam should exist.
I like that you have so many new people today in the chat. That's fucking awesome.
Well, it's testament that a lot of the things that we're talking about, Uwe, don't get talked about as much as they actually should.
Because you have a colored people who a colored person who can talk about racism. And that's I like the conversation.
It's real. It's real. You know, one thing I'd like to point out to Ulrich though, Ulrich, have you went through the papers for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? Because if you did, you'd find out that Trump was the only person that voluntarily testified against Epstein. He was the only one.
Well, I've covered the Epstein flight log lists, and of course, Bill Gates is on that as well. So,
well, there's lots of names on there. There's also doctors, drivers, all kinds of stuff.
There's also actors, and also musicians, even people you would never ever think about on that list. Like,
hold on, I want to qualify something on that, Uwe. A lot of that stuff that's in there isn't necessarily people who are associated with the garbage that Epstein was doing. Okay.
No, we don't.
Some of them were. That's for sure. Some of them were, but you can't take that as a indicator of anything because they're doing this on purpose. The only reason they release that is to take and muddy the waters even more.
But it's
You know,
disturbing anyways. Reading those names, it's disturbing.
yeah. But what I want to see the little black book of all the people that he had blackmail material on. That will tell you the story, and that they will never release. Guaranteed.
Yeah, you're never seeing that book, Robert. It's never coming. It's been burned already.
There's the reason for why he had to die. That's for sure, man. And he didn't decide that on his own. I guarantee you that.
No. And Love Francis makes a good point. Guilt by association. That's the worst thing to do. You can never do that. And it's very easy to get caught up in that. You can make that'd be just like me telling Jason, just because he's black, he must be a drug dealing thug from Detroit.
Oh, no, not from Detroit.
Make that perfectly clear. FBI, if you're listening, he's not from Detroit.
They all know where I live, so that's no problem. That's no problem.
You know, so there's many aspects that I think society in itself, one I think needs to be is people need to learn clear thinking again. And that's going to be very hard considering our educational and our higher learning institutions have been infiltrated by some of the worst ideologies of society. School has went from teaching basics, reading, writing, and arithmetic to teaching you that if you're 5 years old, you can decide that you want to be a girl or you want to be a boy or you want to be a cat shitting in the corner.
That's nice, or shit in the corner.
You
If
know,
I did that in school, I know I have to clean it up, and that my school time wasn't any fun at all. The rest of the school time.
Well, let me tell you how absurd that it's become here in some places in the United States. They literally put fucking litter boxes in the damn classrooms as kids that might identify as a cat.
Yeah, it's thick.
It's that insane.
Children don't need to be taught abstract things at a young age. The way their brains are working at a formative age, it's not even about political ideas either. It's purely to do with how their brain actually functions at that age. What they learn at that age is going to change how they interpret information for the rest of their life. And if you don't give them fundamental understandings of things like you said, literacy, numeracy, etc., and instead fill their minds with propaganda, that's the schema they're going to have for the rest of their life. That's the lens they're going to see and interpret everything through for the rest of their life. And that's incredibly damaging.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's proven fact that most kids learn to learn between the ages of 7 and 9. If they don't learn how to learn in that time period, they will never, ever be what they could have been to their full potential. No matter how hard they try. It's just like when they find kids or people who lived outside of society for years on end. They never can adapt to normal society because they miss that critical time period. That's like sticking all these masks on kids.
That's right. That's because you're understanding the world, your lens, your schema, everything that how you interpret all information. If you grew up in the wild with no human interaction, you would see every other human as a thing over there. You wouldn't see them as part of you and your community. You wouldn't self-identify with them. You might do it post subconscious, but you wouldn't do it subconsciously.
The brain absorbs everything like a sponge when they're children.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be right back.
All right, Uwe. But I will say this, and I'm glad I'm seeing the people that we're getting more and more people from around the world with differing opinions and differing ideas. But yet we're still finding consensus in many of the same ideas that we do have. And having a discussion that isn't taking, delving or devolving down to the point of, well, you're an Australian, you're a black guy, you're Dutch, you're this, you don't know nothing. And that's the thing that's lost upon our governments. They've fomented that in society to get people to think that the only way they can resolve something is through petty fucking issues and infighting. They don't have reasonable discussions. They don't have reasonable debate. You know, and I don't think there's anybody on this panel that can disagree with that.
Not me.
But it does give me hope that at least I'm seeing more and more people who
I'll just disagree for the sake of.
All right, go ahead, Fletch. Go ahead. You're the scapegoat. Come on. But these are conversations that we shouldn't even have to have. This should be common in society. It should be ubiquitous across society. And we've lost that. They've destroyed that in society. If you were to take and count how many people you know that you can sit down and actually have a discussion reasonably over something that something in the news is said, whether or not it is whether it's rational, true, a lie, or otherwise, doesn't matter what it is. How many people do you know that you can actually do that in your society with? It should
I've got maybe 3 friends in real life I can do that with.
Yeah. And it should be almost anyone. It should be a stranger on the street. And it's not.
Well, more often it'll be a stranger sometimes than someone you know.
Mostly strangers that I can have this kind of conversations with. Because on the streets, many people don't want to have this conversation, and they don't dare to pull this conversation off, because most of the people are living in the lie. So if they have this kind of conversation with you, their world is crumbling when you're talking to them.
Yeah, for sure.
I was talking to someone in comments on a YouTube video, I don't know, a week ago. And the video context doesn't matter, but what they said in the chat was, well, my truth. And this is an all too common thing these days. And this person goes, well, my truth is, and I said, well, no. That's your opinion, love. But there is no my truth. I said, you don't have a truth and I don't have a truth. Bob down the street doesn't have a truth. You know, Shelley next door doesn't have a truth. None of us have a truth. There is only the truth.
Absolutely. People that are brainwashed with the lies of the mainstream media don't want the truth. They want to see their lies confirmed, basically.
Correct, 100%.
Yeah.
And the reason that is that they are seeing a thing that I've sort of half called, they're seeing an emotional truth. It validates their feelings. And that's even worse than an intellectual being biased and validating their thoughts, because feelings are treacherous and stupid. So to validate your existence and things around you by your feelings and then calling that your truth is showing that you have a complete and utter misunderstanding or lack of any sort of rational knowledge about how the world actually works. Because if you can't side your thoughts and even everything you do, your ambitions, everything, with objective fact, you're doomed.
Well, and the other thing too, I will say this is, people have a very hard time with self-reflection.
Well, that requires taking responsibility. So you're exactly right. They don't.
Exactly. You know, and the idea behind, I could be wrong. That's another problem.
It's quite fun to be wrong.
Nobody's going to ever be 100% right about anything.
No, and I mean, you and I, Robert, in the couple of years that we've been talking online like this, have proven each other wrong a few times, and we both just go, sure. Awesome. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, I thought differently. You know, like it's not the end of the world. Neither of us have had a meteor come down and land on top of us because we were wrong.
Correct.
And the same can be said for our geeky boy in the chat there. He spelled it with a 3 and a B and an O and a 1. But yeah, I know him outside of this, and we don't agree on everything either, but we get on just fine. We always have got on just fine, because rational people, despite what their beliefs are and their feelings are, can separate that from their own personal hang-ups, can step outside of it and absorb information and talk about what's actually tangible to more than just themselves, because that's where the truth lies, in something that everybody can see, not just you with your subjective or idea of reality.
Yeah, for sure.
There's only one truth, the truth, and scientists are as easy to buy as politicians. If you want to follow the science, follow the silenced. And
yeah, for sure.
All scientists agree when you censor the ones who don't. I often use that in my broadcast as well. So basically, that also has to do with the new normal. Basically, there's only one true normal because there's only one truth, the truth that defines reality. So everybody does not have their own truth. They can have their own perception of the truth, and they can have perceptions that are not congruent with reality. And well, in line with that, you have, for example, 164 Jihad Quran verses. So I would argue, what do they call it? Islamophobia is not real. That it's not a phobia. It's not an irrational fear, because there are 164 Jihad Quran verses. So if they
Correct.
declare a global jihad, then that can be a major problem. I think that in countries where there's not a majority, that they can't impose a Muslim caliphate or anything like that. That would be quenched. But in other countries, I don't know what the consequences would be. But if they're all controlled by the Jesuit military order, I mean, what do you think about people that claim Hamas is Mossad, Hezbollah is Mossad, etc., and that Israel created all these terror groups? That's according to the mainstream media itself as well. So then we're talking about ending state-sponsored terrorism, how to go about that basically to prevent World War III and create universal peace. That's another topic we could talk about. Or just what we can do in general to survive what's coming and what you all think is going to happen. Or perhaps you guys have better subjects we could talk about to make it constructive.
Well, hold on, Ulrich. I would address one thing that you ask. In a world of lies, which is what we live in now, to take and discern what any one government is doing is fool's errand. Who's right or wrong when it comes to war is a matter of perspective. And to take and say whether, let's say, like you said, Mossad or Hamas or whatever, it doesn't matter which side of the fence you fall upon, because there's always going to be an opinion and perspective depending on one's point of view and where they come from. But I will agree with you when it comes to the Islamophobia thing. You can point right to their own belief system. That's not Islamophobia. That's fact.
Exactly. That's a factual thing about their doctrine, and the thing about Muslims. And I don't want to argue with Uwe, but I will point out that to be a Muslim means to submit to Allah and to submit to Islam in the fullest. There's 5 pillars of Islam. They have to be considered a Muslim. You have to actually participate in all 5 pillars of Islam. So there are no half-baked Muslims. You're either a Muslim or you're not. And that's the problem with it. It's absolutist, but it's absolutist. I mean, Christianity is absolutist too. A Christian, in order to be saved, has to believe that Jesus Christ is their savior and that he died on the cross for their sins. That's a far cry from you have to kill everybody that doesn't agree with us and enslave them and make them and tax them out of existence, which is what Islam does, because Islam is a complete and utter political control ideology, and that's
I don't
what
disagree, Zeke, but
Yeah.
like what I said is, not all Muslims are the extremists.
Well,
That's
what people
I
need to do, I know what you're saying, Uwe, and I would say it like this. If you're Syrian and you were a Muslim person from a Muslim area and you've moved and you're no longer following the tenets of Islam, then you're a Syrian, not a Muslim. So people need to start talking about people for their actual ethnicity, not treating Muslims as if they're an ethnicity, because they're not.
Yeah,
it's like
for
saying
sure.
Christians are an ethnicity. They're not, and then Buddhists aren't an ethnicity either. There's more Buddhists in India than there is in China now, but everybody thinks of Chinese Asians when they think of Buddhism. It's we got to detach these ideas from these groups, because someone who isn't being a Muslim isn't a Muslim, but they could very well be Iranian, they could very well be Saudi, they could very well be Syrian, they could very well be Israeli. It doesn't matter. Who they are isn't that thing, because if they're not participating in that thing and it's total control, then they aren't that thing.
Yeah, for sure. One example that I can tell from my personal experience is I know a family from Syria and I know a family from Lebanon, and they're some of the greatest, nicest people I've ever met. And the reason they left those countries is for the very same thing that you're talking about, Zig. They wouldn't bend to the ideology. But the problem is when they have, for example, the people that come to our countries that don't want to assimilate to our cultures, and they want to bring the very same thing that they claim to run from to our countries. When I see someone out protesting, they're screaming for Sharia law, I want to shove my boot up their ass, because I'm asking them, what the hell, you come here to run from the very same thing that you foment, but you want to foment upon our society? Excuse me? Take your insanity back to where you came from then.
Yeah, exactly.
But you've got to realize that Syria has as many Christians as they have Muslims, eh?
That may be
one of the oldest sects of Christianity is still in Syria, and that's the Assyrian people, and they've been around since biblical times. They're not. They aren't. Then by all records, secular and otherwise, they have been the people they are, just like the Armenians have been the people they are for thousands of years as well. It's not that nobody's discounting that there's, all these places get labeled by the West as being Muslim or not Muslim, right, in the Middle East. And Iran's a really good example, because that was very recent. 1978 and 1979 was when that country went from being a flourishing free society to an Islamic hellhole. And it wasn't the majority of the people in the country that created it to be an Islamic totalitarian shithole. It was minorities. And the same thing happened thousands of years ago, over 1,000 years ago, with the Second Caliphate, when they took over Spain and things, and part of the Balkans. They didn't do it as a majority, they did it as a minority. So even if your country only has a small percentage of Muslims, it's still cause for concern, because if they are genuine Muslims, then they are by definition extremists. And it only takes a small group of those extremists.
Yep, for sure. Well, and I can take this outside of the religious aspect. If you want to talk about how a small group can take over countries, think about the smallest of groups of people, the ultra rich, the elites, or the parasites of society, as I like to call them, are literally taking over the damn world.
Basically, Lucifer, Satan. Another name for Satan is Lucifer, so they may pretend to be Christians and rabbis and Sufis and Muslims, etc., and atheists, but in reality they're Luciferians, Freemasons. So
I don't really give a fuck about Satans and Lucifers and all that shit, And the Masons, there is probably a group of the Masons. They are let's say the high ranked, and they are maybe in a different league than the normal Masons are, but I don't think that the Freemasons in general is an evil association or whatever. I think it's just we come back to the extremists, There's a certain group of them Freemasons. They think they are God, and they are over everybody else. But most of the other Masons don't even know about it and don't even realize it, because they don't act like them to them like gods. They do it for several other reasons, but not for the Masons.
Well, let me. Yeah, I have no idea about that, but let me explain something about what we're talking about, and it's the same tactic that I was taught in the military. It's called hide among the masses. When you go into another country or a place that you're in to infiltrate, you assimilate to the commonality that's around you, so you're not noticeable. And these people are masters at that through society. And many a times, even beyond that, a lot of times they don't have to be because they're totally insulated from average society. But the same tactic holds true. So when you talk about a group of anything, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be a religion, it could be a party club, hell, it could be a damn knitting club. It doesn't matter. It's that idea behind you use that to hide your full intentions. And it's usually a small part of that group that does that. And we see that in the political field. We see that in religion. We see it in normal day-to-day society, in business. That's nothing new and nothing unnormal. But it's learning to realize that you have to separate that idea before you brush society with a broad stroke. And that's another problem we have. Because you can't take and segregate out based upon any of that criteria. That rolls back to the same thing I said about Jason being from Detroit. It's the same thing. You just can't do that.
I think there's a reason they're secret societies, but it's a good point that only the 33rd degree Masons may be in on certain things, and they wear a Baphomet hat basically. And you can also see that picture of Elon Musk wearing that Baphomet outfit for Halloween. Basically, he had that on his Twitter page a very long time. So people think it's shady. Basically, that was the point I wanted to make. It's according to sources online. They're Luciferians, and Lucifer is another name for Satan, according to CambridgeDictionary.com. So some people think they're all satanic, basically, and they're pretending to be Christians and Muslims and do-gooders to want to save lives, while in reality they're eradicating humanity with their measures, and it's all premeditated, part of an illegal population reduction agenda. That's conspiracy theory, the conspiracy theory, I think, that many people are afraid to talk about. But that's more talked about now. And so we shouldn't judge them for things they haven't done. If we can prove they're guilty of any crimes, then we should press charges and use legal means to do something about it. People can go protest or vote them out, etc. That's what I'm trying to stimulate through resistance to death, our common enemy. Not necessarily fellow humans, or to change their mind, basically, to skip the cyber attack and take a shortcut to a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, to control aging in time, achieve negligible senescence, so they don't die themselves either.
One thing that I'll point out, sometimes I think whoever's in chat, the GE3, misconstrued what you said. And that's another problem too, I think people have when they believe when something isn't exactly what they think it may be. There's so many ideas bandied about when it comes to quote unquote conspiracy. And people will jump on the idea, well, look how many have come true. Well, yeah, there's been many that have came true, but that doesn't mean that they're all true. Now, there are some far out ideas out there that likely are, but there's probably 10 times as many that aren't, because it's very easy for the psyche for people to jump onto something that explains something they don't know or don't understand. And that's unfortunate. And I don't even know how to put this any clearer than that. That's why I'm very careful when you use any group's names or anything like that. You have to realize 99% of them probably are innocent of anything that is talked about them. And that lies the other problem, because you're never going to take and garner a consensus with those people if you're already biased about what they are.
I think it's more likely that they're all in on it. Otherwise, one of these 18 politicians would have helped to make Putin's cyber attack announced by Joe Biden impossible. They would have said, well, then we disconnect these computers that regulate our power supply from the internet. They don't even have to be connected to regulate the power supply, so we can have power supply.
Yeah, but you're taking you're taking that from your point of view and what you believe to be the answer to that. And now, for example, there's a lot of things that I see big tech companies doing that I wholeheartedly disagree with. But in the same token, it'd be just like saying that the Amish are always correct. They shouldn't have electricity. You shouldn't have this. You shouldn't have that. So we shouldn't progress society forward in technology. That's where you fall into that trap by doing that.
I don't believe anything. Believing is stupid, knowing is smart, and I'm a conspiracy factist. But other than that, I think you're definitely making sense. You're making good points. And that's quite rare, basically. So I've been searching for some real resistance. And I think you guys are it, basically. You are at least saying sensible things and talking about things that matter. In some chats, they talk about things that don't matter and also don't make sense, and I don't really like that. So that's why I'm in your stream.
Yeah, no. I'm glad you are, because if you don't have, don't get me wrong, if you don't have a little bit of conflict, you don't move forward. You have to, because you can't take and debate something if we all agree on it. And we'll never come to an ideal, which there will never be an ideal.
Well, when we all agree on it, then we don't have to have a conflict about it. I think then we can move on and think about what we can do about it, or another subject, to come up with great ideas. I think that important things were said in this stream already, and they're usable, and they're helping to save lives and create a perfect society in which maximum fulfillment will be bestowed upon everybody.
Well, I don't think we'll ever have a perfect society, because for that to happen, you'd have to take away the human condition. And unfortunately, the human condition isn't that great.
But what you said, Robert, was a good example for the other direction of extremism. Because you can call the Amish extremists because the way they live, they are extreme. But they are peaceful. They never attack anybody or ever started any war or any freaking violent against any other group or whatever. They just have their lifestyle and they go that way. And if you're not agreeing, you get banned out of the family and you are not allowed to come back ever in your life. But they don't do any violence to anybody. So that's a good example for the other way of extremism, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's kind of the point I was making, is a lot of the things that can be, shall we say, malleable, may not necessarily always coincide with everybody's outlook on those things. That's why we have these discussions, which is good about that. But the thing of it is, you have to have a group of people willing to take and have those discussions and look at what's going on. And I think we need to have more of that in society. It used to be the idea, at least here, when they talk about old men sitting down at the coffee shop talking about what's going on in the world. We no longer have that. We don't have a younger generation that is in groups or schools or clubs or anything to where they're actually interacting with each other face to face.
And there's another good example I can give you. When I was in Greece, there was elderlies, retired people, sitting in the morning on the beach cafe, having a swim in between, sitting on a table, drinking their coffee, their water, the beer, whatever they want to drink, and talking and having fun and playing cards. And, they enjoy their life. They don't give a fuck about any crap around. They go out, they enjoy that they have the weather to do it, and they meet each other every morning in this freaking cafe. Every single morning, man. So, that's what it was back in the days. That the people came from work and they meet each other in the backyard on one house, or they meet each other in a pub or whatever. All this is gone because everybody is just divided,
I think we're traveling in the wrong direction. So if they're taking steps, they have to be steps in the right direction of a perfect society, raising the quality of civilization to a higher level rather than destroying it with a cyber attack and imposing a satanic, Luciferian, totalitarian, corporate fascist regime, a new world order. So I don't know if you all heard that, but I played that sample earlier about, I call him Professor Klaus Schwab, talking about a new world order. We can really create, I would say, new world order. So if that's what they're pursuing, that means the destruction of the US and other countries. So then they're an enemy of the US in the sense of the Constitution. They are to protect the US against enemies, foreign and domestic, right? So if they want to do away with the US in the current form of government and impose something else, that's called treason. And they should be arrested for that. So, but that's not happening. And most people don't even realize that. They think it's all right. And we've seen many videos of what they call presidents calling for a new world order. And I hear so few people talking about that, also about World War. We used to see tons of videos about that, also from banned streamers, etc., popular ones also. But now that's almost totally gone. So perhaps we should be talking about World War III and a new world order, what you all say. Or is it better not to talk about it and talk about whatever is better? Perfect society, achieving negligible senescence. That's what some scientists think we'll do within 20 years, basically, perhaps 10 years from now. It was a while ago. But if you have a world war and stuff, that can set back humanity about a century by controlling aging, in theory. So they have to make provisions so that research continues. And also programming the AIs, that's the most important thing, to create a perfect society, to control aging, to create a matter transformer, and a way to sterilize the people, to make them infertile without them losing their ability to have orgasms in a healthy way that can also be reversed to prevent becoming overpopulated once we have achieved negligible senescence, control all factors that control aging. That's basically the idea. And everybody can talk about this in some way and propel the idea. If people don't get the idea, then they can't do it. And I'm seeing one billionaire that's living safely and trying to achieve that. So that's awesome for everyone, including himself. That's logic. And we need to let logic reign supreme, not necessarily emotions, or not emotions, but logic, love, and the real law.
Yeah. Let me address one thing. And I think what you're speaking of is well beyond what we're facing at the moment. Now, not granted, there's many things that you speak of that we should certainly be moving towards. But I think the crux of what's happening today is we have a problem in society where people have become disconnected from the responsibilities of their own civic duties. Responsibility. 100%. Exactly. They're not responsible to their brethren, to their neighbors, to their communities. There's more to your responsibility to your country than just going in and pulling for a vote. And I think that concept has been lost upon most everybody in this world, because we live in a world where we've basically become a nanny state for many.
Well, what's happened, Robert, is everybody's bought this new age idea that, you know, the rebellion against religion, as inevitable as it was, as we grew technologically, wasn't a healthy one. We had this birth of new wave nonsense, which has sold everybody this idea that at some stage we'll get a society where everything's harmonious and utopian, which is never going to happen. It's impossible. No, and the reason we believe these things is because in our DNA and in our histories, we all come from mostly homogenous societies where everyone did pretty much live on this same level of understanding, the same ethnic and religious beliefs, and the same history, and the same level of, they were partisan to the same thing. Now you're going to try and put, especially in multicultural societies. Now I don't believe in multicultural societies. In order for a society to work, it has to have the same culture. So in multicultural societies, you're putting in people who've all got vastly different ideas of what perfect society is. It's literally a forced and it's a direct and intentional tool to keep everybody divided. Sell them the
Correct.
idea that the society is going to be perfect someday, and then put people together who have completely conflicting ideas of what perfect society is. Therefore, it will never be achieved, even in its. You won't even get a facsimile of it. You'll never have anything that even closely resembles it. And I mean,
nothing is
certain religions
impossible
promise
because
it.
everything is energy. So we must watch out that we don't create a negative dystopia, but a non-fictional utopia. That is possible because everything is energy. Everything is possible.
But my energy, me personally, I'm not happy with a controlled society. And in order to have a society where everyone behaves the same, you have to control the people that don't want to be controlled. And I don't want to be controlled.
It means more freedom and more safety at the same time. That is achievable with the AI, synthetic telepathy, healing frequencies, etc.
I don't think it is. I think it's the communist. I think it's the communist lie, and it's never going to happen. There's the political compass, right? So
they're the communists, not me.
So if you look at the political compass, you'll have all your communism and shit far left, right? The problem is they tend to put themselves down at the neutral level as far as being authoritarian towards, anarchist. And the thing is, it's not. In order to go further left into more and more socialist, communist, everybody kumbayaing, you have to increase exponentially the amount of authority you have over all those people to make sure they keep doing exactly that. And the opposite can be true for libertarianism. The further you go right towards libertarianism, the further down you have to go towards anarchy. You have to get closer to anarchy to be more libertarian. You have to get closer to complete authoritarianism to be putting everybody on an even playing field. It's impossible to balance all of them.
But Antifa protested against the corporate fascists in Davos, Switzerland, the WEF, and so that's a good thing basically. And what have we done? Has anybody else protested against that? So at least they're what they call awake in that respect.
Yeah, but in the same token,
disagree with them on that.
Hold on. In the same token, though, okay, this falls back into, and I said this before to other people when they say, with what's going on in the world, because they have this belief that the authoritarianism in many governments that they're doing and using benefits them at the moment, and trying to get them to understand that once it stops benefiting those pulling the strings, you're the same person that's going to have the next head on the chopping block.
Yeah, successfully built your own cage. Congratulations. Clap, clap for the handicap.
Exactly.
Existence bred in circuses.
There is no governmental overreach. It's going to have to be some sort of government that controls it all if you want it to be harmonious, because you're talking about the distribution of control over a many, and without controls, which is force, the government can't do that. So it doesn't matter. The more you want to make everybody the same and have the same things and the same everything, so absolute equality, the more people you're oppressing, and it's impossible to negate that. It's absolutely impossible to negate that.
Yeah.
I think they have the opposite of a perfect society in mind, to keep it clear. So I'm not claiming to be a society of the perfect. Jesuits call themselves that.
No, but what you're saying is what you claim is that we can move towards a type of utopia and more freedom and stuff like that. And there's a flawed logic in that. You can never take out the one thing that we have in humanity, and that's humans. If we're going to be individuals, then we have to be individuals.
It's easy with CRISPR-Cas. They can all be changed into GMO abominations, frankenfood, etc. And when a right to vote is gone and people are in containers owning nothing, then they can do anything to anybody, harvest organs, and who knows what else to grow.
Well, I mean, you're half explaining China right there.
Yeah.
So we must prevent all that negative dystopian stuff and create a non-fictional utopia. Make them travel in the right direction to make them see that they're also ruining their own future with certain steps they can take that make them a lot of money. Corporations are profit driven, they're blinded by greed basically. So they have to think about what they can do to create that perfect society, not just a handful of elites surviving and the rest living in a negative dystopia, which I think is what some of them are trying to pursue.
Well, one thing that I will say about what you just said. Okay, and I'll tie this back into what Zieg said about governmental. You have to have consensus on principle. And if you have consensus on principle, what that means is, for example, if I believe I have individual rights so I can do as I choose, as long as I'm not harming someone else, I have to believe that Zieg has just as much rights to that as well. So my rights stop where his begin. And some people in this world, many of them, don't seem to understand that. And we're never going to have a perfect world because you're always going to have people of differing ideas. But the one idea that we do have to have is the consensus of principle. And that's lost upon many now. Even in my own country, it's lost upon many. In my own government, they've thrown that right out the frickin' window. And that's the hardest part to get people to understand. You know, it's just like when you see groups of people protesting over ideology. They think they've been wrong because they're a certain sect of society, or they believe that their way is the perfect way. And once a person believes that their way is the perfect way and the only way, they've already fallen into very trap, as Zieg said, you've created your own prison.
What do you think is the perfect form of government? Through democracy or fascism or something else?
Constitutional republic where principle rules all, not minority, not majority, but principle. And you know, as much as it's bandied about, when I will say this, when the forefathers of this country wrote the Constitution, they were very insightful. They went back and looked at through the philosophy of many things in the past and tried to avoid those traps. Now, is it perfect? No, nothing is ever perfect and never will be, because some people are very happy living in collectivism. They're very happy with somebody dictating what they do every day in life because they don't want to think for themselves. But that doesn't mean it should be fostered upon the totality of society. That's the problem we're running into now, is where we have the elites who wish to do that.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
so,
and it's perfect. It's perfect imperfection. That's how I heard one American
that's a good analogy.
explain it. It's perfect imperfection. What you have with the American system when it started was literally, they boast it's the freest because it was. You had nothing but feudal control world over and a tribal control below that. And when they built the United States, when they came up with the principles of how to govern the United States, it gave people the ability to do exactly that. If you want to be a collectivist, go be one, but it's on you and your collective friends to go do that. Anyone can live socially in America if they want, but it's on them to do it. It's not up to everyone else to follow their little pipe dream. And
actually, let me interrupt you for 1 sec, Zieg, and I'll shut up and I'll give you the thing back.
Yeah.
It's actually been tried by many groups. And I'll give you, for example, one of the biggest atrocities was Jim Jones. They thought he was going to create a religious utopia. Look what happened.
Was that the orange people? Was that the ones that were the Belize?
The Kool-Aid dude.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, you know, and you know,
it was
goes down
mass murder. It wasn't collective suicide.
When it goes down to the nuts and bolts of it, which is every individual, it's the same thing. In America, without all the pollution of the latest legislations that have been passed in the last 30 to 50 years, that if you go back to the constitutional rights of the United States, before all of the individual law packages diluted everything, everyone has personal sovereignty, but they also had an extreme amount of personal responsibility. And they also had a keen understanding of what all that meant, because they were living in a time where there wasn't a a socialist government or a monarchy over them providing anything. The people that fought in the Revolutionary War and the people that fought in the Civil War had to do it pulling their own bootstraps up. You know, they were funding that themselves. They were donating their own wealth to their side to afford the armaments and the transport they needed to do the fight. It wasn't something that happened because, you know, XYZ happened over here. It was completely insular. And that's the admirable thing about it, albeit, you know, a massive tragedy because thousands upon thousands of people lost their lives every day. There was some promise in what they were fighting for because it upheld that perfect imperfection. It was a step in the right direction, albeit a painful one.
Yeah.
It was the first true revolution.
We have to protect the freedoms some of our ancestors fought and bled and died for to protect, fighting the fucking Nazis, you know. So I'm anti-fascism. It's one of the worst forms of government. And true democracy is the antonym of fascism according to dictionary.com.
Absolutely.
And it's corporate fascism and eco-fascism, obviously. And people can study the wiki article. Centralization of power, imposing a new world order, making everybody own nothing. That's socialism, communism, the state owning everything and renting it back to the slaves. And the Nazis were, of course, NSDAP, National Socialists, not Democrats nor Republicans. So I think that we're in line, basically. I'm in line with Lead Guitarman 1 and probably all of you in the chat to a certain extent. But the people on top controlling everything are the problem, I think, and they want to pretend that we're the problem.
Well, they're not pretending it; they're making it that way. It's very easy to see as they push more and more, where they push more and more cultures together who will clash. There's no doubt about that. When you move, like for example, we've had since Biden's taken office, estimations are between 12 and 15 million people come across our border from any numbers of countries across the world. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. I understand people want a better life and they think they're going to get it here. But many of the ones that do come across, they don't come here to take and assimilate to be what it means to be an American. And that means self-responsibility. But even in our own population, that's lost upon many now because we have structures where they seem to think that if somebody else does the work, that they don't have to. And they've lost the idea of self-responsibility, self-reliance. Now, granted, I'm not going to take it to the point to where they say that we shouldn't have some sort of social system because you should.
Yeah, you should, because there are less fortunate people in society and people who, through circumstance alone, have ended up in a poor position, and they shouldn't be forsaken just because everybody else is ultimately completely and utter individualist. I mean, I have no problem with people being an individualist, but you need to look after the vulnerable in your society. And what you were saying, Robert, made me think about the Revolutionary War in the United States. Everyone has this, like, I'll say everyone, because most people I know outside the United States, and even some people in the United States, believe that it was English people fighting the English government and the royalty. But the thing is, it wasn't just English people. There were English, Irish, French, Spanish,
all kinds,
all kinds of people who came together as a nation and thwarted the English control over the continental United States.
Yeah,
later on with the Spanish-American War was the same thing. It was the people who were in America, many of which were of Spanish descent, turning around and saying, no, we're not going to accept your forced control.
Yeah, and they come together under an understanding of a core principle or a set of principles.
And their identity was based in that principle that they were free men and women. They weren't collectively held under anything apart from sovereignty.
Exactly, and that's lost upon many. You know, I will say this, and I'll try to say it with kid gloves. But I still think there's a large amount of the world, even in Europe, who has been conditioned towards socialist norms. And as I said, you have to have a balance. You need a little bit of socialism. You need a little bit of capitalism. You need a little bit of this. You have to have balance.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, that's why I said there's never a perfect thing. And Zeke says it right, perfectly imperfect. But you have to have a population that believes in them core principles. And so many people of this world now don't even know what those are. Even in their own countries, they don't know what they are. Many of our countries the same. Go ahead, Jason.
Now I'm listening. I'm cooking in the meantime, but this is the main thing why different countries are so important.
Exactly.
Because if I want to go to German, I go to Bratwurst, and if I go to France, I go to Romans, and if I and every country has its own things that makes it different from the others.
Unique.
And we
You
have,
know, Jason, but that's something we only here in Europe can experience. The Americans, the Australians, the Canadians, they don't experience that. They go from one state to the other, but it's basically all the same. You know, they maybe they speak French in Quebec, or maybe they have a different accent in New South Wales than in Western Australia. But in the end, you're talking to the same people. You know, you're in the same culture. You are in the same.
Yeah, but you go to different places.
Here you have all kinds of different cultures and languages and food and everything. You know, that what makes Europe so unique.
Yeah.
Well, let me explain something to Uwe. Where you talk about having that uniqueness, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. We need that. Whereas where I'm at, we have that uniqueness across. We have Germans here. We have Irish here. We have all different kinds of ethnicities here. Some good, some not so good.
And I like that very much, that they build, that they don't, even if they're there for generations, they try to not forget their mother language. They try to not lose some of their culture or some of their food. I like that.
Well, that's the thing, though.
They're still connected to their mother country, you know, even if they are living for generations in the States or in Canada.
Let me point out one trap in that, though, Uwe. And for example, here in southern Michigan, they have a predominant amount of certain cultures who don't want to assimilate to the American way. They want to take and foment Sharia law where they live, and they think they have the right to, that they can force that upon society. But so what you're saying is holding on to your culture is one thing. Holding on to failed political systems is another. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to these principles. It isn't trying to destroy someone's culture or identity. And that's why I say we have to have an identity. The idea of nationalism, where you live, is very important. Where you come from is very important. But in the same token, if I come to Germany, I don't expect Germans to be Americans. You know, and they
need to integrate, keep the rules of the country.
You have
but
to.
We need
and that's the reason. That's the reason why the Islam is not fitting in the Western societies. It's not because of the Sharia and all that shit they have. It's not fitting in our societies, in our cultures.
Well, the thing is, Uwe,
more important to erect a body that arrests war criminals to prevent World War III, because the Luciferian UN and The Hague apparently cannot or will not do that. To prevent World War III, a body that arrests war criminals.
If you are not willing to live by the laws and by the
cultural norm
in that culture you are going to, you should not be here. That's simple as that.
Yeah. The thing is, Uwe,
another country, You can't go to another country and having a 10-year-old woman or treating females like fucking slaves. That's
Well,
fucking
see, Uwe,
disgusting.
we agree on this because the majority of us here are from countries that are either heavily influenced by or founded by, or at least intercepted along the way of history in the last couple of thousand years, Judeo-Christian fundamental ideal set that is not compatible with their idealistic view of the world.
No, it's not.
And
It's definitely not.
they can't calculate in there. This is what I was saying before about that damage you do to children when they're young. If you put propaganda in their minds instead of fundamental facts, if you put ideology in their heads when they're too young to comprehend what's being fed to them, you skew their entire ability to view the world healthily. And Muslims
100%.
who have grown up in that way can't understand why in our culture it's not okay to do those things, because built into them, hardwired in their subconscious, is that stuff's perfectly fine and it's permissible and it's encouraged.
But it's even
Open
worse,
borders
see,
means
that
no country.
our kids in school here getting educated the same way. They're getting this ideological shit into their brains that it's all good when they come here and whatever they do, you know? That is the thing.
Right.
That
Open
these
borders.
kids don't even these kids can't even imagine what is crime and what is not.
Correct. They don't have any idea that
Yeah.
it's a transgression against society, because in their entire world existence, it isn't. Like,
No.
that's the thing about being fundamentally from somewhere instead of participating in society. When you have the facts, you participate in society. When you are brought up in a fundamentalist view, you are trying to bend everything in reality to your fundamentalist view, and that's the problem. They will interpret anything you say. You can say it as brass tacks as you want. They will try their utmost to interpret it to suit what they've been brought up to believe. And that's
New
the
World
problem.
Order is totalitarianism, and open borders means no country, basically. And on the other hand, they're pursuing the 15-minute prison city. So once the borders are gone, then we can't go anywhere anymore, except for the elite that have the gold, thus the carbon credits. They can still eat chocolate and meat and live in a normal home, while our homes are demolished and we get to live in containers, eating pathogenic insects that contain parasites and chitin, which causes asthma, according to the scientific studies that I've covered. So we shouldn't let that happen. We should find legal ways and resist them as much as we can to prevent them from stealing our freedom, everything we own, and our livelihoods, which is what some people are really after, proven by their legal book quotes, guidestones, and Copton Club memo. That's all I'm saying.
And believe me, I had a discussion with a banker guy 2 weeks ago about the digital currency, and he agreed to me that is absolute insane. So even the people from the banker system are not willing to fucking accept that shit.
I want to roll back to what Zieg was saying. And Zieg, would you like to finish that thought? Oh, Zieg. Earth to
Just
Zieg.
fall off the shit. Just
Sorry,
fall off
my
the chair.
stupid mouse went flat. Which part of it is that, Robert?
Well, you were on to what we were talking about, the construction of societies behind what we have in the Western world, essentially, and how that affects children.
Well, yeah, I mean, people don't evolve as quick as we like to think we do. So
No.
what we believe and how we feel about everything and everything we see and interpret is a shadow of generations before us. And especially for America, most countries from Western Europe and even the south of Europe, Balkans and things, have a very Christian, Judeo-Christian belief system. And as such, whether the last couple of generations has shook that off doesn't matter. We still have all of our morals and all of our societal expectations based on that.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing about it. You don't have to be religious to understand the principles behind that stuff.
Exactly. That's what I always say. You don't have to believe in any God to be a good person.
But hold on.
You just have to have morals, man. And
well, I'll go you one better than that, Uwe. If you believe in, so I have a Christian background. It's the only reason, and I'll comment on that and nothing else really. Is as a fundamental Christian idea, you're not good. It doesn't matter what you do, you'll never be good. Hence the need for the God. Otherwise, you wouldn't need it. So nobody's by Christian measure, nobody's good.
It's not a matter
should
of
also.
it's not a matter of societal control through governance. It's an idea behind a matter of looking for self-control. That you know, thanks for saying that, Zieg. That give me a whole different outlook on what a lot of people say. It boils down to, and Uwe, what you're saying is true. And what I'm getting across is, which I think what Zieg is trying to get at. You don't have to be religious to believe in the principles on which the foundations of what we have now were based upon. As he said,
exactly.
We are nothing more than past. But there's a trap, though, Uwe. There is a trap. Even though in our generation, and we're seeing it now with generations coming up, to where they aren't exposed to those ideals and those ideas, and they have nothing, shall we say, that reins their simplistic individual thoughts in, that I can do any damn thing I want with no repercussions. Whereas from a religious standpoint, they God is their answer. Okay, that's the ultimate, shall we say, arbiter. Whereas
That's fine. If somebody has God
hear me out. Hear
as
me out,
their
Uwe.
answer.
Hear me out, Uwe. In our generation, you know, we grew up in a society where being decent and polite and respectful of people was the norm. And look how the younger generations have gotten away from that. It's not just because they've gotten away. I'm not saying they've gotten away from religion as a cause. Albeit I will say I do believe that plays a role, because they've gotten away from the ideals and the principles on a moral, principled society.
Let me explain it on my way.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was growing up as a Catholic Christian.
Yep.
And I was mandated to go to church, so I was basically mandated to believe in God. But once you get grown and you start having your own mind and you have your own brain working, I figured out, fuck it, there is no God. For me, there is no God. And I don't believe in anything that what I can't see, can't smell, what nobody spoke to or whatever. So I decided, no, I don't believe in any fucking overall God. And I don't judge anybody, and I don't abuse anybody who says God is my solution and God will help us and God will, whatever you believe, it's fine. But I can only tell you that doesn't help you at all, because nobody, no God, nobody than yourself will help you out of this bullshit we are in. Nobody
But I
else.
have a point that I'd really love to make. That's that they basically see the WEF as God. Money is their God of some people, some claim. And that we should stop seeing them as authorities when they claim we can never get back to the true normal, back to normal. We shouldn't believe any of these claims. And of course, it's genocidal and what is the other term? Treason to pursue you will own nothing with people that, quote, predictions for 2030, that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, basically. It's not what the taxpayers want. And therefore, it's treason to pursue that new world order, like I explained, doing away with countries and imposing a regime, a new government with a foreign body, the WEF in Davos, Switzerland. And Switzerland was also partaking in that exercise, the cyber attack on the global financial system exercise that they've done in Israel with 10 countries, including Switzerland, US, and the Netherlands. And I covered that as well in my broadcast. So I think that the damages of the cyber attack will be a lot bigger than many people believe, or perhaps everybody knows it already, but many people don't have money to prepare. And if people make a little garden on the balcony, that can feed them for a couple of days, perhaps, but it's not enough to get through months of no food production, lockdowns, and that type of thing.
But what is normal? How you define normal? That's the first thing.
Well, let me go back to what you were saying, though, Uwe. I want to finish fleshing that out. I agree with you on your journey to become who you are. What I'm getting at is whether we want to admit it or not, the principles that were based upon Judeo-Christianism and many other philosophies, not just that. There's other philosophies out there for sure. The problem I see with today's younger generations coming up being that they're segregated from any idea of repercussions of their actions, even in our own judicial systems. That's very apparent to us. That they believe that they can do anything without consequence of their own actions. You know, that's like, for example, freedom of speech. Yeah, we can all have freedom of speech. That doesn't mean you don't have freedom not to listen. That also doesn't mean you don't have freedom of consequence. And while you yourself are based upon that, even without from religion, unfortunately, there's many in society who can't. They aren't based in a matter of a principled value unless they're put in a structured, regimented teaching system that gets them to understand the qualities of that ideal. Whereas you don't need it to take and help you be a moral person or a principled person. I don't know how we're going to rectify the past few generations that have been affected so badly about what's went on in this world. And that's not to say any of these systems or any of these institutions, whether it be academic, whether it be religious, whether it be political, it doesn't matter. Many of them are corrupted. I don't know how we rectify that, because we have to rectify that. If we're going to take and go move towards inhumanity in the way that we're all speaking here now, the discussion we're having won't happen in 20 years. It won't be here because the ideas that we're talking about won't exist.
No, we need to have this panel more and more. We have to go back to this, to the way we were before, where we had almost daily those chats.
Yeah, that's before we started getting banned off YouTube for having those chats, Uwe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but
I've got to head off, but I was just going to quickly add that you know, this whole issue with what people think is normal and acceptable is that society as we know it now is like 150 to 250 years old, depending where you live. And this has never been done before in the scale that the human race is doing it now. We don't even know the implications of what we're doing daily, but we know that a lot of what we do is negative, and that's not a good not a good starting point for anything.
No.
Yeah.
So, you know, and without personal responsibility, as in with forced mandated collectivism, which is what governments are increasingly wanting, that just worsens the problem, because the individuals are now absolved of their responsibility, and they're merely used as, well, lemmings for the government, and that's a recipe for only more of the same. Because why would it change if everybody's subjected to the system that already exists? And so that's where everything is 100% out at the moment, and that's the struggle.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that 100%, Zeke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
All right, I got to take off, guys. But it's really good jumping on. I'll try and jump on a bit earlier next time. I was just tied up with some stuff, but yeah.
No, that's fine. Anytime.
Good to see you on Twitch, man.
Yeah. No, good to see you all again.
Yeah,
Cheers to everybody in the chat there.
I almost went live on YouTube, and then I thought about it. Me and Uwe on the same panel probably wouldn't play out well on YouTube.
It's like
No.
0.3 seconds, and it's like flagged.
Yep, we're
That
gone.
would be that would be definitely gone for all your channels and forever.
Yeah, no, all good. All right, well, I'll catch you later. And
right.
yeah, no, keep up
Take
the good
care, man.
combos, man.
Thanks
Thanks,
for
thanks, Pete.
input. Have an awesome one.
Yeah, no,
Thanks,
thanks
Pete.
to you too, mate. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, too easy, man. I'll catch you, Barry. All right, see you guys
later.
Yeah, we have to go back to this discussion more and more.
Well,
and as you can see, there was constantly more than 20 in chat. Constantly, there was no one thing that since I came back. Yeah. That's what we need, Barry. We need to spread it out as much as possible. That's what we need.
And I think we have to understand that we're not going to do this as an individual or an individual country. There isn't going to be a quote unquote a singular point of correction. Well, what I'm trying to get across, Barry, is that we have to get many to realize that the thing that we're up against wants to destroy the idea of the Western world, no matter what country we're in. And that's a problem. They don't just want to destroy the United States. They want to destroy the Netherlands. They want to destroy Germany. They want to destroy France. They want to destroy Spain. Then Australia, New Zealand, and everything else along with it. We have to somehow get people to understand that the discussion that needs to be had is without national borders. And the thing is that the irony there is the discussion we're having is to reinforce them and to reinforce the idea of individuality and uniqueness in our societies, but also self-responsibility, not just to ourselves, but to our neighbors.
It's so simple to learn to say no. It's very simple.
It is, Uwe. Unfortunately, most people can't for some reason.
They're creating a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian corporate fascist New World Order with their carbon tax scam measures driving up the prices, basically getting rid of all non-elites and small businesses, so only corporations remain, and that's fascism, the marriage of the state and corporations, and it's one of the worst forms of government because of its totalitarianism, dictatorialism, and imperialism, invading other sovereign states, etc., bloody wars. We must end that. Mankind must put an end to war before war puts an end to mankind. John F. Kennedy quote is one of my favorites also.
Yeah, for sure. But from an ideological standpoint, it sounds great. But as I said, when it comes to this kind of stuff, when you factor in human nature, there's always going to be a certain subset of society that's going to want more or what others have. That's been a truism since we were throwing sticks and stones at each other.
That's human. That's human nature, man.
Well, it's human nature of those who wish to take and exploit society, and we're always going to have a subset of people that are going to do that.
Yeah.
Cronyism.
So, I don't know how. There is no one answer to combat that. I do know that. Just like I said, Uwe, I hope what's going on in your country right now becomes a catalyst to open some more people's eyes across the world, more so than what the Canadian trucker convoy did. I hope it does. I just don't know if the world's paying attention enough. Well, I can I can guarantee you this, Barry. This panel will never be allowed in China. You can bet on that one. We don't have to worry about change. Yeah.
And I'm not even sure if not some of them, because I'm very sure that we just have very, very, very small amount of the streamers, and there is possibility that there is English streams as well, because I seen an interview. I can show it you from a Dutch lady, and she interviewed one of the organizers, and where is it? And he's half English and half German, so there is guarantee there's guarantee English streams, but the thing is to find all that. That is the thing.
Well, and the thing is, how much of that is getting black holed? You know.
So let me show you this, guys, because this is quite interesting. Because I have his channel too, and I gave you the channel as well, Robert. So, but he's very, very intelligent guy, and he's a farmer, and he knows what he's talking about. So let me get it. No, where is it?
Good morning, Leah.
Hey, Leah. You know who made that interview? What do you think? Who made that interview? Yes.
No idea.
Eva did. Yeah. I think this one. No. What the fuck?
Activistpost.com also has good articles. America's Fiat Money Gestapo, The Untold History of the Secret Service is the headline.
There it is. So, I got it. You got it, Robert?
Yep. Here you go, Uwe. No sound, Uwe.
No sound? What the fuck? Why is there no sound?
You have to change the sound source in settings.
It's audio shared, it's clicked. I don't know.
Try it again, see how it works. I still don't hear anything.
Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Test everything you learn.
Throw the link. Throw the link in private chat, and I'll bring it up, Uwe.
She makes really, really good content. I can tell you, man. I've seen a lot of stuff of her. She's very cool and very, very intelligent.
Over 1,000 children in Gaza were amputated, mostly without anesthesia. I read. But I was looking for that activist post quote. Yeah, I think she made some good points also about cyber tech. So yes, we can disconnect the computers of the internet power supply and global financial system, making the bankers 100 trillion and all that money disappears. We can disconnect them temporarily and make them cyber attack resilient. And we should do that before that cyber attack, so that can't happen, because that will kill millions, and that will create the greatest depression, basically, because most of us are dependent on the supermarkets, energy.
Look at this amount of tractors on the Autobahn. Look at that shit, guys. That is absolutely insane. And listen to what he's saying.
All right, guys, I'm gonna play this.
No farmers means no food.
We're not alone. Anthony, can you tell us what's going on?
Well, you can see we're having a barbecue at the moment.
Yeah,
Germany.
you came prepared.
We are always prepared, yeah. And this is the most frequent highway in Germany.
The most used highway in Germany?
Actually, in Europe, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
The A2. So it's not normal to stand here, but no, we are sick of lies. We are sick of trying to get rid of our jobs. It's not only farmers, it's the lorry drivers, it's the normal workers. Everybody is sick of politicians who have no idea what they're talking about, who have no education to tell us how our lifestyle should look like. And this is the result of 4 years trying to get in contact with politicians, talking to them on an equal level, but they won't listen. And now we have no other choice than to demonstrate, and it's our right.
Yes.
It's one of the highest rights, especially in Germany.
Yeah.
To demonstrate. We are not violent. This is all friendly. You can see we have a small gap, and people can drive through. Police, ambulances, everybody can come through. But this is only the tip of the iceberg, to be honest, because all over in Germany this is the West. We have Dutch farmers coming over to support us. In the East, we have Hungarian farmers, Polish farmers, and we are all united in getting rid of politicians who are trying to get rid of us.
Right. Yeah, so I was very active in the Dutch farmers protest, and I remember I said a few years ago, guys, pay attention, because this is going to be a global issue. There's a global attack on farming. You are describing the same thing here in Germany. Why are these politicians coming after you? Why are they trying to destroy you?
I think there are many reasons. First of all, they want our land, and not like you in Holland are kind of the example what politics want, or
Right.
politicians want. They want our land to build industry, houses. I don't know, for refugees, whoever. I don't care for what.
Right.
But the reason they want it is not really my thing to say. But we are the people who don't we don't work in a co-working space, and we don't have a startup or what. We produce the most important thing in the world, food.
Right.
We are here since generations, and they're trying to get rid of us. And we can't let that be. We have all kids. I have 3 kids. I want them to do my job for the next generations.
Yeah.
We have people here who are the 14th, 15th generation.
Right.
We are the guys who get up, work 24/7 at all weather conditions, and we are the guys who prepare you with the healthiest food. And we do everything that people want us to do.
Yes.
In Germany, everyone says we have to get rid of CO2. Okay, the only guys who can get rid of CO2, if you think it will kill us, right, are the farmers and the people who own forests.
For us, it was nitrogen, but we all know that it's a lie. It's a pretext. It's a pretext. And I feel like the general population knows. They support you. I mean, I was emotional watching the truckers, watching the tractors, everybody just come on the road here. This is of historical magnitude. I keep on repeating myself, but I'm serious. I think this is of historical magnitude. And the people of Germany, of the Netherlands, I think of all of Europe, America is watching. We are all with you. God bless you.
and we're here to support you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for talking to me.
You're welcome. Go and talk to the normal people who
Of
are in the
course.
traffic jam now.
I will. Let's go.
Everybody supports us.
Oh, I spoke to a few people who were stuck and they said, "Oh, I'm missing. If I meet 20 meetings, I don't care."
Yeah,
They know why they're here. They know that you guys provide
they're
them
sick
with
of
food.
politicians who lie, who are not willing to do what they should do to get us a better future.
Yes.
Yeah? They're not with us.
Thank you so much.
You're
God
welcome.
bless.
Thank you.
Fucking excellent interview that was.
Yeah, the only
I have a sample I would like to play of Professor Clown Schwab, I call him, because they're pursuing you will own nothing. So that's a clownesque idea, basically. And he claims the fourth industrial revolution is a job-destroying tsunami, he claims. So it's totally unlawful for governments to pursue that. So then I'm going to switch to audio and source, and then I can play the sample file.
You're not playing anything there, Rick.
And you know what the ironic is on today, Robert? I just hear that when I drive home in the radio. No,
Oh, really?
I
That's
read
good.
it. I read it on Boris Reitschuster. You know what is the ironic? That today in Parliament they verified the freaking law to take off the diesel support from the farmers. Today, when they started the protest, they take off the diesel. You know, in the Netherlands, I think they get 45 cents off from the diesel. Here it was only 21 anyways, and they take that off. So the farmers pay the full diesel price now.
You're just making it worse for everyone.
We were disadvantaged here in Europe anyway, because we had the highest tax and the highest bylaws than any other country in Europe. So they were disadvantaged anyway here before this new fucking shit came up. And now they disable them even more.
The highest tax rates are in Holland, in the Netherlands, in the Dutch. Yeah, I know for sure.
Yeah, it's she does good. The only thing that I could point out was that he didn't want to expand on the why, and we all know what the why is. And I think that's something that they need to.
You know why he didn't say it. You know why he didn't say it.
Because it wouldn't have been politically correct.
Exactly.
No, and if he had talked to one of the media that isn't fully controlled, then they had to cut it out, because that's something that's not may not go mainstream. The real reason why they're there.
Yeah.
Well, the thing of it is, it boils down to one thing: they're bought and paid for, signed, sealed, and delivered. They're either bought and paid for, or they're blackmailed, or they're corrupt. It's pretty simple. That's the unfortunate thing, is that can't be said without repercussions.
It's insane.
For censorship, and that's the crazy part. Speaking truth has now become a crime.
Yeah.
You know, that's insanity.
And on the other hand,
energy
mainstream media is producing fake news. I can show you.
Oh, absolutely.
If you give me the chance, I show you the real original video from the ferry arrive, and I show you what the mainstream media was showing in the TV, in the news. And it is absolutely disgusting that is possible, and nobody fucking understands it. And even if you show it to somebody,
that's the main thing I'm doing in the shows that I make met het nieuws maar dan anders. Ik probeer dus de dingen uit te leggen die ze liegen. I try to explain the things where the media does lie about. That's what I'm doing in the shows that I make.
Well, generally, that's like when I hold these panels, and that's to everybody that's new on here, yourself included, Jason, and people listening. Generally, when I hold these panels, it's to have real discussions about the real things. And I don't pull no punches. I'm not afraid to call them out and say politicians are bought and paid for. In my opinion, most politicians ain't no more than global prostitutes.
Yeah, the insane energy prices will kill millions by themselves, even without a cyber attack. In the Netherlands, the price of electricity 27-folded in 2 years' time.
Yeah, that's
and
insane.
The Dutch NOS reported about it. Yeah, right. So that will create the greatest depression. And therefore, I would argue it's premeditated mass murder. It's that's why it's insane, and people claim they're insane prices because they realize the horrendous consequences it will have for all non-elite, basically.
Well, I'll tell you what it boils down to is this. We are at a position in a time in society where technology has the ability to replace many people and the things that they do. I know for a fact that when it comes to the reason they're attacking farming now, and even the farmers that are up here, when they were helping them build self-driving tractors that could harvest fields on their own. And I literally said this to one of the people that I had helped. I says, you do realize you're literally cutting yourself out of this by doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, and don't get me wrong. I don't want to stifle technology. I don't believe that. I don't believe that removing progress from society for the sake of how it can be handled is a good idea. It's not. It's
you know what?
People... Go ahead, Uwe.
I had the same discussion with the brother of my brother-in-law. He's a mechanic in a Mercedes garage in a dealership, and he was telling me so proud, that many people want to have the electric and the hybrid cars and whatever. And I told him, you know what? That's all fucking scam and all bullshit. No, it's good, it's great. I said, do you not realize that you cut off your own fucking jobs?
Yep.
Can you imagine what happens if everybody would drive a fucking electric car? Not even 10% of your mechanics would be required anymore. Not 10% of you.
The thing that does boil down to it, though, Uwe, it's a pipe dream. And here's the thing that should tell everybody that's a big lie. None of our country's infrastructure could handle if everybody replaced their gasoline vehicles or diesel vehicles.
That's another question. We know that. You know, there's not even enough lithium to produce that many freaking batteries. You know?
Exactly. So it boils down to this. When people say, well, we got to fix our infrastructure, and they're not doing it, I says the reason they're not doing it is because they don't plan on you having one.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so
that's why you need the 15-minute city that you can walk everywhere you need to, and you don't have a vehicle because you don't need it. Don't go on vacation anymore. You know, you are freaking in your jail in your 15-minute box, and then you can kill each other with your neighbors because you get bored after a couple of weeks and months and years.
For vacation, you can rent a DVD with virtual reality. And you can sit in the corner of your house with the DVD and your 3D movement and your virtual reality. And so you can go on holiday.
It's fucking insane, Jason. It's absolutely insane.
Thank you very much, but no thank you.
It's so fucking crazy, man. But you are right. You're right, Jason. That's what it's go for.
Here we have the next movie that is compiled in all the problems we have. But now it's laying on the tip of my tongue. That movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger that goes to Mars in his dreams. Total Recall.
Total Recall, yeah.
Yeah, that's one we can put in the future for.
There's another
Educational
good
program yourself.
another
Yeah,
very
that-
good movie was In Time.
Yeah.
You have
Yep.
In Time was exactly what a 15 minutes it is. Exactly.
Yeah, and also if you are rich, you can buy time, so you can be
Yeah, exactly.
very
Yeah,
old.
exactly.
If you are poor,
Exactly.
you sell 3 hours and you can buy a loaf of bread.
Well, doesn't that sound real familiar? You can buy a DVD and go on vacation, but yet you can sell your carbon credits to the super rich so they can go on a real one. How's that?
So it's clear we must prevent governments from getting that much power. They're not allowed to decide who gets to live and who dies, and to arrest
now I have
murderers,
information for you
traitors, who are
guys.
criminals.
You wouldn't believe it. In that talk show I watched last week, that was a talk show that was about 2 months old. I haven't watched it because I was in Greece. Get this, guys. When I was hearing that, and that's an official article from a German mainstream media newspaper or magazine, and that's no bullshit. Tesla would not make any profit of selling their cars. You know how they make their profit? They selling their carbon.
Yeah,
They
that
selling
doesn't shock me.
their carbon and making the money with that. And with producing their cars, they would go fucking in the red numbers. They would be bankrupt in a heartbeat.
Well, see, here's a thought, Uwe, and I don't think many people have thought about this. Is climate change an actual thing?
No.
Or is climate change?
Yeah, it is a thing. It's a thing, but it always has been.
Well, hold on. That's not what I'm getting at, Uwe. What I'm
Very to
getting
climate
at,
lies.
what I'm getting at is the fomenting of climate change nothing more than to make a inside corporate currency through carbon credits.
Yeah, it is 100%.
You know,
Yeah,
and
there are banks who have already warned you when you're about to get in your carbon limit.
yeah, imagine that.
You can put it on yourself on this time. So if you want to be green, put this on, and you get a notice when your carbon tax is too high, or your carbon usage is too high. Now it's voluntarily, but not far from now, it will be for everyone, except the elite.
I'll be right back,
Exactly.
guys.
All right, Uwe.
Need to go to the men's room.
You know, and you know, I think maybe for many people,
Bon appetit.
to understand what's going on, as I said, you have to look past the surface. And with, you know, the whole carbon thing and people buying into the climate change stuff, when you think about it, in actuality, it's another system set up that's a backdoor tax to the lowest 99.99% of society. All of a sudden, you're literally taxed upon what you use or produce or whatever. The next step is going to be a tax upon what you breathe. And if people don't think that's the case, ask somebody 50 years ago if they ever thought they'd be selling bottled water in a store.
No, this is our tax company, the Belastingdienst. If you have a company and you buy stuff for your company, then the Belastingdienst, tax company, is gonna calculate what you should earn about it. And if you sell it lower or what or no, they say then you could have charged that, so we are taxing you for that. So if you buy it or you sell your product just with the right amount of profit for you, then the tax company said no, that's not how we're gonna do it. You can get much more profit, so you get taxed for the higher price.
So you're taxed on perceived product.
Yes,
not actual. That's nuts.
No, yeah, it's the same thing as prolonged detention. That they are. It could be you that could be doing a crime. So to prevent that you do the crime, we lock you up right away.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
So totally illegal. 12 billionaires climate emissions. 12 billionaires climate emissions outpollute 2.1 million homes. Analysis finds TheGuardian.com 20 November 2023. Research shows impact from lifestyles and investments of likes of Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk. Introduction: the Great Carbon Divide. Richest 1% account for more carbon emissions than poorest 66%. 12 of the world's wealthiest billionaires produce more greenhouse gas emissions from their yachts, private jets, mansions, and financial investments than the annual energy emissions of 2 million homes. Research shared exclusively with The Guardian reveals.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
Yeah, it's nuts, but that's logical, because if a cow fart is a problem for the CO2 emissions and for carbon emission, the rich guys only eat the real food. So if they fart very, very, very toxic. So it's reasonable that they are producing a lot of more carbon dioxide.
Well, then, okay, so shouldn't we do the reverse and super tax the ultra rich on every time they fart?
Yes,
I
we should
think that'd be a
hang
good
the
idea.
rich. Because they
Well,
have murdered so many people.
The new one said 32 climate predictions proven false. Facts Matter on YouTube with Roman Balmakov. 32 climate predictions proven false. So they made these predictions and none of them came true.
No.
It's just fear mongering to scam everybody.
Here's the rub when it comes to that. Okay, we're coming out of an ice age. At some point in time, any of the places I think anybody on this planet panel are sitting would have been 2 miles under ice 12,000 years ago. There used to be a land between England, France, Spain, all that. There wasn't an ocean in between. So is climate changing? Absolutely. Because guess what? It's always changing, always have been, always will. Now, what are they going to say? What are they going to say if we make it to the point to where we go back into another ice age, which will happen?
We are technically in an ice age as long as there is ice on the polar caps. We're in an interglacial officially, so we know that these polar caps are going to melt because of natural global warming caused by the Milankovitch cycles and solar activity, not man activity. It's not anthropogenic global warming.
You have to have a little bit of an education to understand that. That's like when they talk about the Earth warming. Well, yeah, so is Mars. Wait a minute. Do we have a bunch of Martians putting out CO2? Wait, I'm missing something here. So, don't get me wrong. Do we have a pollution problem on this planet? Yes, absolutely. But pollution is not climate change. And many Western world countries, if you were to compare them to 150 years ago, are leaps and bounds ahead of what they used to be. I mean, hell, there was a point in time here in the United States when they could literally light rivers on fire, like they can do in China right now, mind you, where 40% of their land isn't arable anymore because of pollution.
I got to show you this, guys. This will break your heart. This is
so yeah, we have to fight pollution, but not climate change, and prepare for climate change, awesome, the next ice age.
Check this out. There it is.
Interglacial.
There it is. Look at this. This was in front of a kindergarten. And on the sign it says, "We are all involved." Is that fucking cute?
Yeah, but in the Netherlands we had it also, and toen the Dutch kids all on their skelters, the mini tractors, and they drove to the streets in line. And
Fucking awesome, man.
yes. Then you see that gives me hope that more people are also awake, because if this is for a kindergarten, that means that the elders are speaking to each other about this.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's another thing, you know, all the kids in this age, all they love driving a tractor or a freaking truck or excavator or whatever, you know, they all are in the machines. So, and if farmers are protesting, they will already saying there must be something we have to support.
Yes.
Yeah, that means that they're being educated in what's going on.
Yeah, they know what the father doing for the work for the job. So here I live above a school yard. So and something is very wrong that's happening around COVID. The elders can't come in anymore. The school is closed for the elders. The kids can go in, but there is a yellow line, 6 feet of 6 meter, 6 meter, dus 18 feet around the entrance, and you have to wait outside for your kid, and you can't come in under no circumstances.
I think some people went to my channel. I'm seeing double text chats now, so I'm going to raid again, and I will stay in the air as well. Raid lead guitarman. One. Yeah, see 4 people. Yeah. See you over there. I will be live as well over here.
Is the gym building, and on the gym building they have a very large 5G tower, and the school gets support for the tower. Every time they upgrade the tower,
they get an upgrade in the schoolyard. New items, new things to play for the kids, etc., etc. But the school is closed for the parents. That word that was I'm looking for the parents. And I thought when I go to school, my mother or my father brought me into the classroom, and then I can show I have made this, I've made that, and he could ask, or my mother could ask, what's that? But the parents are not in school allowed anymore, so they don't know what's happening in school. And
naturally acquired immunity.
They're being taught, and they're being conditioned to be regimented. That's insanity.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but we allow it. We allow it, and that I don't get why you should not go as parent with your kid into the classroom. And I know COVID has done a lot of terrible things about rulings and made it possible that this happened. But now you should demand as parent to be in the classroom of your kid.
Absolutely.
They knew about these frequencies before they rolled it out. Magnetobiology, underlying physical problems, is also available in the Google bookstore. And that's the science, so it's a bit too scientific for most people. For example, 42 gigahertz.
Should we write a book and then even in Jip en Janneke taal about this terrible things? Because indeed it's for most people it's too difficult, too far-fetched. Oh, okay. Yes.
Well, my answer would be if a fair trial is impossible, then that's not the way to go about it. That's not a way we can do something about these horrible things some people are doing. So we must find other ways, exposing them and protests and making people aware and voting them out, for example. They never should have allowed these traitors back into the Dutch cabinet. And it's proven that some of them are traitors. The WEF politicians are traitors according to Article 97A of the Dutch Wetboek van Strafrecht. And that's more important, in my opinion, than many other things, you know. It's about your country, and that means it's about you as well, whether you like it or not. They see you as a member of that country, basically, a citizen. And these things they do affect all of us, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. I cannot believe right now, Jason, that you still have this going on. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's going on in schools here too. I know it is in some places. Not here, but I do know that there's other places that are. Actually, I know cities that are bringing back mask mandates and all kinds of stuff for things that have already been proven to be nonsense.
Yeah, I have the first passengers on the trips with a mouth diaper. So some people are still frightened. You see on X, formerly Twitter, you see still people with COVID tests, and I think by myself, who done? What the fuck?
Yeah, why?
Why? Yeah. Have you laid under a stone or something? Because and I don't get it because it's on my Twitter line. So those people, you should think see the same little bit of. I know the algorithms do for everything, but you must think if she's on my timeline, then she must or he must have seen something about it, so she could thought about it anyway. But still testing after 3 years, I don't get it. I really, and that's think that's very disturbing. Are people indeed stupid? Because there are so many bells ringing that how could you how could you not see it?
Right. I think that many
Yeah,
people like me, I used to think that everybody knows about these things, but they don't. So perhaps they ran into your channel and thought it was interesting, and other than that, they may be totally controlled by the mainstream media, and they see these people as an authority. That's why they believe everything they say. And then they find out that they lied, and then their whole world is changing, basically, their perception of reality and stuff. And that's a good thing, of course, because knowledge is power. So to give the people back the power, you have to give them the knowledge. Education is one key to perfecting society. Perhaps we'll never achieve a perfect society that's 100% perfect, but it should be what we strive for. There's always room at the top, they say, instead of the opposite. That's insanity.
That's why they
Well,
keep them dumb these days, because dumb, if you're not have the IQ and not intelligent enough, you are easier to control.
Yes.
well, and also with what
There are
Jason's
limits to
saying,
that.
it's training the kids to be regimented, training them that control by the state overrules the control of their parents. That's very obvious.
Yeah.
And they'll become used to that. And that's crazy. That should not be allowed to happen. You know,
But
that's
that's
just
also a mistake by the parents, because many parents give
Allow it.
that power to the school.
Oh yeah,
You know?
for sure.
if they're too dumbed down and lose their faculties, they can't produce for them anymore. They can't use them anymore, basically.
Well, if you're not smart enough to understand simple concepts, you're not smart enough to understand that you're getting screwed.
No.
You know.
But people can be programmed to think that, basically, with hypnosis.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I was getting at. That's what they're doing to the children by doing that. And I cannot believe that parents in this day and age would allow that to happen. I mean, if they were to, even my grandkids, if they were to take and tell me that I can't come in and see what my grandkids are doing, wrong answer. That's just not going to happen. You know, but unfortunately, we live in a world now where you have a substantial amount of the population who seems to think the state's going to overrule them and should overrule them in how they raise their children.
Can you post your links there, Jason, from your channel?
Yeah. Even kijken. Oh, in the other chat, sorry.
It's HNMDA.
Yeah, I do the long one, and
people can use Google Translate also.
It's not a YouTube or Twitch channel.
No. I can't go on YouTube. I'm thrown out twice, and
hey, join the club.
My whole Facebook page is thrown away 2 years ago. I tried last year a new one, and now is it so that when I type in Facebook, he says you can only go on Facebook when you identify yourself. So I need to ID myself before I can get up Facebook. And on this moment, it doesn't work also with VPN or with a proxy. I don't get on Facebook on my computer.
Yeah, and that's, you know, more and more countries are moving towards that, to where they want people de-anonymized in every aspect of their life. You know,
but where you basically stream on Rumble?
Yeah, Rumble is my mainstream.
All right.
Twitch is the second one, and then I restream it on the Russian Facebook, VK, and D-Live do also a restream, but that's only restream channels. That's not channels where I do anything with. If you want to join in a show, then the best way is Twitch. The chat I can see in my stream. The others don't work with me, and I think that's mostly technical problems I have with streaming and going live.
What did they pinch you for to boot you off YouTube? I'm curious.
Copyright. I use content from others, and I do that on fair use because they say something or do something, and then I comment that. YouTube also has a big problem with tunes and sounds. So I had a lot of warnings about sounds and music, copyright, and all that. And just from the one day on the other, they said you can't stream anymore.
Huh. See, they got me for they claim medical misinformation because I cited the government's own documents.
I have to ask, and do you know Dabu 7? Dabu 7?
Say that again.
Eyes to the skies.
Yeah, the Dabu 7, the Dabu 007. Do you know that guy? No, because your voice is just like him. So I had to ask.
Nope, definitely not me.
No, he's also a conspiracy theorist, an explainer, and I'm very fond of him. He had very nice movies and clips and explanations. So I thought maybe I have the honor to be with him on the stream, but
No,
nonetheless to you, huh?
I'm lead guitar man and always have been lead guitar man. They took down a channel that I had on YouTube for over 20 years. So,
well, I wish we would be connected to the Dutch guys 2 years ago. To be honest, would be helpful here.
Well, one positive that I can say that's come out of all this bullshit that they're pulling is what they don't understand is they are bringing people together from many different countries to figure out a way to shove this whole idea right up their ass. So that is definitely a plus on that side. Whether we're successful or not is yet to be seen. But in the same token, I do believe we are winning.
It's a bit sad though that Frankie disappeared. He's completely gone.
Yeah, well, sometimes you might need a break from stuff. That's just the way it is.
I think he just got his channel banned too.
Well, that's a good possibility as well. I mean, look how long. I mean, I didn't do shit for a while after that because I just got tired of the bullshit. But then, you figure out that we're not going to get anywhere unless somebody speaks up.
Yes. You don't see him anywhere. You don't see him in any chat or whatever. He's just gone.
Yeah, he did make it there, Wanda. Yep.
I think de-anonymization is not a problem if they're doing what they're supposed to do, if they're good governments. But if they're totally corrupt and that it's even life-threatening, basically.
That's exactly what it is.
One of the jobs is protecting freedom of speech, also our freedoms and our safety. That's what it's about.
Well, and I'll use an example of that from an American point of view. I'll talk about our Second Amendment. And that is the right to bear arms. And everybody thinks it's about hunting or it's about sports
Shooting
or
other
anything.
people.
No, it's not. It's to be able to defend yourself against a tyrannical government. That concept seems to be lost upon many because they seem to think that their idea of safety when it comes to crazy people in this world is a responsibility not unto themselves. They believe that they should have a nanny state that does that. Well, if the state can take it away, then it's not a right anymore now, is it? It's a privilege.
Yep.
So
High Impact Flicks also covers this, and Dabu7 also has some interesting videos. I don't know why I lost track of him, but perhaps also because one of my YouTube channels with 964 videos on it was censored, basically. And then also all these favorites, or what do you call them, disappear, basically. Then you have to make a new channel, and you can only make 2 channels per year. etc. So many people have gone to other platforms, basically. But for some live streams and stuff, it's still interesting. And Twitch, of course, is also awesome.
Yeah, that's why that's why I don't like that I'm not able to YouTube, because YouTube has the best program. How
yeah,
stupid it sounds,
the
but
platform's awesome.
YouTube has the best program to do this kind of stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
they have also the key to put you down. So I don't want to try again, because when you have an audience, then they pull the plug, and it's very time consuming to do a new channel and build it up again, and so I don't think that I do that ever again. Just like Facebook, I'm disappointed that I can't view sometimes things, but yeah, so be it. If I try it again via backdoor or whatnot, or something like that, then they pull the plug within a month, and then I can start again over and over. So if people want to find me, then they have to look for me, and that's too bad, because that's why we reach less people, because we are less easy to find.
Well, that's by design, and you're very correct. It seems to me that they are hell bent for leather to make sure that any smaller channels don't gain any traction anymore. And granted, when I was doing it over there, it wasn't like I was trying to monetize it or anything like that. But the thing is, once you start to gain and garner attention, they're Johnny on the spot, because they don't want to take in and allow any more people to expand, I guess, the scope of what can be said. And then everybody say, well, no, they're not doing this, or the hell they're not. And I'll tell you right now, anybody that doesn't believe our governments aren't involved in that is naive, because they certainly are. Now,
It's like YouTube is pursuing an agenda.
Well,
and they may also be controlled by the government, by the intel agencies, which are all
I don't think
Freemasonic.
it's a might. I think it's an absolute. There's no doubt about that. It's an absolute. They, I mean, even here, the papers that come out and the things, their collusion with Twitter, and then the stuff that come out after the fact, to where Facebook, YouTube, and all these things were in collusion with the three-letter agencies and the Biden administration directly. But yet, it's illegal as hell in this country to do that, but they didn't do a damn thing to them. Why? Because it would expose politicians to criminal prosecution. They don't want that. So unfortunately,
I think the Masons can do awesome things. And they had Thomas Jefferson, for example, these famous Thomas Jefferson quotes. The tree of liberty is nourished with the blood of tyrants. It is its natural manure, figuratively or whatever. And the limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. So yeah, we all have to get ready. I think that people who tell us that are lifesavers, and perhaps we should also talk about prepping more. I don't know if you all prepared to survive this somehow. What do you think is the key ingredient we need to survive?
What do I think the key ingredient is? There won't be an island unto anybody's self. You can prepare yourself all you want. If your community around you isn't ready to be able to be self-supporters of themselves, then it doesn't matter, because there isn't going to be a lone wolf in this world.
No.
It's impossible. So if you don't have a community that's willing to be supportive of everybody in that community, and that means getting out into your community and being communicative with your neighbors, then it doesn't matter how much you prepare. Because I could list you several reasons why that is. When I hear somebody say that, well, I just grow my own stuff and do this, and I cringe. And I says, your first thing you need to do is go and make sure that your local community and the politicians that are running it aren't morons, because you're not going to survive by yourself. If you can't buy a school, or if you can't buy medicine, or any number of things for modern society, forget it.
That's why it's key to prevent a martial law situation, and that's their effing job. If they're government, then they're supposed to prevent it, not to bring it about and stuff, obviously.
Yeah, it still rolls back to, there's many things in this aspect that need to be fixed, and there's many things that need to be taken in. But if you do focus on your local communities and get enough people on board in your local communities, you actually alleviate a lot of the problems when it comes to, well, how am I going to survive, or how are we going to do this if X happens? And that's how it's going to be. Small communities, if that comes about that way. And now, will those even survive? I don't know. Worst case scenario, probably not. But That's the only way that I can see that is even remotely feasible if it gets to that point. You know, I would rather focus on trying to fix shit as it is in this day and age than what could be. You know, so there's many discussions that you can have when it comes to those types of things, but most people still think in terms of their access to certain things is still going to be ubiquitous. I can go to the store and buy something. That's not true. I mean, for example, when COVID hit here, you could go to the store and what did you see missing? Toilet paper. That shows you people's mindset. You know, that's just that shows you how out of touch with reality many people are. You know, so
The mainstream, mainstream media I've covered that. It's clear. But yeah, there are also preppers who have done sensible things and are totally prepared. We also see the millionaires, billionaires building safe rooms and bomb shelters and that type of thing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: what I find ironic about that is what they don't realize is they're building their own prison. If the world goes sideways and you lock yourself into something that you think is going to protect you from the outside world, well, the outside world just locks you in. Pretty simple. So yeah, let's spend tens of millions of dollars on something that's going to be your own prison. Well, I hope you make it pretty comfy because you're going to be there for a very long time. You know. Do you agree, Jason? I see you smiling. You must think that's
Yeah. I hope they don't get in time to get into the bunkers.
Yeah, well, I personally think that I'd love to see the look on their face when the realism finally strikes them that they built their own prison. You know, I think that would be quite interesting.
Yeah, but I want to smoke them out.
Yeah, well, that's another thing that they don't seem to realize. You got to have an air shaft somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, I seen a guy that put a shelter in his backyard, and what do you see? The only thing you see in his backyard is grass and two great big fans. Huh. I wonder what the hell those could be for. You know, it's just absolutely insane if somebody thinks that that's a reasonable idea. Now, is it a good idea in the case of a war? Yeah, maybe.
But believe it or not, last year, that's no kidding. That's no bullshit. That's a true story. Last year, there was an old bunker from the Second World War for sale. It was in the middle of the forest. It was for sale. There was somebody built in like an apartment there already, but it was all fucking completely rocked off after years. And with a lot of moisture in and whatever. But that was an official real estate freaking object. a freaking bunker.
Yep.
I think the price was $500,000 or something, €500,000.
You know, that might have been effective in a world where you only had maybe $1.5 billion people all across the planet at one point in time. And the worst thing you had to worry about was conventional bombs. Maybe that might be okay. But we don't live in that world anymore.
Exactly. You know? That fucking bunker saved you from nothing.
You know, it goes to show that even a person who's has access to the idea of unlimited resources, how short-sighted they really are. You know, I watched an interview with Brett Weinstein and Tucker Carlson, and I actually did a panel on it a few days ago. But one of the things that he said that kind of stuck with me was the fact: are these people super smart? Nope. For what they're doing and what they don't do, what they don't understand is by what they're doing and the hell that they're going to bring upon humanity if humanity sides, if it survives it. You know, and it's
You're
realistic.
creating mass extinction.
Well, they're literally don't understand that they're creating their own hell. Just like when they say they build a bunker, they're creating their own prison. That thought is lost upon them because they don't live in the world we do. They don't
They
think the
need
same way.
consumers, and they need people that can do things for them.
Well,
And
it's
if
not just
everybody's
that.
gone, then they won't be available anymore.
They're out of touch with the same logics that we would use. That's the thing. They live in a sheltered world, so they only have a sheltered point of view. You know, they don't think things through and the ramifications of that, which I find absolutely ironic considering the ones that they seem to think that they have the ideas to fix the whole damn world. They seem to think that they got the answer for everything and how humanity should go move forward. When in actuality, they're probably some of the dumbest in society.
It's Malthusian BS, and they're pursuing mass extinction to prevent mass extinction. They pretend basically it's all a scam. And the problem would solve itself if there would be hunger, food shortage, basically. Then people would die from starvation, and probably the elite would be more likely to survive than the non-elite. And I think they're not trying to prevent that, but to bring it about. A cyber attack that's easy to prevent. That would definitely, when it knocks out our power supply, internet, and global financial system, that would cause gigantic problems. Cyber attack on the power supply, transportation, hospital services, and society as a whole. As if that's normal. We've never seen that before. So why do they expect that überhaupt? It's not normal.
Well, that's true. Zieg, I agree with you 100% on your two statements there.
Yeah.
That's lost upon many people. You know, when people say, well, I'll just grow my own food and I have my garden and I'll do whatever in the backyard. No, you won't. Not unless you're going to, you're going to fend off the hordes and hordes and hordes of hungry people that are going to come and steal every damn thing you have.
Yeah.
And that's providing the government don't come and take it from me before then. You know,
we have seen it here after the war. When the war was over, there was nothing left.
That goes to show you
everybody was starving, and people from the cities came here to the countrysides, and they're stealing all kinds of stuff from the people who had a little garden, or even the farmers, stealing potatoes, stealing chicken, whatever, even stealing whole complete fucking pork.
Well, I'll tell you something. If you want a real eye opener, there's some books out there about some little towns during the Great Depression, and one that I remember correctly that set with me very, very much. They started out with a population of 120 families. By the time it was all over, they had 29 families. They were literally trading their children from house to house. Want to guess why? They were dinner.
Money for food. Oh.
They wouldn't kill their own children to do it, but they had no problems trading with their neighbors and doing that. So that shows you how far humanity will devolve given the opportunity. Correct, Leah? Very correct. That had been one of the disturbing accounts of humanity that outside of what I've read, what the Japanese did one time, that I've ever read. You know, so
some people are doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do, and perhaps we need comic book heroes or whatever. We all need to become Batman
forever.
Oh,
That
there you
lasts
go.
forever, indeed.
We need
That's
real
fucking-
men
fucking
and real
awesome.
women.
Yeah, exactly, Jason.
Look at that video.
Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll bring it up. Give me 1 second.
Fucking great.
Home Alone.
Wait, that what Sydney said. That's
see.
funny as hell. There was a smaller town. There was not a big city, was it?
Give me 1 second. Oh. Maximize that. Bring that up. I got way too much shit open.
I know.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
That's fucking great.
Also in yellow vests. I'm loving this.
It's fucking gorgeous.
Whistleblowers.
Future whistleblowers.
And look how they love it. They love it. When was the farmers' protest in the Netherlands? Last year in April, March?
This year or what the last
No,
protest?
last year. Your last farmers' protest. That was last year in March or April, I think.
Yeah. The one before that was the big. In 2000, that was the first one in the farmers in the Netherlands. 2020.
Absolutely great. That's possible too, Zeke. Very possible.
Probably I should be walking more as well. Nice.
Yeah, that was cool. It was absolutely gorgeous.
Who's got the music going?
You know what? That was the real deal back when we were kids, man. I mean, talking about an age of 4, 5, 6, 7. You didn't have to care about anything, man.
No,
You just-
only if your plastic trucker was in the yard. That was the only
Yeah.
trouble you had to worry about.
But that was fucking great, man. You know.
Yeah.
When you go to school, you have your homework to do and whatever. But this age, when you have only kindergarten and the whole day you have the afternoon you have for yourself, you can go play with your friends, whatever you want to do, man. That was the best shit in life.
Well, that's the thing, Uwe.
Anything.
Many kids aren't doing that anymore nowadays. I mean, that
No,
what you've
they
seen
don't.
there is lost upon many.
Yeah.
You gotta be free.
A lot of people don't realize how much that taught those children a principle, even though they probably won't even remember that when they're adults. But it's the
thing is,
concept.
they can never get it back.
No.
That
That-
time
that-
is just gone. That you can't. If you are 2 or 3 years older, you can't make that experience because it's gone. The time is gone.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm glad I'm old enough that I grew up without those idiot cell phones.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, as they say, that the road to hell's paved with good intentions. So, did it make some aspects of society better? Absolutely. But
I can't
what
think
was the
about.
detriments?
No, that question, does the mobile phone has anything to do with the society being better? No way. No way.
No, no,
The
no, no, no,
phone
no, no,
booth.
no, not society. What I'm speaking of, did it give us a means of communication that was quicker, faster, more instant, and in cases where it was needed? Yes.
Yeah, but
Did it help
didn't.
society? That's debatable. That's
No,
debatable.
no. In my days, my parents should be called by the employer. Hey, could you come work early? And if you wasn't home, then you couldn't answer the phone. Then there was no
Good
possibility.
point. Good point.
And
Good point.
now, if you are called by your boss 2 a.m. At night, I don't know. A.m. is night. Yes, a.m. at night, and you don't answer your phone, you have to explain why you don't answer your phone, because
Yeah.
you're so. And we made appointments. So if you want to meet somebody, you meet them at 7 o'clock at the diners. Yes, okay, it's fine. And then you were there, maybe 5 minutes late, but you made an appointment, and then you came. um, the mobile phone, the only persons who are better are the CEOs, the directors, the people who push people around.
And middle management. You're correct.
No,
Yeah.
not the middle
Yeah.
management. No, but because the top management, they push mobile the middle management, and the middle management pushes mobile the employee.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a good
but-
point, Jason.
But the mobile phone, if there was no mobile phone, the middle management should write letters and should get in on the bike and go along. The phone is not for the people.
No, I agree with you on that. That's a very good.
Yeah.
That's good.
But
we
can I
should.
ask you?
Go right ahead, York.
Can I ask you a question, Jason? You have a marvelous website. How do you think the Netherlands is going to survive this, and what will happen? And can we do anything about it? Your vision for the future, basically.
I think the Netherlands will be overruled by the AZC's on this moment. I think there is a war among the Dutch people, because the Dutchland is the royal land for Europe, with the agenda. So the next move for the elite on that is to wage war between the foreign Dutch people and the people in the AZC. So there is chaos in the streets. Then the army will, clean that up, and they will build back better for the refugees.
Oh, I cringe whenever I hear that saying.
Yeah. I explain what the planning is. So the only thing we can do is find the people with Dutch interests. So the ones who want to support windmills, klomps, and that kind of things, the Dutch normen en waarden. And we have to unite. We have to go to The Hague and pull the people in The Hague from their places and go sit there ourselves. At the same time, we have to do that in Hilversum. we need to put Den Haag and Hilversum at the same time down. And we need a coup. And until then, we keep going on like we are doing now, piece by piece. Our freedoms will be cut down till we are totally slaved. So we need to. Ik ga het even in Nederlands doen, jij kan Nederlands. We moeten samenkomen met z'n allen en we moeten de coup plegen. De coup ligt al lang klaar, is lang gepland. Alleen er zijn te weinig mensen die willen opstaan en daar achteraan willen staan. En dan moet er vanuit de coup moet er een republiek gestart worden in eerste instantie. En alles moet berecht worden volgens de universele rechten van de mens.
You forgot the frikandel and the kibbeling when you mentioned the klomps and the windmills.
Sorry?
You forgot the kibbeling and the frikandels when you mentioned the
Ecstasy. Yeah, ecstasy is ook one of the main products from this country. But there are a few things where the Dutchman is proud of. Stroopwafels bijvoorbeeld ook.
Yeah, your
People's
klomps.
Revolution.
You definitely love your klomps. That's for sure.
Ja, de People's Revolution. En ik denk dat er anarchie moet komen eerst en daarna hiërarchie.
So basically a people's revolution to counter that fourth industrial revolution.
Yes.
To prevent horrible things.
Well, but if you're going to define people's revolution,
I hope the Americans will provoke the Chinese for a worldwide EMP. That's I think the best solution on this time, because we are not ready for the technology that is in our hands, and people have no clue. And even I have no idea how much I don't even know from my own phone. But people don't know what they are doing with the things they are using. When I was a kid, you used a hammer, and you knew exactly what a hammer was, where you could use it for, where you not could use it for, and you knew exactly. And if you don't know it, you learned it from somebody in no time. Now we have a phone. Kids can open apps and all that kind of stuff, but they haven't no clue how it's working and what's behind all those apps. And we are nowadays the equipment that is used by the machines. And in my days, it was that we used machines, and that's a big problem.
Let me jump in real quick, and then I'll let you continue on. But I want to rebut one thing. You know, with any tool, I can use a hammer to build a house.
Yes.
I can also use a hammer to murder a bunch of people. So, is it the hammer or is it the person and the culture?
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about a people's revolution, I personally don't think it's a matter of having an EMP wipe every electronic on the planet off the face of the earth. I don't think that's the answer. That's unrealistic. The genie's already out of the bottle. I think it's culture.
Carbon tax.
You have to get a morality behind the idea that doing business doesn't mean I get to take in fine-tooth comb through the lives of the whole population. And it shouldn't have to be a law. It should be a moral ground. But unfortunately, we live in a world where those who wish to exploit others are given free rein to do that. So do we change the tool or do we change the culture?
Carbon tax scam prices are the hammer, you could argue as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
That's why gun control also, is an issue, because it's not the gun who kills,
Right.
it's the one who pulls the trigger that kills.
Exactly.
Or defense.
So I mean, I understand the sentiment behind what you said, but I just wanted to point out the flawed logic.
The EMP makes people to work with each other. And
do you really think that that's what will happen, though?
Not in the first 3 or 4 days.
Did you just hear me recite the book from the Great Depression and what they did in that city?
No.
About how they managed to survive, the 29 families that did.
Eating each other was the point.
Do you not think? Look at the population levels we have in cities, and tell me you want to stop electricity. Are you prepared to go through those with semi trucks and body bags? Because that's exactly what you'll get.
Yeah, but I think I can hide for a week. So after the week, most of the storm has been fallen.
Well, but what I'm saying is the mentality that you're giving is the same line that the elites are using right now.
No, yeah, but with all the vaccinations that have been done, I think in the near future, we are the ones who are going to clean up the bodies.
That's a possibility. I won't disagree with you on that. That's not a possibility.
So I think in the time where we are now, we can have better an EMP that we can reset all the shit, and we rely on the farmers with their tractors, and the oil rigs, they will work because there is not so much electronics in the oil rigs. So we can produce fuel. The old cars will work.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. If I give you a barrel of oil,
yeah,
could you make gasoline in your garage?
No, not me. But
okay. So how do you determine where all this knowledge of humanity that is going to be lost if we lose a substantial part of the population, which will happen if we were to have an EMP?
Yeah, but a lot of our civilization, a lot of people know more than they use, and if we are forced to survive, we can do a lot of more things, and I think it's on this moment. It's also a survival of the fittest. The real dumb people that are still wearing masks, still doing COVID tests. I hope we can plant a seed that we can make them change in their thoughts. But those people, do we need those people in the next level? If we want to, we have to start over on a way. Do we need those people to be then complicit of in that new society?
So you're already relegated to the idea that society is lost.
A part of society, definitely. Yeah. We have a bunch of people. The 1%, that part is lost. It's not humane. So that part, the 1% elite, is a lost part of society. They rule society, but they are lost in society.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. You don't think that if that were to happen, that those with the means don't have contingencies to be able to combat losing their access to technologies that the average person given
Even
in that
rustig wachten, hij gaat
situation.
nou op
Would
groen.
not. They won't have that.
En dan rijden we de ring van Münster
So
op.
do you think they're just out of the goodwill of their
Maar dat
hearts
duurt nog wel even hoor.
that they're going to
Dat het
go around and
losgaat.
find all the survivors?
Nou, wat ik al zei, we komen net ook van
If
Gronau
there are
natuurlijk
any.
af. En daar heeft de
And
politie in ieder
offer
geval
them the
gesommeerd
world,
om
or do you think that
vanaf 6 uur de weg te
But the
verlaten.
survivors
Als ze
will
dat niet
find
doen,
the
zullen zij
people who
vervolgd
know
worden.
this kind of stuff.
I don't
And
think it's quite as simple as what you think. Let me ask you this.
Oké.
Let me ask you this. Have
Ja,
you
hoe groter
ever
dat ook is, we zijn er met 12 uur.
experienced war?
Dus voor de mensen die op dit moment aan het
No,
kijken
no,
zijn
no,
en
no,
nog
no.
even een
First
snapje
hand.
willen eten of wat dan
Sorry?
ook, of nog even wat drinken
First
willen
hand.
pakken, je hebt nog 12
No,
minuten
no,
de
no,
tijd,
no,
dan
no,
zijn we
no.
er.
I've never
Okay,
been.
Dus ik zal je zeker even op de hoogte houden. Ja.
This is we are in the middle of a war.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why
Ja,
I'm
dat klopt
saying to
zeker,
you,
Elsina.
the
Er worden
ideas that you
absoluut
have about
gebeten door
people
honden,
being put in
neergeknuppeld
stressful
en noem het maar op
situations
op het
coming
moment dat
together
je je
won't
recht
work the way you
opeist.
think it does.
Maar het puntje is ook dat de gemiddelde burger
Ja,
die een
That
beetje
won't.
af
I
is en nog steeds
guarantee
half
you
ligt
it
te
won't.
slapen
I've
in
seen it
coma,
firsthand what happens when you
altijd maar
turn
boos is
society
op de
upside down.
demonstranten. Terwijl wij onze rechten
You know,
gewoon
I-
opeisen. En wij zijn eigenlijk gewoon boos op de mensen die onze
I
rechten
am not going
afpakken.
to speak in
En dat zijn ook precies
details
de
because
poppetjes
I'm
waar je
not
boos
going
op
down
moet
that
zijn.
road again.
Het kan niet zo zijn dat de burgers
But
altijd
I'm a
maar
veteran,
bepaalde
combat
meningen
veteran.
hebben en dit en dat. Ondertussen wordt iedereen
And
nog
I've
zo'n
seen
beetje
what
geraakt in de
happens when
portemonnee.
shit goes sideways. And the idea that you think that people are going to come together in those types of situations, no. If you want a good example, buy yourself a zombie game. The only difference is the zombie's better at the game than
Ja.
you are.
En dat is ook een dingetje, jongens, hè, dat de VVD natuurlijk 13 jaar hier aan de macht heeft gezeten, hè, met meneer Huppekut vooraan, met zijn puntneus. En dat al die PVV-stemmers, en dat zijn iedere keer weer miljoenen mensen geweest, al die stemmen zijn aan de kant gegooid, want niemand wil met de PVV samenwerken. Nou, daarin kun je ook al
See,
gewoon
my
duidelijk
point
concluderen
to
met
make to
elkaar, jongens,
this
dat gewoon de
and
hele
to
democratie...
offer an alternative is instead of trying to foment the destruction of society, that we try to fix culture in our countries. Now, granted, this has been happening for decades. We're not going to undo this overnight. That's why I don't believe the idea that you have about wiping out a substantial part of the population is the answer. It's not.
No, but with an EMP, yeah, you do wipe a part of the civilization out. Yeah.
And it's certain there will be one, according to NASA Masons as well. There will be a major solar storm EMP. And what we've seen is 40 of Elon Musk's satellites burning up in the Earth's atmosphere. USA Today reported about that. So how many of those satellites will it wipe out? And then if we're totally dependent on these satellites, then that will be another major problem, because then CBDC is also gone, unless they have protected their servers and the satellites, but they haven't protected these satellites. We know the satellites are gone after that, at least many
There's
of
a
them.
problem with that logic as well. Okay.
It's certain.
I don't believe in satellites.
Morgen, toen werd dit opgenomen. Nou, er is nog niet echt veel om live over te gaan.
You're kidding me.
De boeren zijn nog een tijdje wakker.
Well, when you can photograph them from
van het woord letterlijk.
I think there are drones. I think there are drones or other flying objects, but a satellite. I don't believe we are in space.
Duitse nieuws.
So,
really,
daar gebeurt.
Do you have access to a telescope?
Wat die te vertellen hebben, de kranten. Voor nu even gewoon.
Because I tell you what, I've sat in my front yard and literally watched the space station go over my house. Plain as day, could see it clear as day.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But I believe.
Doesn't mean it's not a hologram.
We have a sky. That's not something that I want to discuss. And there are flying things in the air.
Well, okay, let's hold on. Let's hold this. I will have this discussion with you on a different panel, different day.
Right.
But to get back to the topic at hand.
The simple answer why I don't believe in satellites is everything is done by ground. The most of the things. GPS is the ground positioning signal system.
No,
that is not global. It is ground, and that's also why all those antennas are popping up on the positioning
hold on. Let's not have this discussion right now.
Okay.
Let's go back to the
Earth is
topic that we had.
spherical, but man's space travel with the spacecraft they pretend they did it with is fake.
Yeah, I'm not
And
even going down that road either.
And that's part of their scams. It's what they do. So it is part of this whole New World Order pursuit thing.
So
Scamming
anyway,
everybody to death.
back to the topic at hand. If you were to take and do what you're saying with an EMP, all right, you're going to not only wipe out a substantial amount of the population, you're going to wipe out a substantial part of human knowledge. Okay. Now, unless everybody and truthfully, everybody says, well, we're going to go back to the 1800s or the 1500s where we go around horses. No, you won't, because the things that were in place at those times were progressive from the times before it. Society is built upon what came before it. You can't can't take a society that's used to technology, throw them back 150, 200 years and expect that they're going to survive, because they won't, because they don't have the skills to do it.
Isn't EMP really the right thing about it, to go about it, the right way to go about it, if you are for that überhaupt, which is illegal incitement to genocide? But basically, an EMP, people in Africa that have no internet, no financial system, they live in the jungle. And
anybody that's still living,
they wouldn't even notice the EMP, and we find the highest reproduction rate in Africa. So would that really be smart to do that to ourselves?
Yeah, but hold on. There's many reasons for that, but what I'm saying is, if we're talking a modern technological society, granted, don't get me wrong, tribal people, they won't even. The only thing they're going to notice is there ain't no planes flying over anymore. There's no ships coming in. Now, even though with that, there's going to be a substantial amount of them that are going to disappear, because they're relying upon what the Western world provides to them, because they've not become or remain self-sufficient, or we wouldn't be pumping millions of pounds of food and millions of dollars into those countries. Many of the things
most of the things we have in house, we can't produce ourselves.
Pardon? I didn't catch that last part, Jason.
Most of the things we have in our house, we can't produce ourselves.
Really? Okay,
most of the things we have in house.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I want you to get a hammer and a piece of sheet metal and make me a toaster.
Yeah,
making it all
exactly
EMP
that.
and
Most of the things
resilient.
we can't even make our own spoon. Let even that we can make our own pan or our own stove.
Well, one, you got to be able to smelt the metal. That takes a special skill. Two, you got to have knowledge of metals to be able to get the right alloys at the right ratios, at the right temperatures. Yes. There's so much in society. You know, it's like when I ask somebody this: how many people do you think it takes just to build a simple cell phone? How many people do you think it takes?
You can make it easier with a pencil. A pencil. Dan heb je al you 1,000, maybe 10,000 people who are working for one.
How about millions throughout history, because of the discoveries that were made in the past upon how to make the technologies, the alloys, the products, the infrastructures, all these things. They all play a role. So you're talking millions of people to make something that most people take for granted.
They could do it with robots, but if that's more expensive, then why would they? If they want
That's
to
provided you have
profit.
somebody that knows how to build a robot and/or be able to use that technology.
Indeed,
but
they
even
need
them,
people to
even
program
them,
it and to create it. Robots.
even though still they can't make the products to build it with. You know, that's just like saying I can use a road and I can build a road, but yet I've never been out and I don't understand what asphalt is. I don't understand what underlayment is. I don't understand what drainage is. I don't know how to use a sextant. There's many skills in society that people don't understand. Takes many people. It isn't just a couple people to do that. The things that we use technologically today are built upon the shoulders of millions and millions of other people's work and discoveries. If we lose that, and that becomes not readily apparent with the people we have, you won't get it back probably for the next couple hundred years until you build up enough of a population to rediscover it.
Safety first. I'm hearing something.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh yeah, sorry. My bad. It's not.
Yeah, and Zieg makes a couple good points too, though. And it's not. I don't think it's just the old ways are gone because they were terrible. It's a progress. There's so many things that I think people need to look on be beyond the scope of just what's in front of them. And I'm a firm believer in the only way that we're going to fix this, or it's over. It's cultural. We have to change the mindset of the people. And that goes down to understanding that it takes people. And you can't do it in a way like example that the elites want to do. They think that they're far enough along that they're going to be able to have a society, a perfect society where the population that's left just lives to serve them. That's obvious. They've said it themselves directly. They want to be the gods of men. Given their ways, that's a possibility. But as a society as a whole, if we're going to pull through this and shake off the shackles of the things that are happening to us now, it has to be a paradigm shift in the culture, in the ideas in people's heads, in the principles they believe. That's the only way. Because if we're knocked back into the frickin' Stone Age, give it up. Humanity probably will not survive, even the elites. What's going to be next? We're going to end up with a few 100,000 people running around, chipping stones again and chasing down whatever animals they can find. I wouldn't call that a society I want to live in, even if I were to survive. So there's a lot of aspects that have to be thought about when it comes to those things.
Preventing beats curing and not selling beats curing, I always say.
I mean, does that open up a different idea for you, Jason?
Just a little bit, because I think a lot of the people that are living right now are rotten in the core, figure of speech. And I think we lose a lot of people in this war. And in the Bible, it says 1/3 of the people will be lost. So
2/3 Zechariah.
Sorry?
2/3 of the people, but I think that's referring to Israel, the Zechariah part. And I'm for preventing it. So perhaps it happened in the past already, and we shouldn't do anything to bring it about, but prevent these horrible things. Obviously, we don't have to fulfill the book. If what they call God is almighty, then it will happen anyway. We don't have to pursue that, but save the maximum number of human lives. They have a concept in Judaism, for example, it's beautiful, pekuach nefesh. You may break any commandment to save a human life, except 3 cardinal sins. And that's one of their strengths, I think, also. And that we shouldn't blame the whole of Israel, but the war criminals, Putin, Netanyahu, Biden, and Zelensky. And lots of people in Israel have been protesting against that. And they were also beaten until they bled, also rabbis, etc. So we should also be aware that the mainstream media is blaming whole countries for things and not being specific enough. And nobody is doing anything to arrest war criminals. That's totally insane because we're risking a world war. So perhaps we should emphasize that more, create a body to arrest war criminals. And they could have arrested Putin at BRICS summit, for example. They didn't do that.
Why?
Yeah,
Why? Well, I have another thing. But why? Why are you against Putin? Just a question.
Well, I'm against invading sovereign states like the Ukraine. He
Yeah.
definitely
Okay. But
and he had political opponents taken out with Novichok project called
okay.
the
But
Foliant.
okay. I understand a very different. Okay, but then I know why you thinking that, and that's where we are not on the same line. But I was talking about the 1/3. We have not to. We don't have to pursue that. We have not to follow that, but it will happen, and not by my call, but by the call that is happening. So if China and America gets in a fight and the EMP will be shot, it's not my choice, but then 1 or 2/3 will survive. And I think that will 1/3 will happen. So that's not by my choice, but by the things the near future will bring. And after that, there will be another world. And I believe that after that, there will be the better world for the better half of the better part of humanity.
So you think it's not preventable? Why do you think it's not preventable? Isn't it easier to prevent it than to survive it? And a shortcut to a non-fictional
maybe
perfect
for me and
life?
for you is it preventable and survivable, but for the ones who are still in high belief of a mouth diaper and vaccination protocol and a test case, then yeah, could you survive self-sufficiency? And I agree. I cannot make my own chair. I cannot make my own spoon, but I can participate in a working process that will accomplish that. And I have two hands, and I am willing to work for the things I eventually, in that time, need. Most of the people nowadays aren't able and aren't willing to work for things they need. So we don't pursue the loss of those people. Those people are lost by themselves, and we can't rescue everyone. How badly we try, we can't rescue everyone.
Well, I will agree with you on that one. In worst case scenario, if something happens, you certainly cannot rescue everyone. No doubt about that. My thoughts are I would rather, at this point in time, while we still have the ability, keep any reality from like that even happening.
I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to believe in the slogan or slogan. I don't know if it is a slogan, but it's a speech for the wake up ones. We don't wake up any sheep anymore. We find lions to walk next to. And
well, that I almost have to agree with you on in some context, but
yeah, I try to wake sheeps, but it's very difficult, and it doesn't happen very often. It's mostly that if I am talking to someone who is in a little bit of argue, it's not a real argue, but a figure of speech, and then you see a light appearing in their eyes, or and then they have to say, oh, you're right about that. So then that's the only thing that can happen. And you can't push anything more. You can't tell anyone that vaccination is not the right, that the government isn't good for you. It's people don't want to hear it,
Okay.
So that's the part that eventually we will be lost.
Let me I want to interject again and ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
Possibly more people
we
will do.
made a point about if an EMP went off, many places in Africa wouldn't even notice it, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you this though. How are many of those places in Africa ruled at the moment?
What did they do in on the moment?
How are many of those places in Africa ruled at the moment?
By their own by their own stem, by their own people, and
By
they
warlords.
Yeah, and the medicine man and the elder of the stem.
So what I'm saying is, I'm trying to point out the flaws in some of your logic. If you think that people and human nature is going to come together and be cooperative across the society in a stressful situation like that, no. If you're going to go back to tribalistic ideas, what you're going to end up with, and what you said about the strongest will survive, you're going to end up with factions of warlords dictating the rest of society. They will literally enslave the rest of the population to do their bidding. That's the reason why many tribes down there literally still want to kill each other just because they're from a different tribe, even though they haven't lived any more than 50 miles apart. So those ideas on the surface, why it may sound like a good thing, it's not reality. It's not human nature. It's very easy to study that, and you look at societies and see how they react to those types of things.
But isn't it better that my city, for the view, my city fights with the city next to me? If we are in what kind of argue, or only because you are another city? But now we are all the cities are fought by one not city. We can defend our own city against the one who's fighting against
so
us.
let me ask you this, okay? Being in today's day and age of technology,
yes,
you have one city who has the abilities to manufacture firearms. You have another city that doesn't have the knowledge nor the resources to be able to do it, and they're relegated to bows and arrows or sticks and stones. What do you think is going to happen?
I think the city that can make guns sells their guns.
No, they won't. They will overtake the other one, guaranteed.
Yeah,
because you're talking from a tribal sense, not from what we call even from a geopolitical sense. Why do we still have wars?
Maybe that's in the forest, but I can think that that's the way we people eventually want to live. And I know violence is the easy way to get something you want.
It's not that it's just the easy way. It's the most effective way.
Okay, easy and effective. But most people I know are people who want to share if they can. But most people can't share anymore because they're stolen from the hidden enemy we don't see. So we go shoot each other, but we should shoot somebody else. And I think in the good things of people. Um, you are a veteran, so I assume you have been in the army, or
Yes.
you have shot several rounds.
Yes, I've been in combat. Yes.
Oh, in combat even. Um, isn't it very difficult for someone in the army to shoot someone in cold blood? And I know in army territory it's a question from survival, but I've been told there are programs to train military people to shoot people because they don't want to do that in the basics.
Absolutely.
We all want to play war, paintball, laser game, as kid. That was a fun game, but we knew at the end of the game everybody going home. In war, with real guns and real bullets, that's a very different story. So
yeah, you don't get to go like these people talk about on these video games where I did a 760 no scope. Oh, great.
So sorry, I don't understand what that is.
They did a little twirl in the air and shot somebody in a game. You know, somebody made a comment one time that I thought was very real to a bunch of gamers when it comes to that. And it holds true. And it was very impactful because it makes sense. When you tell these kids you have a kill-death ratio in your game, now walk down the street and look at the veteran that's holding the flag out over his porch. He has a real kill-death ratio. He knows what the real deal is. It isn't a game, and it wasn't a game.
Yeah.
You know, so
they could have made these teachers open carry, and then these mass shootings couldn't have taken place. Basically, they wouldn't have even tried. Basically,
well, but that isn't necessarily